The fate of the two invincible great saints left many strong beings on the galaxy Chaos continent bewildered. The revered figures cautiously observing in the nearby void domain were equally caught off guard. When the invincible great saints visited the galaxy Chaos continent, they demanded an audience with the galaxy great saint. Although their demeanor was slightly arrogant, it was fitting of their status. The strength of the galaxy great saint was indeed terrifying, sweeping across the Chaos great saints undefeated. Yet, judging by his performance in the Xuanwang universe, he was still slightly short of being a true invincible great saint. But now, because Lin Yuan's intervention this time had the intention of establishing dominance, the scene of the obliteration of the two invincible great saints was not concealed. Supreme beings could see bits and pieces, while the revered figures witnessed it clearly. Countless strong beings watched as the terrifying aura of the two invincible great saints was completely extinguished under the dazzling fierce sun formed by the galaxy great saint. No struggle. No resistance. It was as if they melted away like snow under the sun without suspense. How can this be? Can invincible great saints be this weak? Or is the galaxy great saint too strong? But no matter how strong, it shouldn't be possible to kill invincible great saints as easily as crushing ants, right? The revered figures felt it was somewhat absurd. Could it be that the invincible great saints, whom they held in high regard in their hearts and who traversed the chaos void, had a day of such vulnerability? Were those two truly invincible great saints? Indeed, I have heard of their legendary names. How powerful is the galaxy great saint, truly? The strong beings erupted into chaos after a brief silence. Simultaneously, the scene of the galaxy great saint decisively killing the two invincible great saints spread swiftly through the social circles of the revered figures. In the vast chaos void, battles between invincible great saints were rare, let alone such one-sided domination. Could invincible great saints be so thoroughly crushed, and not just one, but two? The largest city on the galaxy Chaos continent. The Xuanyuan Supreme and 8 other human civilization supreme beings exchanged glances. The power of the galaxy. The Xuanyuan Supreme seemed to be dreaming. When the two invincible great saints visited earlier, he was already shocked and worried Lin Yuan might suffer in front of them. Who expected the invincible great saints to be so weak? Too terrifying. The Void God Ultimate Being was somewhat incredulous. He had realized Lin Yuan's terrifying talent since their home universe. Indeed, Lin Yuan had led all human civilization to survive the universal apocalypse, established themselves in the Chaos Void, and now opened the galaxy Chaos continent, making human civilization the absolute rulers of tens of thousands of void domains nearby. But now, the scene of the two invincible great saints vanishing like bubbles left the Void God Ultimate Being in a daze. Those were invincible great saints, the pinnacle beings of the Chaos Void across countless cosmic eras. Yet, they were just easily destroyed by the galaxy. Could the galaxy have already entered the 13th layer? The feather butterfly supreme being couldn't help but speak. Such an easy killing of invincible great saints seemed beyond what they were capable of. Probably not yet. Entering the 13th layer would surely trigger heaven-defying phenomena. Sha Qin Supreme thought for a while and continued, however, even if the galaxy hasn't entered the 13th layer, his strength likely surpasses the 12th layer. The other supreme beings nodded, deeply agreeing and feeling incredibly invigorated. Lin Yuan originated from human civilization, and the stronger he was, the more human civilization could benefit. Within the dark secret realm, the bald man's true form suddenly opened his eyes. The bald man was in disbelief, his mind continuously flashing back to the moment the galaxy great saint, transformed into the eternal fierce sun, illuminated the universe, making him tremble uncontrollably. Too strong, too strong. The bald man swallowed, even when facing Luo Hu Great Saint. He never felt such suffocating oppression. Luo Hu Great Saint was indeed powerful, especially with the mastery of that 13th layer legacy, but even then, the bald man felt he could struggle and resist. Yet facing Lin Yuan, the bald man didn't even entertain the thought of struggling. That galaxy great saint. Just then, a thin figure descended, creating an avatar that sat across from the bald man. The close relationship between the two invincible great saints explained why they worked together for Luo Hu Great Saint. How could the Chaos Void possess such a strong being? The bald man looked at the thin figure, expressing incredulity. "I have no idea." The thin figure shook his head, still bewildered. "But the Galaxy Great Saint only obliterated our main battle physical body and didn't target other avatars. It seems we're safe." The thin figure breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yes. Upon hearing this, the bald man felt confident. Given that the Galaxy Great Saint could instantly obliterate all survival means of the 9 Phoenix Shadow Demon, he must be highly proficient in the curse-killing skill. Such a being may not be capable of similarly eliminating their many avatars for survival. He must certainly be able to precisely lock onto all their causal sources. Locking onto causal sources, then systematically chasing and eliminating them, with the strength of the Galaxy Great Saint, the 2 invincible Great Saints stand no chance of resistance. In such a case, surviving might only be achievable through the risk-filled process of reincarnation. Yet even for invincible Great Saints, reincarnation involves risks, and if unsuccessful, results in endless entrapment in the cycle of rebirth. A fate worse than being caught in a time loop. "What do we do now? And what about Luo Hu Great Saint?" the thin figure asked. "The power of the Galaxy Great Saint is too strong. I suppose Luo Hu Great Saint won't blame us," the bald man said, "but we still ought to meet Luo Hu Great Saint to explain in person." "Indeed." The gaunt figure nodded. "They are merely serving Luo Hu Great Saint, not as slaves, and they possess the right to choose. Even the invincible Great Saint wouldn't recklessly force a peerless Great Saint too much." The towering palace stood at the deepest point of time and space. On the throne at the highest point of the palace sat a figure shrouded in gray mist. Galaxy Great Saint? The gray misty figure was none other than Luo Hu Great Saint, who was muttering to himself, watching scenes outside the Galaxy Chaos continent flashing before him. The token he had bestowed was crushed, and a wisp of his avatar descended, naturally witnessing the scene of Lin Yuan making his move. This Galaxy Great Saint, just how many 13-stage inheritances has he mastered? The gray misty figure found it hard to believe. Despite the brief glimpse, he faintly sensed that the 13-stage power involved during the obliteration of his avatar could include 3 or 4 types. For instance, the omnipresent suppression of time and space, or the fierce sun incarnated by the Galaxy Great Saint, and such. All contained power transcending the 12th stage, likely some form of 13-stage inheritance. 3 or 4 types of 13-stage inheritance, not only practiced but also perfectly integrated together. This Galaxy Great Saint truly, Luo Hu Great Saint couldn't comprehend. After mastering one 13-stage inheritance, practicing a second would see the difficulty soar, as the 13-stage inheritance carries 13-stage power, and it is already a strain for a 12th stage being to bear 13-stage power, let alone more than one. Wow! At that moment, the bald man and the gaunt figure appeared inside the palace. Great Saint. The bald man and the gaunt figure bowed slightly. "No need to say much, I already know." Luo Hu Great Saint gazed down at the 2 peerless Great Saints, that Galaxy Great Saint. "You needn't concern yourselves with him in the future." "Yes." The bald man and the gaunt figure responded. Even if Luo Hu Great Saint had instructed them to confront the Galaxy Great Saint, the 2 peerless Great Saints would have refused. A joke? Confront the Galaxy Great Saint? How is that different from seeking death? Luo Hu Great Saint, Galaxy Great Saint? The bald man tentatively asked. They knew the Galaxy Great Saint was strong, but the extent was unclear to them. Yet, Luo Hu Great Saint's power far exceeded theirs, so he likely saw much clearer than they did. Galaxy Great Saint. Very strong, extremely strong, not my opponent at all. Luo Hu Great Saint remained silent for a while before stating truthfully. Though it was just a fleeting glance of an avatar, and he hadn't even witnessed the true strength of the Galaxy Great Saint, Luo Hu Great Saint was very aware that he was far from being a match for the Galaxy Great Saint. Even though it was just an avatar, they shared the same mind and will, and at that time, Luo Hu Great Saint felt as if the entire chaos void was collapsing upon him. Luo Hu Great Saint had a feeling that, even if it were his true self facing the Galaxy Great Saint, the final outcome would be no different, vanishing to ashes under the fierce sun that was the Galaxy Great Saint. Luo Hu Great Saint's frankness left the bald man and the gaunt figure in silence. The 2 peerless Great Saints indeed sensed that Luo Hu Great Saint was no match for the Galaxy Great Saint. The sense of oppression they felt from both was entirely different. Yet Luohu Great Saint's candid admission left the bald man and the gaunt figure ever more astonished. This meant that the disparity in strength was not just present but extraordinarily large, to the point where Luohu Great Saint didn't even entertain the thought of fighting. "Henceforth, you no longer need to follow me, do as you wish." Luohu Great Saint looked at the two peerless Great Saints, sighed inwardly, and spoke up. Originally, he planned to sweep across the chaos void to prove the title of the invincible Great Saint, which was why he subdued some peerless Great Saints, planning to use them in the future to govern vast tracts of void. Each invincible Great Saint would typically establish their own power, having numerous followers to serve. But now, Luohu Great Saint knew that his plan had become unattainable. With the Galaxy Great Saint around, even if he possessed the strength of a conventional invincible Great Saint, he would never become invincible, as he was simply no match for the Galaxy Great Saint. Yes. The bald man and the gaunt figure exchanged glances, and they did not refuse. As peerless Great Saints, their willingness to follow Luohu Great Saint was based on their belief that he could become an invincible Great Saint in the future. Now that possibility was gone, the bald man and the gaunt figure naturally did not plan to continue following. Luohu Great Saint watched as the bald man and the gaunt figure vanished. Subsequently, he summoned the subdued peerless Great Saints to dismiss them all before completely sealing the palace. Chaos void, throughout eternity, no matter how strong, can only dominate for a while. Only by stepping into the 13th stage and becoming a life of time can one attain ultimate freedom. Luohu Great Saint, with a tranquil heart, intended to immediately rush for the 13th stage. As it stands, he had achieved perfection in all areas: realm, strength, insights into the 13th stage, inheritance's power, and so on. If it weren't for wanting to leave behind his name in the chaos void by becoming an invincible Great Saint, he would have begun his charge for the 13th stage long ago. Within the twisted time-space, several special conscious entities gazed from afar at the Galaxy Chaos continent. This Galaxy Great Saint is by no means one of the top 10, top 5, or top 3 invincible Great Saints in Chaos Void history. A shattered longsword emitted a wave of consciousness. He is the strongest invincible Great Saint. Not even those original beings born at the beginning of Chaos Void could match the current Galaxy Great Saint. The shattered longsword's tone was filled with emotion. Observing up close, they discovered more of Lin Yuan's depths. Even though annihilating two peerless Great Saints was merely a casual move, the levels of power involved seemed inconceivable to the special entities. The strongest invincible Great Saint. The other special conscious entities were full of admiration. The initial beings born at the inception of Chaos Void, replete with chaotic void's creation, were incredibly profound in their foundations, yet they still fell short compared to the Galaxy Great Saint. Even these special entities found it unbelievable. How exactly did this Galaxy Great Saint cultivate the consciousness of the ancient altar spirit voiced, finding it simply against reason? Galaxy Great Saint. The Eye of Myriad Laws was filled with delight. It held high expectations for Lin Yuan but hadn't expected him to grow to such a level, the strongest invincible Great Saint in Chaos Void history? As time flew by, the battle outside the Galaxy Chaos continent spread at an alarming rate. One by one, Chaos Great Saints and even peerless Great Saints witnessed the image loops of that battle. Too strong. Not an opponent. I'm not an opponent either. How to resist? In this battle, the Galaxy Great Saint probably didn't even exert full strength. Many ancient peerless Great Saints, after seeing the battle imagery, did not even entertain thoughts of challenge and directly acknowledged their inferiority. As peerless Great Saints, they had a firm grasp on power. If it were merely slightly stronger, they wouldn't concede so readily, but the gap between the Galaxy Great Saint and them was far more than just simple. Galaxy Great Saint is the invincible Great Saint of this era. Indeed, indisputably the invincible Great Saint. Some peerless Great Saints expressed thoughts. Though they didn't gain universal recognition among peerless Great Saints, none opposed the notion. Who dared to oppose? And for peerless Great Saints, not opposing is as good as acknowledging. Deep within the Galaxy Chaos continent, Lin Yuan also sensed the impact of his actions on the Chaos Void, even beginning to be widely acknowledged as the invincible Great Saint of this era. Invincible Great Saint? Lin Yuan's expression was peculiar. the invincible great saints in Chaos Void history all earned their name through countless fierce battles, subduing those peerless great saints to eventually prove the title of the invincible great saint. And with just a single move, he was hailed as the invincible great saint? But with my current strength, there shouldn't be any spiritual entity in any special place daring to oppose me, right? Lin Yuan's mind expanded, contemplating the vague future timeline fragments he glimpsed under the Sky Void tripod's augmentation. Lin Yuan is ultimately not a 13th layer time life. Even with the power of the Sky Void tripod, the future images he saw were extremely fragmented. And without any context. But from the conclusions derived from that image, it can be speculated that his future self is likely to have a deep enmity with some special place. To the extent that he would give up everything in the Chaos Void to destroy the opponent. And currently, with Lin Yuan's strength, even if the spirit of the special place takes action, it is impossible to do anything to him. No such enmity exists. It's even more impossible that he would destroy everything just to ruin the opponent. The future. Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. The future is ever-changing, and every time node will give birth to countless future timelines. The future image he saw was merely one possibility, not a predetermined future. Moreover, since Lin Yuan was on guard, this future is unlikely to occur.
Fang Yuan World, Fierce Sun Capital. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, observing the continuously pulsating, abyss dragon's heart, in front of him.
Perfect, too perfect. The more Lin Yuan observed, the more amazed he became. The power system and basic structure of the abyss dragon completely surpassed Lin Yuan's previous understanding of life. At first, Lin Yuan thought that the foundation of a Chaos Void cultivator would surely be stronger than that of this Fang Yuan world. But for the Abyss Dragon, the strongest aspect is its own foundation. Every particle of the Abyss Dragon's body contains a vast world, and its heart even nurtures a miniature Fang Yuan world. Such a foundation, such profoundness, even Lin Yuan, who is currently cultivating the infinite void, may not necessarily compare. If I could imitate the Abyss Dragon and open up a universe within each of my own particles, then reconstruct with the infinite void my power. Lin Yuan's heart was greatly moved. 12 layers stepping into 13 layers. The nature of life will make a significant leap, transforming into time life. However, even among time lives, there are differences in strength. The deeper the accumulation at the 12-layer level, the greater the power increase upon stepping into the 13th layer. Why did the Da Fu ancestor immediately take action against the Abyss Dragon upon stepping into the 13th layer? It was because dragging it out would allow the Abyss Dragon the possibility of entering the 13th layer. And with the Abyss Dragon's foundation, once it stepped into the 13th layer, its power would probably surpass the Da Fu ancestor. Let's try it. Lin Yuan began to further observe the Abyss Dragon's heart. Golden Mist Treasure Land. Lin Yuan focused most of his mind on understanding the operation of the origin source of Fang Yuan world. The remainder of his mind was trying to sort out his own causality. Ever since the martial arts evolution road spread completely among the 6 ancient countries, my karma has become infinitely more complex. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The reason for this lies in the fact that every martial Dao cultivator is equivalent to forming a causal relationship with him, the ancestor of martial arts. Even due to the dominance relationship of the evolution road, Lin Yuan can follow these causal relationships to observe every detail of each martial Dao cultivator's life. When martial Dao is initially passed down, it's necessary to take in some disciples with martial talent for cultivation. Lin Yuan contemplated, noting this approach has 2 purposes. One is to better spread martial Dao, at least let the beings of this Fang Yuan world see that Lin Yuan is sincerely propagating martial Dao. The second is preparation for opening up the 7th ancient country in the future. The establishment of an ancient country certainly requires a large number of subordinates to manage it. Lin Yuan himself can't possibly handle everything personally? Compared to other ancestors with numerous offspring, Lin Yuan's rise was too fast, and he still has no offspring. In this case, he can completely use disciples as a substitute. The advantage of disciples is that they are not limited by bloodline and can absorb any gifted beings. As long as they practice martial Dao, they are all Lin Yuan's disciples. Let me see. Lin Yuan began manipulating the lines of causality, and by following these connections, He could see the state of each martial Tao cultivator, thus judging their talent in martial Tao cultivation. Lin Yuan had barely started watching when he was pleasantly surprised. Martial arts time talent? Lin Yuan's expression showed a hint of intrigue. From the second layer onward, martial Tao requires insight into the corresponding power. For instance, what Lin Yuan comprehended was the yin-yang taiji power, which evolved into today's chaos yin-yang taiji Tao. And at this moment, Lin Yuan discovered a cultivator with martial arts time talent. If one follows this path, they will eventually condense a martial arts time primordial spirit and further evolve a time-grade Tao. The potential is absolutely the greatest Lin Yuan has seen so far among beings with martial Tao cultivation talent. Is it in the thousand-teeth domain of the Daling ancient country? Lin Yuan followed the causal sensing, confirming the specific location of the person, named Meng Shi. Such a great martial Tao prodigy should definitely be brought over. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan conjured an avatar in the Daling ancient country and headed towards the thousand-teeth domain. Daling ancient country, thousand-teeth domain. A pale-faced young man was desperately fleeing, with several auras swiftly closing in behind, clearly intent on killing him. I can't stay in the thousand-teeth domain any longer, or I'll eventually be drained to death by the thousand-teeth cane. The young man gritted his teeth. In the ancient country of Daling, the cultivation focused on the spirit of life. Thus many powerful figures of the ancient country typically enjoyed influencing, controlling, or even absorbing the spirit of all beings to nourish themselves. The young man greatly disliked this cultivation method. In his view, every life was an independent entity, and their spirit belonged to themselves. How could it be wantonly manipulated, controlled, or even absorbed? Not long ago, the martial Tao established by the galaxy venerate spread to the thousand-teeth domain. I practiced it a bit, and it suited me well. Even if I leave the thousand-teeth domain, leave the ancient country of Daling, and abandon its cultivation heritage, I can still survive and grow stronger. The young man's thoughts turned rapidly. The ruler of the thousand-teeth domain, the thousand-teeth king, was a heavenly venerate with terrifying power, viewing all beings within the thousand-teeth domain as mere resources, selecting a batch of lives for devouring and absorption at regular intervals. Of course, to ensure ongoing development, the thousand-teeth king wouldn't consume everything completely, but only part. The young man had been chosen several times and felt that if he stayed any longer, he'd eventually be drained into a dried husk by the thousand-teeth cane. Run, run, run! The young man sped up as much as possible. He had to get out quickly. If he lingered too long, the number of pursuers would increase, possibly even drawing the attention of great lord-level powerhouses. The thousand-teeth cane had a strong possessiveness over the lives in the domain, forbidding them to escape. His great lord subordinates would dispatch several sentries to prevent beings like the young man from escaping. Just at this moment, a silent figure appeared in the direction the young man was fleeing. The young man's pupils contracted, wanting to dodge, but found his body suddenly immobilized. What is this? His heart chilled, immediately realizing that the figure before him was an existence he couldn't contend with. One of the thousand-teeth king's subordinates. His mind trembled, contemplating ending his own life directly. Those like him who escaped and were caught were sure to suffer agonies worse than death. Don't be hasty. Lin Yuan smiled as he looked at the young man. I don't know the thousand-teeth king. Before coming, Lin Yuan had already understood the situation in the thousand-teeth domain. In fact, the entire ancient country of Daling was the same. Due to the spirit of life, the hierarchy from top to bottom was extremely strict. The weak must offer their spirit to the strong, and the strong must offer to the even stronger, repeating this cycle, with the royal family of the ancient country of Daling ultimately benefiting. This was also why the ancient country of Daling was among the 6 great ancient countries, second only to the ancient country of Dafu, because of this unique cultivation system. Lin Yuan did not agree with this cultivation system but wasn't overly opposed to it either. It's just a method of cultivation. You don't know the thousand-teeth king? The young man sighed with relief in his heart. That's a relief. Your name is Meng Shi. Lin Yuan looked at the young man and asked casually. How did you know, senior? The young man Meng Shi was slightly taken aback, curiously asking. When I want to know something, I naturally know, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Yes. Although young Meng Shi couldn't understand, he nodded obediently. He realized at this moment that the Lin Yuan before him must be a powerful figure just passing by, likely not a cultivator of the ancient country of Dalane. Alright, let's get to the main point. Lin Yuan looked at the young man, confirming the martial arts time talent in him, and directly said, I intend to take you as a disciple. What do you think? Take me as a disciple? The young man Meng Shi was slightly stunned. What? Unwilling? Lin Yuan asked. Willing, of course I'm willing. The young man Meng Shi immediately nodded. He could be sure that Lin Yuan was definitely a powerhouse far beyond him, and to be taken as a disciple by such an existence was undoubtedly a great opportunity. But, Senior, I will be honest with you. The young man Meng Shi said, taking me as a disciple might bring you trouble. I've been selected by the Thousand Teeth King. At intervals, I must offer my own spirit. I refused, so I ran away. The young man Meng Shi looked at Lin Yuan. I'm currently being chased by the Thousand Teeth King's subordinates. Taking me as a disciple would mean offending the Thousand Teeth King, and the Thousand Teeth King is the Daling Venerable, offending him. The young man Meng Shi had thought of agreeing to Lin Yuan's mentorship offer, then escaping the Thousand Teeth domain with him. But doing so, if discovered, would surely implicate Lin Yuan, and the young man Meng Shi didn't want to do that. Lin Yuan nodded, continuing, you just need to answer whether you are willing or not. Senior, I'm definitely willing, but this is the Thousand Teeth domain, the ancient country of Dalane. The Thousand Teeth King has many followers. Taking me as a disciple, I'm very grateful, but the consequences would be severe. The young man Meng Shi's tone became urgent, faintly sensing that the pursuers were rapidly closing in. Senior, the ancient country of Dalane is unlike other ancient countries. It greatly restricts us. This is the rule of the ancient country of Dalane. Senior, you should leave quickly. After finishing, the young man Meng Shi intended to change direction and flee. But he found his body still immobilized, and couldn't help but look at Lin Yuan in confusion. Senior? Rules? Lin Yuan looked towards the capital of Dalane, pausing his speech for a moment, and then smiled. Among the 6 great ancient countries, below the ancestor, many matters are up to me. What I say is the rule. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he lifted his right hand and gently made a gesture. The Thousand Teeth King, far away in the Thousand Teeth City, appeared before him in an instant. Lin Yuan glanced at the Thousand Teeth King, whose face showed terror. What do you say? At this moment, Thousand Teeth King was incredibly terrified. A moment ago, he was still indulging in cultivation pleasures in Thousand Teeth City, as the ruler of the Thousand Teeth domain, the infeft heavenly venerate of the great spirit ancient nation. In this grand domain, the Thousand Teeth King possessed supreme power and status. Even the orders of the Daling Emperor could be selectively refused. But the next moment, he was forcibly teleported to this place? Throughout, the Thousand Teeth King couldn't break free. To be precise, he hadn't even realized before he found himself here. This left Thousand Teeth King's mind blanca. He was a heavenly venerate. Even if not a peak venerate, still a top tier one. But to so effortlessly ignore his resistance and teleport him here, who could achieve that? Not even the strongest venerate could have such power. Though there was a big gap between a heavenly venerate and the strongest venerate, belonging to the same heavenly venerate realm, this kind of rule-based suppression scene shouldn't appear. What is that? After the initial shock and terror, the Thousand Teeth King noticed Lin Yuan. Just this attention made Thousand Teeth King's scalp tingle with numbness. Galactic Celestial. The heavenly venerate you can't afford to provoke among the 6 ancient nations, none other than the Galactic Celestial. With a direct order from the Daling ancestor, Thousand Teeth King had naturally seen images of the Galactic Celestial and couldn't be mistaken. Plus, to be able to silently teleport him here, it was likely only the legendary invincible venerate galaxy could achieve this. Thousand Teeth King? Compared to the stunned Thousand Teeth King, the young Meng Shi felt a bit desperate. He had once glimpsed the Thousand Teeth King from afar and immediately recognized this ruler of the Thousand Teeth domain. His escape had actually attracted the lofty Thousand Teeth King, making young Meng Shi lose all hope. But soon, young Meng Shi found something amiss. It seemed even Thousand Teeth King looked fearful, also unaware of his presence here. Is it due to that, Senior? Young Meng Shi was not foolish and immediately realized that the appearance of Thousand Teeth King seemed related to the senior stopping him. Especially when Lin Yuan said, "What do you think?" to Thousand Teeth King. It indicated that the senior seemed to know that Thousand-Teeth King would come. Is that what the heavenly venerate is referring to? Thousand-Teeth King, unaware of what Lin Yuan said earlier, heard the first line after being teleported was, "What do you think?" But it didn't prevent Thousand-Teeth King from responding. No matter what the Galactic Celestial said, he had to comply. As for arguing back, Thousand-Teeth King was well aware that the unspoken rule among the 6 ancient nations was that the heavenly venerate should not interfere, which was ineffective against the Galactic Celestial. With a personal order from the Da Ling ancestor not to provoke the Galactic Celestial, no matter the reason, Thousand-Teeth King knew what he had to do. In any case, he couldn't afford to offend. Thousand-Teeth King was even prepared to cede the Thousand-Teeth domain. The Galactic Celestial personally descending would surely not be for a small reason, perhaps eyeing the Thousand-Teeth domain. Within the Thousand-Teeth domain, there lay a second-grade treasure land of significant value. Did you hear that? Lin Yuan smiled, looking at young Mengshi. He was quite satisfied with the other's performance. Although Lin Yuan didn't value the character of martial cultivators, even if they were heinous villains, as long as they practiced martial Dao, they were Lin Yuan's anchor point, beacon. But if their character was good, Lin Yuan would feel at ease. Ah, young Mengshi finally understood. He looked at the respectful Thousand-Teeth King and then at the smiling Lin Yuan. For a moment, he was quite at a loss. In his heart, the high and mighty Thousand-Teeth King, in front of the senior, who stopped him, had lowered himself so much, almost kowtowing to the ground. Then I'll take this person away. Lin Yuan looked at Thousand-Teeth King and said calmly. Yes, 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 heavenly venerate, not to mention taking one person away. Even if you took all the living beings of my Thousand-Teeth domain, it wouldn't be a problem. Thousand-Teeth King was slightly stunned, glanced at young Mengshi, and quickly answered. Originally, he was prepared to give up the Thousand-Teeth domain, but didn't expect the Galactic Celestial merely wanted to take Mengshi. Then let's go. Lin Yuan waved his hand and then took the still shocked young Mengshi away. Galactic Celestial has left? Thousand-Teeth King remained bowing for a while, cautiously raised his head, and found Lin Yuan had disappeared, feeling slightly relieved. So that was the Galactic Celestial? The invincible venerate acknowledged by the 6 ancient nations? Thousand-Teeth King's thoughts scattered. With the Galactic Celestial's power, even without the Da Ling ancestor's order, he wouldn't dare provoke him. In that newly emerged treasure land, the Galactic Celestial slaughtered everywhere, even crushing the strongest venerate of Da Fu ancient country, hailed as the first heavenly venerate since the establishment of the 6 ancient nations. Such a strong entity, with terrifying strength, would make even the strongest venerate tremble before him, let alone a mere ordinary heavenly venerate like Thousand-Teeth King. Galactic Celestial took that person? I wonder why? Thousand-Teeth King puzzled, but dared not ponder much, immediately reporting the matter to the Emperor of the Great Spirit Ancient Nation. Soon, the Emperor sent back a reply, saying what he did was right. Regardless of what the Galactic Celestial requested, just agree. Agree to any request? Thousand-Teeth King once again realized the fearsome nature of the Galactic Celestial. The Emperor dared to say this, undoubtedly with the consent of the ancestor. And the ancestor held the Galactic Celestial in such high regard, saying to agree to any request? Whiz! 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 Just then, dozens of shadows chased over, precisely the strong ones who had been pursuing young Mengshi. These strong ones, upon seeing the Thousand-Teeth King, immediately stopped and bowed to pay respects. The one you were just chasing, named Mengshi? Thousand-Teeth King asked one more question. He didn't know Mengshi. There were far too many ants like Mengshi within the Thousand-Teeth domain. Yes. Dozens of pursuers looked cautiously at the Thousand-Teeth King. No need to pursue anymore. After pondering for a while, the Thousand-Teeth King instructed, if you encounter Mengshi again in the future, do not take action, immediately notify me. Although he didn't know the purpose of the Galactic Heaven Venerable taking Mengshi away, any involvement with the Galactic Heaven Venerable, even if it's just an ant, the Thousand-Teeth King dared not neglect. Fierce Sun Capital. Lin Yuan brought the young Mengshi into the Galaxy Royal Mansion. Galaxy. The young Mengshi gazed at the majestic royal mansion, vaguely guessing Lin Yuan's true identity. In fact, the young Mengshi, who had come to realization, finally understood why the high and mighty Thousand-Teeth King behaved that way upon seeing Lin Yuan. Because the one who blocked him was the Galaxy Venerate. The galaxy venerate, who shook the 6 great ancient kingdoms. The martial arts inheritance the young Meng Shi attempted to cultivate not long ago was created by the galaxy venerate. Very soon, the young Meng Shi, feeling anxious, reached the depths of the royal mansion. You should know who I am by now, right? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, smiling as he looked at the young Meng Shi. I greet the galaxy venerate. The young Meng Shi kneeled down with a thud. In terms of gratitude, if it wasn't for the galaxy venerate, he would likely have been captured by the subordinates of the Thousand-Teeth King. In terms of strength, the galaxy venerate is known as the strongest under the ancestors of the 6 great ancient kingdoms. The young Meng Shi naturally understood who he was facing now. Stand up. With a wave of Lin Yuan's hand, the young Meng Shi felt an invisible force lifting him up. I intend to take you as my disciple, would you be willing? Lin Yuan said with a smile. The young Meng Shi's martial Dao talent concerning time was too rare. Without Lin Yuan's guidance, it would be easy for him to take a wrong path and waste this talent. I am willing, Meng Shi, am willing. The young Meng Shi prostrated himself abruptly. Greetings, master. Lin Yuan nodded. Subsequently, Lin Yuan provided some brief advice on Meng Shi's martial cultivation. Your talent is excellent, just focus on the aspect of time, strive to coalesce the time primordial spirit. Lin Yuan instructed. Golden Mist Treasure Land. Lin Yuan continuously sent out some avatars, accepting some seedlings with decent martial talent from within the scope of the 6 great ancient kingdoms to personally cultivate them. These seedlings would be the pillars of the branches on the martial arts evolution road in the future, as well as the foundation for Lin Yuan after establishing the 7th ancient country. Heart of the Abyssal Dragon. Lin Yuan observed the heart pulsing in front of him, simultaneously splitting off an avatar to try and open up a universe on the particle level. When Lin Yuan opened his first particle world, it was still effortless. With his strength, opening up a world was easy, even opening within his own particles was not difficult. However, when Lin Yuan opened his 1000th particle world, he felt a slight pressure. These 1000 particle worlds each required a portion of his mental effort. While a single particle world occupied a negligible amount of effort, 1000 was considerable. Especially when Lin Yuan almost devoted 99% of his effort to comprehend the operation of the origin source of the Fang Yuan world. The 120,000th particle world. Soon, Lin Yuan opened up the 120,000th particle world. At this moment, he looked solemn with these worlds nearly occupying all his mental efforts outside comprehending the operation of the origin source of the Fang Yuan world. Not good. Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed, as a subtle imbalance emerged amongst the 120,000 particle worlds, instantly causing the experimental avatar to rapidly crumble. Failed? Lin Yuan frowned tightly. He could feel that the reason for failing to open the particle worlds wasn't due to insufficient mental effort. Even without comprehending the operation of the origin source of the Fang Yuan world, devoting all mental efforts to open up particle worlds, how many worlds could be opened up in the end? 12 billion? Or 120 billion? One should know, particles are just the most microscopic structure of life. Compared to Lin Yuan's true body, let alone 120 billion particle worlds, even 10 trillion particle worlds are just a drop in the ocean, insignificant. Maintaining particle worlds shouldn't consume mental effort. The existence of particle worlds is instinctual, just like drinking water and breathing. Lin Yuan continued to observe the Abyss Dragon's heart. The first living being born in this origin source world, the Abyss Dragon, had each of its particles containing a vast world, and the existence of these vast worlds surely would not consume much mental effort. Otherwise the Abyss Dragon would have long crumbled. Take your time. Lin Yuan looked at the Abyss Dragon's heart, not discouraged. Failing once wasn't a big deal. Through this failure, he realized that opening particle worlds was unrelated to mental effort, which was progress, getting him a step closer to success. Deep in time and space, inside a palace, 6 ancestors sat in succession. Only the ancestors could enter this palace in this time and space, serving as a place where the 6 ancestors occasionally discussed the Tao. However, due to Lin Yuan's emergence, the 6 ancestors had already stationed an avatar here at all times, facilitating constant communication. In the vision of each ancestor, numerous timelines stretched out, and if carefully observed, these timelines were all future timelines of Lin Yuan. Upon discovering the nearly inevitable characteristics of Lin Yuan's future, the six ancestors naturally focused all their efforts on watching his timelines. After all, this almost inevitable future aroused the curiosity of the six ancestors, who wanted to know if further into the future, the timelines would continue to be such. At the moment, Lin Yuan was still a life form at the heavenly venerate level. For these time life forms, viewing his timelines was still relatively easy due to the existence of a life level gap. Once Lin Yuan also stepped into the 13th tier, it would be extremely difficult for the six ancestors to view his timelines, possibly not even directly. In such circumstances, the six ancestors naturally tried to watch as much as they could while they still could. After repeated attempts by the six ancestors, they found that viewing up to Lin Yuan's timeline 3 billion years into the future would cause backlash. That backlash certainly did not only come from the timeline itself but also from the future 3 billion years later, where Lin Yuan would grow to a certain height, or have a profound causation with such heights of life, bringing a natural counter-reaction. At that moment, the Dalin ancestor's expression changed. In the future timeline he saw, Lin Yuan had not yet entered the 13th tier, but he suddenly transformed into an immensely towering, black dragon, lightly tearing open the wall membrane of the origin source world, arriving in the dimensional gap. What is this? The Dalin ancestor scrutinized Lin Yuan in that timeline, and after a moment, his expression grew somewhat incredulous. In that timeline, the black dragon, into which Lin Yuan transformed, bore a strong resemblance to the abyss dragon from the dawn of creation, yet the difference in strength was as vast as heaven and earth. The aura the former emitted was nearing the 13th tier. Da Fu, look at this timeline. The Dalin ancestor immediately looked toward the other 5 ancestors, proactively showcasing the timeline he observed. The black dragon that the galaxy venerate transformed into, likely using the abyss dragon as a foundation, yet this power. The 5 ancestors felt a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. They were quite sure that at this time, Lin Yuan had not yet entered the 13th tier, but his strength, was it not extraordinarily formidable? Da Fu, when you presented that abyss dragon's heart to Galaxy, could it still harbor some secret? Xuanian ancestor couldn't help but ask. During the meeting with the Galaxy Venerate, the Da Fu ancestor gifted the abyss dragon's heart, and these ancestors all witnessed it. What secret could there be? Da Fu ancestor fell into silence. He had long comprehended the abyss dragon's heart, yet even achieving the feat of opening up worlds within all his particles could not elevate the power to such extents. Otherwise, that abyss dragon wouldn't have fallen to his Da Fu ancestor. What's more, if that abyss dragon possessed the power of the Galaxy Venerate in this timeline, the Da Fu ancestor would never have had the chance to step into the 13th tier, and would have perished at the hands of the abyss dragon long ago. Yet, in this timeline, the means by which the Galaxy Venerate transformed into the black dragon should be derived from the abyss dragon. This indicates that the Galaxy Venerate comprehended methods and secrets within the abyss dragon's heart that even he, Da Fu ancestor, had never mastered. This Galaxy Venerate. Da Fu showed a complex expression, only finding that the Galaxy Venerate seemed more like a 13th tier time life form than he himself. This is a good thing, the Da Fu ancestor thought to himself. Although in this timeline, the means displayed by the Galaxy Venerate are terrifying, morphing into a black dragon, with strength nearing the 13th rank. But the Galaxy Venerate is not an enemy of the Da Fu ancestor. On the contrary, their relationship is quite good, at least through Da Fu ancestor's efforts to make friends. The Galaxy Venerate has a favorable attitude towards him. Moreover, in this timeline, the black dragon the Galaxy Venerate transformed into seems to be the result of comprehending the abyss dragon's heart. And the abyss dragon's heart was gifted by the Da Fu ancestor, adding to the bond between them invisibly. The gap between life and life, how can it be so vast? The Thunder Origin ancestor exclaimed, originally thinking that 13th rank time life was already the pinnacle of all beings. But compared to the Galaxy Venerate, even time life pales in comparison. The other ancestors nodded in agreement. The more they observed Lin Yuan's timeline, the more a sense of despair welled up. Lin Yuan's growth speed is so fast, even making time life seem bewildered. If it weren't for this newly emerged treasured lands contest, making the ancestor of Fierce Sun and the other 5 ancestors aware of the Galaxy Venerate's existence, By the time the ancestors noticed Lin Yuan, he might have already crossed into the 13th rank. The stronger the galaxy venerate becomes, the more beneficial it is for us. The primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness remarked, according to the future glimpsed in the timeline, being an enemy of the galaxy venerate would surely be disastrous. But if one could befriend the galaxy venerate, as long as the relationship isn't too bad, there would still be no negative impact. It's estimated that 300 million years into the future, the galaxy venerate will touch the level of the Time Lords. The Dalin ancestor stated, in the future they currently observe, 300 million years ahead is considered forbidden. That period is locked down. Anyone who dares to watch will suffer backlash. And only the Time Lords can achieve this. Originally, the ancestors speculated if Lin Yuan 300 million years later would have a major cause with a Time Lord, leading to his timeline being sealed. Now it seems, the greater possibility is that Lin Yuan himself becomes a Time Lord? Time Lord? The other ancestors exchanged glances, their hearts filled with unspeakable awe. 13th rank Time Life observes timelines of future past, but theoretically, future timelines are endless. Regardless of how many are seen, it can never offer insight into all timelines, ultimately only nearing infinitely. Therefore, to break through to the 14th rank and become a perfect time being, one must first consolidate their own timeline, completely dominate one timeline, becoming the lord of that timeline, or the Time Lord. The power of the Time Lords is unimaginably strong. Reaching the level of Time Lords means not being confined to one-dimensional space, but wandering between different external dimensional spaces. Know that even for 13th rank Time Life, other dimensional spaces are unfamiliar. A slight mistake may lead to danger. The ancestors observe Lin Yuan's future timeline, which Lin Yuan himself is aware of. When 5 ancestors visited him, they eventually asked if they could continue observing his timeline. In response, Lin Yuan agreed, as he also wants to know how certain his future is. Moreover, the ancestors promised if they found a particularly unique future timeline, they would promptly inform him. Heiyu Nest. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, refining several precious Heiyu stones. My current strength of mind willpower should have surpassed 300 million points, right? Lin Yuan opened his eyes. The first-class treasured land Heiyu Nest of the fierce Sun ancient country produces precious Heiyu stones, greatly effective in refining and enhancing willpower. Of course, Lin Yuan's willpower reaching 300 million points is not solely reliant on the precious Heiyu stones. In fact, the role of Heiyu in this is not substantial. The enhancement of willpower mainly has 2 aspects. One aspect is internal. One aspect is external. Internally, it's the elevation of life's own strength realm, naturally nurturing stronger willpower. During this time, Lin Yuan's strength has undergone several qualitative changes, such as evolving the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji Dao, practicing Infinite Void, to the 4th layer, stepping into the Chaos realm, etc. The surge in life tier and strength realm has naturally brought about a significant uplift in willpower. Especially the evolution of the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji Dao. This power led Lin Yuan to an all-around transformation, with willpower included. As for external reasons, the Heiyu, produced by Heiyu Nest is also considered an external factor. But the 6 ancient countries not only have Heiyu capable of refining and enhancing willpower. Other precious and rare items can achieve similar effects too. For example, the Dragon Abyss Blood, produced in Dragon Abyss Valley. Refining Dragon Abyss Blood not only enhances the mind's will but also elevates the physical body and soul in all aspects. Through the contest over the treasure land, Lin Yuan traded with various ancient nations and acquired a full 100 caddies of Dragon Abyss Blood. Even if half of the 100 caddies of Dragon Abyss Blood are reserved for studying and comprehending, the remaining half is enough to significantly elevate Lin Yuan's mental will. Moreover, besides Heiyu and Dragon Abyss Blood, there are other rare treasures to enhance the mind's will. Lin Yuan has used his transactions with the ancient nations to gain numerous of these, and all were utilized in recent times. The combination of external and internal factors led to Lin Yuan's mental will, which was less than 100 million points before mastering the Heiyu Nest, now directly crossing the threshold of 300 million points. It must be understood. The enhancement of mental will becomes increasingly difficult at later stages. Yet Lin Yuan experienced a 4- to 5-fold increase in a short period. Even if the primary reason lies in the breakthrough of his realm power, one can imagine just how many benefits he absorbed. 300 million points of mental will probably means have reached the limit of the 12th tier. Continuing further, even with improvement, it won't be much. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself, feeling that his mental will was approaching some limit. To experience another exponential surge, he might have to wait until he crosses into the 13th tier where the essence of life undergoes a metamorphosis. However, 300 million points of mental will is enough for me to allocate some effort to try exploring the next source world. Lin Yuan always kept in mind the coordinates of those 33 source worlds deep within the Myriad Realms Gate. After crossing into the 12th tier, Lin Yuan's method of traversal appeared different. Traversals beyond the 12th tier no longer affected his true corporeal form, contrastingly increasing the burden on his mental will greatly. This meant Lin Yuan's mental will at the time could only bear the exploration of one source world. To explore a second source world, he would have to abandon the first one. But now, with the substantial enhancement of his mental will, Lin Yuan had gained the confidence to maintain the chaos void and the true form of the first source world while attempting to explore a second source world. The second source world. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly solemn. The reason he hadn't explored the second source world wasn't only due to the pressure of his mental will but also because of the warning and reminder from the Myriad Realms Gadia. The second source world contains unknown dangers, and reckless exploration could lead to irreversible impacts. Lin Yuan trusted the judgment of the Myriad Realms Gate, which is why he hadn't taken any action until now. But now, Lin Yuan's substantial gains were not limited to his mental will but also included his own strength. To be precise, the enhancement of his mental will originated from the improvement of his strength. And danger depends on strength. When strength is low, the danger is naturally high. When strength is high, the danger becomes low. I should go take another look now. Lin Yuan's consciousness immediately delved into the depths of his mind, looking toward the towering and majestic Myriad Realms Gate. Myriad Realms Gate. Every time Lin Yuan observed the Myriad Realms Gate, he felt something different, and this time was no exception. The Myriad Realms Gate felt as if it transcended the origin source of source worlds.
More real than before, Lin Yuan closely observed the Myriad Realms Gate in his mind's depths, a projection of the true Myriad Realms Gate. Even though Lin Yuan had been acknowledged by the Myriad Realms Gate as its master, he couldn't withstand the arrival of the actual Myriad Realms Gate.
Much like a small kettle, it cannot contain the vast oceans and seas. If I crossed into the 13th tier, even if still unable to bear the true arrival of the Myriad Realms Gate, I could at least touch a fragment of its consciousness to explore more of its functions. Lin Yuan contemplated, having now confirmed that the existence of the Myriad Realms Gate far exceeded the 13th tier. At least, compared to the 6 ancestors of the 6 great ancient nations, the Myriad Realms Gate felt far superior. It must be noted that this is only a projection of the actual Myriad Realms Gate. Let's begin. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and attempted to probe the depths of the Myriad Realms Gate, targeting the space-time coordinates of the second source world. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's consciousness followed the path of the Myriad Realms Gate, crossing unknown spatial dimensions, faintly arriving at a gray, hazy realm. No warning or reminder from the Myriad Realms Gate this time? Lin Yuan's mind steadied. According to his understanding of the Myriad Realms Gate, the absence of a specialized warning or reminder indicated that this source world posed no real threat to him. The so-called real threat refers to impacts linked to the true corporeal form in other dimensions. For Lin Yuan, as long as it doesn't involve the true corporeal form in other dimensions, even if the true corporeal form in this dimension perishes, it wouldn't be a major issue at worst, starting over again. This world. From the perspective of the Myriad Realms Gate, Lin Yuan began briefly observing bits and pieces of the second source world. Something's off. Lin Yuan's brows slightly furrowed, feeling that the second source world was permeated with a certain deadness, yet simultaneously possessed a strange vitality. Interesting. After just a brief observation, Lin Yuan's consciousness rapidly shattered. Since there's no real danger, let's descend directly. In his mind's depths, Lin Yuan gazed at the majestic Myriad Realms Gate, and after only a moment's contemplation, he immediately began traversing. The target was none other than the second source world. Buzz! The Myriad Realms Gate faintly trembled, and a portion of Lin Yuan's mental consciousness was instantly absorbed within it. In a haze, Lin Yuan's consciousness gradually revived. However, it seemed that his spiritual power had been eroded and suppressed, causing his mind to remain somewhat chaotic and unable to fully awaken. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lin Yuan's spiritual power instinctively operated and finally expelled the corrosive aura. The result of this was that Lin Yuan woke up. Lin Yuan only felt a splitting headache. At the same time, he began to receive information from the outside world. "Oh, you actually managed to come back to life? To survive under the erosion of the demon? It's quite rare indeed." An old voice emerged nearby, tinged with astonishment. Bang! Countless pieces of information surged in Lin Yuan's mind, which were the memories of the original self. This world is filled with endless demons. Demons are immortal and eternal, existing in the world. To fight against demons, one must become a cultivator? And I am a cultivator of the Qingyun sect? Lin Yuan quickly sorted out the current situation he found himself in. This world is boundless, and demons did not exist since ancient times. They originated from a transformative heaven-earth event millions of years ago. Millions of years ago, cultivators ruled the world and dominated everything, but after that transformative heaven-earth event, the existence of demons appeared, with demonic qi pervading, obstructing the cultivation of practitioners, while also gathering a large amount of demonic qi, giving birth to terrifying demons. The Qingyun sect, where the original self belonged, was a cultivator force before the heaven-earth transformation, having undergone numerous major demonic invasions. However, compared to before the heaven-earth transformation, the Qingyun sect had already declined significantly. With the boundless demonic qi enveloping, the difficulty of cultivation for practitioners increased, resulting in fewer strong cultivators being born, and as the elder powerhouses gradually perished at the hands of demons, the Qingyun sect was trending towards a shortage of successors. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He saw a ragged old man standing beside him, who was curiously examining him. "Elder Fang." Lin Yuan moved his lips and began to speak. The ragged old man was an elder of the Qingyun sect, responsible for healing disciples injured by demons. "Since you've woken up, I'll be on my way." Elder Fang continued observing Lin Yuan for a moment, then turned and left. This body. Lin Yuan watched Elder Fang disappear and began to sense the fine details of his body, immediately noticing something amiss. As the ancestor of martial arts, Lin Yuan's understanding of the body had reached an extraordinary height, and the body he now inhabited, although weak, faintly held almost limitless potential. "I am not an exception, this is one of the effects brought on by the heaven-earth transformation." Lin Yuan thought to himself. After the heaven-earth transformation, the world undoubtedly saw the emergence of terrifying demons. But life in this world simultaneously had its body nourished and replenished, surpassing pre-transformation in both strength and potential. The body's strength brings a direct increase in power. Although the presence of demonic qi slowed cultivation progress, the body's enhancement was significantly accelerated. This is also one of the keys for cultivators to resist demons post-transformation. Without this support, the Qingyun sect would have long perished during past major demonic invasions, let alone persisted until now. With such potential in the body, cultivating it to the extreme might surmount the body of the Chaos Void or the First Yuan world. Lin Yuan marveled in his heart. Whether in the Chaos Void or the First Yuan world, Lin Yuan's physical form was already terrifying, yet the physical body in this Fang Yuan world could exceed the former too. What's even more incredible is that such a body has become widespread in this world? Of course, due to the inability to perfectly harness it, the life in this world possesses bodies with infinite potential, yet they utterly lack knowledge to utilize it. It is akin to primitive societies receiving nuclear weapons but treating them as stones. Lin Yuan regulated his breathing and was soon able to recover slightly, managing to sit up from the bed. Simultaneously, scenes flashed through his mind. Senior brother Li actually entered into the demonic path? Lin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. The injuries he sustained were directly related to senior brother Li's entry into the demonic path. Senior brother Li was the senior master of the Qingyun sect, often leading many junior disciples to disperse the surrounding demonic qi. A large accumulation of demonic qi could generate terrifying demons. so the Qingyun sect disciples would regularly patrol the vicinity to disperse the gathered demonic qi and prevent the birth of demons. However, during the recent demonic qi dispersal action, senior brother Li, leading the team, secretly absorbed and devoured the source of a dense demonic qi. This scene was witnessed by the original self, and senior brother Li directly acted, using demonic qi to erode the original self's mind and consciousness, creating the illusion of perishing at the hands of demons. The original self's mind and consciousness should have indeed been completely eroded and perished by demonic qi, but was immediately replaced by Lin Yuan, and with Lin Yuan's spiritual will, naturally resisted the subsequent erosion, which is why he appeared to come back to life, in Elder Fang's eyes. Entering the demonic path, Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out. After the heaven-earth transformation, endless demonic qi poured into the world, having an unprecedented impact on cultivators. Upon witnessing the might of demons, two voices gradually emerged within cultivators. One was to persist in the current cultivation system. This group was also known as traditional cultivators. The other, however, was to enter the demonic path, becoming one who enters the demonic path. In the eyes of this group of cultivators, demons are immortal, and to confront demons, one must become demons, using demonic power to fight demons. Thus, the path of entering the demonic path emerged. So-called entering the demonic path meant that cultivators forsake everything, beginning to endure the baptism of demonic qi, during which they would be subject to many influences of the demonic qi. Turning into a demon, essentially, it's nothing more than using the cultivator as a vessel to cultivate a powerful demon. Lin Yuan thought of Qingyun sect's assessment of those who turn into demons. Qingyun sect is a traditional cultivation force, absolutely prohibitive of turning into demons. At first, turning into a demon can indeed gain a powerful strength boost. But as time progresses, the erosion by demonic qi worsens. The minds of those who have turned into demons will quickly become distorted, further drawing closer to becoming a true demon. The urgent task now is how to deal with Brother Li. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, his expression solemn. Brother Li eroded the true self with demonic qi, aiming to silence and prevent the incident of him turning into a demon from spreading. Once he discovers I'm not dead, he surely won't let it go. Brother Li is the senior disciple of Qingyun sect, possessing Lord-level strength. In my current state, I'm no match. Lin Yuan shook his head lightly. What's more, after turning into a demon, Brother Li's strength will surge significantly, likely rivaling the Chaos Realm. In such circumstances, facing Brother Li's murderous intent, Lin Yuan has no ability to resist. Unless he uses the world-breaking origin force. But the world-breaking origin force is a method that definitely should not be used if it can be avoided. It's a trump card of trump cards. Especially when unclear about the depth of this Fang Yuan world. Rashly using the world-breaking origin force might bring unforeseen consequences. Forget it. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, immediately contacting Elder Fang who had just left. What is it? Elder Fang quickly appeared again, looking at Lin Yuan. Recovering well, why are you looking for me? Elder Fang, I have a major matter to report to the sect leader. Lin Yuan was certain. Elder Fang likely wasn't on Brother Li's side, otherwise, the moment he woke up, Brother Li would know, and would probably have already arrived. Thus, Elder Fang could be trusted. A major matter? Elder Fang glanced at Lin Yuan. What major matter? A matter related to demons. Lin Yuan said. Under the circumstance of definitely not being a match for Brother Li, the only reliance could be Qingyun sect. Demons? Elder Fang's expression turned solemn. Lin Yuan had already been injured by a demon. This statement had some persuasive power to Elder Fang. At least it wasn't baseless. Are you sure it's a major matter? For ordinary matters, disturbing the sect leader means punishment, Elder Fang reminded. Most of the time, the sect leader of Qingyun sect is in seclusion, used to increase strength, facing repeated major demon mountain attacks. I'm sure. Lin Yuan nodded. If that's the case, come with me. Elder Fang immediately planned to take Lin Yuan with him. Elder Fang. Lin Yuan said, this matter is very important, absolutely must not be leaked. Lin Yuan worried that Elder Fang might unintentionally reveal it to Brother Li, adding unnecessary variables. Rest assured. Elder Fang glanced at Lin Yuan. I know what's important. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan truly has a major matter, before the sect leader confirms, Elder Fang definitely won't say anything outside. Follow me. Elder Fang led Lin Yuan and stepped out. Space-time transformed. In an instant, they arrived at a grand hall. Above the hall sat a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. At this moment, the middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked towards Elder Fang and Lin Yuan. Sect leader. Elder Fang slightly bowed, briefly recounting Lin Yuan's situation. What is the matter? The Qingyun sect leader looked at Lin Yuan, speaking calmly. Sect leader. Lin Yuan glanced at Elder Fang standing next to him. Leave first. Elder Fang hesitated slightly, then immediately turned and left. For a moment, only Lin Yuan and the Qingyun sect leader remained in the grand hall. Go ahead, what is the matter? The Qingyun sect leader spoke. Brother Li has already turned into a demon. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush, directly saying. Qing'er has fallen into demonic influence? The Qingyun sect leader's pupils narrowed as he stood up from the throne. How do you know this? The Qingyun sect leader squinted slightly, making the surrounding space-time feel subtly oppressive. Li, the master brother Li Qing of the Qingyun sect, was being groomed as the future sect leader. Lin Yuan's direct claim that master brother had fallen into demonic influence was naturally not believed by the sect leader. The reason I was eroded by the demonic qi was precisely because I detected master brother absorbing and devouring demonic qi. Lin Yuan looked at the Qingyun sect leader and began to speak. The Qingyun sect leader did not respond, merely looking quietly at Lin Yuan. Sect leader, if this is false, I am willing to accept any punishment. Lin Yuan said. I understand. The Qingyun sect leader closed his eyes. Yuqing Hall. This is the grand hall of the master brother of the Qingyun sect, second only to the sect leader's residence. At this moment within the grand hall, Li Qing sat cross-legged. To preserve the legacy of the Qingyun sect, I must rely on the power of demons. Li Qing thought silently. As the master brother of the Qingyun sect, he desired more than anyone else for the sect to continue its legacy. However, the demons in the world grew ever more numerous and powerful, and traditional cultivators found it increasingly difficult to resist them. The last attack by a great demon had nearly exhausted the foundation of Qingyun Mountain. Li Qing was well aware of the risks of falling into demonic influence, but it was the fastest way to enhance his power, without a doubt. At this moment, Li Qing was astonished to find that the array in Yuqing Hall suddenly shifted space-time, and an overwhelming power of space-time came down to suppress him. Not good. Li Qing's expression changed dramatically. He wanted to charge out, but was imprisoned tightly by the pervasive power of the array. Master? Li Qing found it hard to believe. Only the Qingyun sect leader his Mysteric could control the entire array of the Qingyun sect. Rustle. Space-time shifted. Li Qing was instantly brought outside of the grand hall. He saw the Qingyun sect leader high above. Standing beside him was Lin Yuan. You're not dead? In Li Qing's eyes, there was incredulity as he realized Lin Yuan had survived the erosion of demonic qi. Qing'er, stop resisting. The Qingyun sect leader looked at Li Qing and said, as long as I can confirm you have no ties with the demons. Although the Qingyun sect leader did not believe his disciple would fall into demonic influence, matters such as this had to be approached with the worst-case scenario in mind. After all, letting him be thoroughly checked wasn't a bad thing. Master. Li Qing looked at the Qingyun sect leader, his tone a bit complex. I have indeed fallen into demonic influence. The moment he saw Lin Yuan, Li Qing realized that his secret of falling into demonic influence couldn't be concealed anymore. With matters of this magnitude, no matter who said it, the Qingyun sect leader had to confirm it personally. Qing'er, you? The Qingyun sect leader slightly shook his head, a tinge of sadness in his expression. Do you not understand what falling into demonic influence means? Master, I do. Li Qing nodded. But I also know that if I do not fall into demonic influence, how long can our Qingyun sect withstand the next great demonic attack? Master, you should be aware that with the current foundation of our Qingyun sect, even if we withstand the next great demonic attack, what about the time after that, and the time after that? Not falling into demonic influence, Qingyun sect will eventually be unable to withstand the great demon, but by falling into demonic influence, the Qingyun sect has a slim chance of survival. Li Qing said. Falling into demonic influence will only create an even stronger demon for this world. The Qingyun sect leader shook his head and said, "Master, you have to believe me. I can definitely resist the influence of demonic qi," Li Qing said urgently. "Li Qing, you are already influenced by demonic qi." The Qingyun sect leader's gaze filled with disappointment as he waved his hand. Rumble. The majestic power of space-time crushed toward Li Qing, wielding the power of the Qingyun sect's mountain protection array, almost reaching the perfect chaos realm level. "Master, you don't believe me, you don't believe me." In Li Qing's eyes, a pitch-black demonic qi burst forth, attempting to erode the surrounding power of space-time. But clearly, the current Li Qing was no match for the Qingyun sect's mountain protection array, and he was soon worn down to nothing. The current master brother of the Qingyun sect, the most hopeful disciple to step into the chaos realm, thus perished. Lin Yuan stood beside the Qingyun sect leader, quietly watching this scene. The things Li Qing said were indeed true. Lin Yuan also felt that Li Qing fell into demonic influence genuinely to save the Qingyun sect. Otherwise, with Li Qing's status as the senior disciple of the Qingyun sect, the future sect leader, with infinite prospects, even if one day the Qingyun sect truly fell to the great demon, Li Qing could still escape. This world. Lin Yuan felt more profoundly the despair faced by the creatures of this Fang Yuan world. Without entering into the demonic, it is impossible to completely eradicate the demons. But entering into the demonic, ultimately one will become a new demon. This is the desperate situation faced by the lives in this world. The only way explored so far to erase the demons is to devour them completely. Yet the demons are composed of endless demonic qi. Devouring them is tantamount to entering into the demonic. This can indeed temporarily eliminate some demons. But in the end, the one who enters into the demonic becomes an even more powerful demon. Li Qing is completely dead. Lin Yuan watched silently, knowing that the sect leader of the Qingyun sect did not hold back. As the senior brother of the Qingyun sect, Li Qing must have left behind many life-saving measures. But these measures were all left in the Qingyun sect, and the moment the sect leader made a move, he also erased Li Qing's life-saving measures. At present, Li Qing was only in the initial stage of entering the demonic and did not possess the ability to be immortal. This is also the reason the sect leader of the Qingyun sect erased Li Qing without hesitation. Dragging it on would have more severe consequences. Swish! The sect leader of the Qingyun sect turned and took Lin Yuan back to the main hall. This time, regarding the matter of Li Qing, thanks to you. The sect leader of the Qingyun sect was saddened, but also knew, if Li Qing was allowed to continue entering the demonic, how much loss it would cause to the Qingyun sect. Any person who enters into the demonic would think they can resist the influence of the demonic qi before entering. But in the end, it only creates terrifying demons, making the situation of the cultivators in this world increasingly difficult. It's what I should do. Lin Yuan nodded. He reported the matter of Li Qing entering the demonic to the sect leader mainly for his own selfish reasons. If he was the only one who knew about it, he would definitely become a thorn in Li Qing's side. He did it to protect himself. Regardless of whether you should or shouldn't, it is a merit. The sect leader of the Qingyun sect looked at Lin Yuan and said, "What reward would you like?" Reward? Lin Yuan fell into thought, then said, "Sect leader, I've been corrupted by demonic qi, and though I was lucky to survive, it is very difficult to fully recover. Next, I'd like to work in the Qingyun Institute." Indeed. The sect leader of the Qingyun sect nodded. Being affected by the demonic qi in mind and will, surviving with his original strength was a miracle, and it was natural to have severe hidden dangers from it. No matter what, Lin Yuan was a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and he reported Li Qing's entry into the demonic promptly. Naturally, the sect leader of the Qingyun sect would not treat him unfairly. "Alright, from now on you will work in the Qingyun Institute, and you can enter and exit all the institutes of the Qingyun Institute freely," said the sect leader of the Qingyun sect. "Thank you, sect leader," Lin Yuan immediately responded. The Qingyun Institute holds all the secret transmissions of skills from the establishment of the Qingyun sect and even numerous transmissions of skills from before significant changes in the world. Lin Yuan being able to freely enter and exit the Qingyun Institute was greatly beneficial for understanding this world, and understanding this world and grasping its original cultivation system could likewise increase Lin Yuan's foundation accumulation. By the way, there's something you need to pay attention to. The sect leader of the Qingyun sect seemed to recall something and looked at Lin Yuan saying, regarding Li Qing's demonic transformation, do not spread it. When he suppressed Li Qing just now, it was in complete silence, without alerting any disciples or elders of the Qingyun sect. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. After all, Li Qing was the senior disciple of Qingyun sect, considered a leader among the younger generation. If the news of his demonic transformation spread, it would definitely cause a very negative impact. Lin Yuan left the main hall and soon arrived at the Qingyun Institute. The Qingyun Institute has 8 sub-institutes, containing numerous books and ancient texts. Disciples of the Qingyun sect who wish to enter the Qingyun Institute to view them face many restrictions and conditions. But as an officer of the Qingyun Institute, Lin Yuan can naturally browse everything contained therein freely. It seems what you reported to the sect leader was quite important. Elder Fang stood nearby, somewhat surprised at Lin Yuan. Becoming an officer at the Qingyun Institute is no easy matter. The Qingyun Institute is deep within the Qingyun sect. Unless the mountain gate is breached by demons, there would be no danger. Working here is leisurely and carefree, plus the treatment is not low. Generally speaking, the position of officer at the Qingyun Institute is reserved for disciples who have made great contributions to the sect. Thank you, Elder Fang, for saving my life, Lin Yuan laughed. You being alive has nothing to do with me. I almost gave up on you, ha ha ha. Elder Fang did not hide it. Under the corruption of demonic qi on the mind and consciousness, he himself almost thought he was mistaken when Lin Yuan survived against all odds. By the way, what exactly did you report to the sect leader? Can you tell me? Elder Fang was slightly curious. Elder Fang, just ask the sect leader and you will know, Lin Yuan said with a smile. The sect leader of the Qingyun sect had instructed that the matter of Li Qing's demonic transformation should not be spread, so Lin Yuan naturally kept silent. Forget it, forget it. I guess this matter has nothing to do with me. Elder Fang shook his head. If it had anything to do with him, he should have known by now. Then you stay at the Qingyun Institute. If you're bored, you can come chat with me. After saying this, Elder Fang turned and left. As an elder of the Qingyun sect, Elder Fang needed to handle the complex treatment of injuries sustained by disciples, especially those related to demons. Qingyun Institute. Lin Yuan walked into the Qingyun Institute, observing the densely packed jade slips stored around, and immediately began organizing them. While organizing, he was also quickly browsing through them. Lin Yuan focused on records from before and after the transformation of heaven and earth. Before the transformation of heaven and earth, cultivators in this realm were divided into 9 realms of life refinement, 6 realms of longevity, 3 realms of freedom, and 1 realm of eternity. Lin Yuan quickly absorbed a large amount of information. According to the descriptions of the powers divided by each level, the 9 realms of life refinement should correspond to layers 1 to 11 of the Chaos Void. And the 6 realms of longevity correspond to layers 12 to the path-splitting realm, up to the Chaos realm. Cultivators at this level had everlasting life, equivalent to breaking free from the constraints of the river of time. As for the 3 realms of freedom, they should be a division at the level of the Great Saint, with the 3rd realm of freedom equivalent to the level of the strongest venerable and invincible Great Saint. As for the 1 realm of eternity, probably belongs to the 13th level of timeless lifeforms. After the transformation of heaven and earth, terrifying demons appeared. Demons are divided into demon spirits, great demons, source demons, and demon gods. Each level of demon is directly equivalent to the top-tier experts of the corresponding cultivator level. For example, a demon spirit can rival experts of the 9th realm of life refinement. Great demons possess almost complete chaos realm strength. As for source demons, their upper strength limit is unknown, but every appearance brings the deepest despair to countless lives in this realm. Lin Yuan's mind whirled. And demon gods? They've never appeared, but at the beginning of the transformation of heaven and earth, when the cultivators of this realm were in their prime, there were instances of demon gods taking action, directly assimilating most of the most powerful cultivators. According to the speculations of later cultivators, the so-called demon god is the origin of the transformation of heaven and earth, and also the source of all demonic qi in the world. The so-called demonic qi comes from the breaths of the demon god. An endless demonic presence is the product of the demon god's essence. The more Lin Yuan read the records in the Qingyun Institute, the more shocked he felt. Demon God? If according to the power comparison, wouldn't it be equivalent to the existence of the eternal first realm? That is, a 13th level timeless life form. But how could a 13th level timeless life form fall into demon? Lin Yuan found it hard to believe. After the transformation of heaven and earth, in the continuous contact between cultivators and demons, much information about demons was obtained too. All demons acted purely by instinct, with no likes or dislikes, no self, like soulless walking corpses. This was also the reason why countless creatures in this realm have survived until now, because demons don't have the concept of extermination. They simply wander freely in this world, attacking only when they find a cultivator. If the cultivator keeps away, they continue wandering. And with the spread of demonic qi, the number of demons is increasing, and one day they will fill this realm. That time will be the day of extinction for all living beings. Demonic qi. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, a deep breath swirling at his fingertip. Upon awakening, Lin Yuan forcibly expelled the demonic qi eroding his mind and will, intentionally leaving a trace of it. At that time, he intended to study it well. After all, being able to suppress his mind and will for so long, this kind of demonic qi should not be underestimated. This power. Lin Yuan carefully observed the deep power at his fingertip, which constantly twisted, attempting to continue eroding Lin Yuan's body, but was held under control at his fingertip. It's not simple. Lin Yuan's mind flickered, dismissing the demonic qi from his hand and fell into brief contemplation. Based on his recent observations, the so-called demonic qi should be a highly advanced form of power. Due to its bizarre nature, this power was called demon by the living beings of this realm. This realm, being the source realm, should have given birth to 13th level timeless lifeforms, but where are they? Have they been blocked by the demon god? Lin Yuan pondered, as the source realm level is extremely high, rivaling the chaos void. As long as the ages passed long enough, the birth of some timeless lifeforms is very likely. In the records collected in the Qingyun Institute, above the three realms of freedom, the eternal first realm corresponds to the 13th level timeless lifeforms. It means that timeless lifeforms do exist in this realm. But now, the demons still rampage, and the timeless lifeforms have not intervened. Demon God. Silently, Lin Yuan reflected in his heart. This is the known source of all demonic qi. Even for him, facing such an existence is quite pressuring. No wonder, upon initially entering the 12th layer, wishing to explore the second source realm, the Myriad Realms Gate issued a warning, as this kind of demonic qi erodes mind and will. With my mind and will at the 12th layer back then, it truly might not have been able to withstand it. Lin Yuan pondered secretly. The erosion of mind and will has severe consequences, potentially affecting the true self in other dimensions. While different dimensions can isolate causal moves, the erosion of mind and will, involving memory, means that as long as Lin Yuan remembers, he will be impacted. Now, no matter how terrifying the demons are, it's paramount to restore strength quickly. Lin Yuan exhaled lightly. Regardless of any danger faced, strength is the foundation. With Lin Yuan's methods, as long as he is restored to peak condition, in this realm, as long as the demon god does not intervene, there should not be much danger. Lin Yuan serves as a keeper at the Qingyun Institute, mainly responsible for organizing ancient texts, books, and jade slips. This type of position is quite relaxed. Generally, it is those who have worked hard for the holy sect for many years and have established sufficient merits. In the end, they are elders whose bodies have hidden troubles undertaking this role. Although Lin Yuan is not very old, he once suffered from the erosion of demonic qi affecting his mind and gained the sect master's approval. Being a keeper has been quite smooth for him. Actually, Lin Yuan also contributed to the holy sect by alerting about the issue of his elder brother falling into demonic ways early, helping the sect avoid great losses. While restoring his strength, Lin Yuan is mainly researching the physical body. The potential of this body he descended into is too strong, almost as Thaw. It is like the direct descendant of a 13th tier time life. The potential is remarkably great. In the 6 ancient countries of the first source world, the blood of 6 ancestors flows within all beings. But it is incredibly thin, almost non-existent. Yet in this Fang Yuan world, the potential of the physical body is terrifyingly high. Before the great change of heaven and earth, The cultivation system of this Fang Yuan world was runes, interpreting everything in the world, including rules and the Great Way, using the form of runes. Lin Yuan gazes at the jade slip legacy left behind before the Great Change, his expression somewhat contemplative. The Great Tao rules are originally formless, ordinary people can't see or touch them. Even cultivators can only touch them through feelings. However, runes are tangible, interpreting the intangible Great Tao rules through visible runes. So before the heaven and earth changes, the number of cultivators in this world was frighteningly high. With the foundation of numerous strong individuals, the possibility of birthing even stronger ones naturally increases. Qingyun Saint sect was the giant overlord of this area before the Great Change, with strong individuals of the transcendent realm keeping watch. And the transcendent realm, even the first stage of transcendent, benchmarks the chaos great saint of the chaos void. Yet after experiencing the Great Change and multiple massive demonic assaults on the sect, the strongest force of Qingyun Saint sect is now at the peak of longevity 6th realm, which is the peak of the chaos realm. With the support of the sect protection array of Qingyun Saint sect, it can barely exhibit defenses at the transcendent realm level, which is why Qingyun Saint sect can withstand multiple massive demonic assaults. The Great Demon, directly on par with the terrifying Demon, at the peak of longevity 6th realm, and even surpassing longevity 6th realm in certain aspects. After the Great Change of heaven and earth, demonic chi pervades, the Great Tao rules are unmanifested, and even with rune legacy, it's hard to perfectly interpret the vague Great Tao rules. Lin Yuan senses the deep aura of power permeating between heaven and earth, his eyes suddenly brightening. Runes? In Lin Yuan's palm, strands of aura weave, and in an instant form the character, gold. This, gold, is the text of this world's essence, belonging fundamentally to the gold rune, perfectly explaining everything about the golden rules. Marvelous, 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 Lin Yuan exclaims with high spirits. Speaking of runes, the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram, collected in the 6 ancient countries' treasury in the first source world, is essentially runes. And the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram, left from a high-level perspective by an ancestor, even Lin Yuan had great difficulty replicating it. However, the rune legacy of this world can engrave everything within this world, transmuting the intangible into tangible, thus greatly reducing the difficulty of understanding, offering infinite possibilities. With runes as a foundation, I now know how to sustain the development of the infinite constant sand particle world. Lin Yuan's thoughts rapidly turn, as the true self of the first source world attempts to mimic the Abyss Dragon, creating vast worlds within each of his own particles. That Abyss Dragon, in terms of foundation, is still above Lin Yuan, relying on what, isn't it just the endless sand-like particle worlds? If Lin Yuan can also smoothly imitate this, creating constant sand particle worlds, and then reconstruct them sequentially using the infinite void legacy, then the ultimate power. Lin Yuan doesn't dare to imagine. At least far surpassing the current state. That Abyss Dragon is able to simultaneously sustain constant sand particle worlds relying on innate talent, as the firstborn of primal life, a talent gifted by Source World. But I don't have this talent, so I can only rely on mind power to sustain the development of particle worlds. Yet mind power is limited, while constant sand particle worlds are limitless. Lin Yuan rapidly thinks to himself, the emergence of rune legacy made him see hope for simultaneously sustaining constant sand particle worlds. Engrave the Great Tao rules runes on the surface of each particle world to stabilize the particle worlds, ultimately giving rise to endless constant sand particle worlds. At present, this method seems the simplest and most hopeful. Lin Yuan secretly considers, as the true self of the first source world repeatedly analyzes, he hasn't found a better way, either unsustainable long-term or having too great a risk. Now, this world's rune legacy inadvertently perfectly aligns with Lin Yuan's development of his own constant sand particle worlds. It's not inconsequential. The rune legacy inherently aligns with any cultivation system, using runes to replicate the Great Tao rules and even have the world feedback itself, simply an ideal auxiliary method. Lin Yuan thinks inwardly. Start trying to develop particle worlds from this world. Lin Yuan decides internally, the potential of this physical body is sufficiently high, completely capable of accommodating the development of multiple particle worlds. Even if it fails in the process, Lin Yuan has already arranged means to preserve life and revive, capable of starting all over again. Secondly, developing particle worlds from weak to strong allows better perception of the operation of each world, greatly benefiting Lin Yuan's true self-cultivation. As for the current situation where the world has undergone a great transformation, and demonic qi permeates, making the cultivation environment poor, even possessing rune inheritance, it's quite difficult to perceive the rules of the Grand Tao. That's true for other strong individuals. Lin Yuan, possessing against heaven's understanding, as long as the rules of the Grand Tao exist, can smoothly cultivate rune inheritance. And even if the rules of the Grand Tao in this Fang Yuan world were completely suppressed by demonic qi, Lin Yuan could still perceive the rules of the Grand Tao in other dimensions. The so-called demonic qi is only limited to this Fang Yuan world. The actual impact on Lin Yuan is very limited. However, with the physical potential of this Fang Yuan world, what kind of physical body divine ability will eventually be nurtured? Lin Yuan found himself anticipating. The physical body of the first source world did not have high potential. The concentration of the ancestral bloodline was far from being considered royalty. The reason it could grow to such a height was entirely due to Lin Yuan's own cultivation. But this Fang Yuan world? Lin Yuan's descended physical body can be fully regarded as a direct descendant of the 13th caliber temporal life. In the 6 ancient countries, this is undoubtedly the strongest bloodline, even surpassing the core royal family. The current core royal families of the 6 ancient countries cannot truly be considered direct bloodlines of the ancestors. They merely have a relatively high concentration of ancestral bloodline. True direct bloodlines of the ancestors are very rare. Reaching the level of an ancestor, the limits for giving birth to genuine direct descendant bloodlines are vast. It's easy for an ancestor to have descendants, but direct descendants, that's quite difficult. Lin Yuan entered the Qingyun Institute as a disciple in the 2nd year. The physical body had completely shifted onto the martial arts evolution road, and then began to cultivate the fundamental power deep within the bloodline, nurturing new physical body divine skills. At least over 10,000 years to nurture. Lin Yuan was certain in his heart, following the rules of previous nurturing of physical body divine skills. The longer it takes to nurture the physical body divine skills, the greater its potential and power, such as the previous physical body divine skill, Fierce Sun Opening the World, which took thousands of years to nurture. And for this physical body divine skill, nurturing time is directly over 10,000 years? Lin Yuan could not help but feel anticipation. What exactly happened to this Fang Yuan world? What is this great transformation of the heavens and earth? And why did the physical bodies of living beings become so terrifying after this great change? Lin Yuan pondered over the strange perplexity. Enhancing the physical potential is not difficult for Lin Yuan, but to simultaneously increase the physical potential of an infinite number of beings in a source world, even for a 13th caliber temporal life, is as hard as ascending to heaven. Moreover, the increase in physical potential before and after the great transformation of heaven and earth is substantial. Thinking about these things now is too far-fetched. Lin Yuan's thoughts collected, his current strength not yet restored. Even if the truth of this Fang Yuan world were known, it would have little significance. Once he returns to his peak, many secrets will be clear even without asking. Name: Chen Tong, Lin Yuan. Identity: Keeper of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bonded talent: Heaven-defying comprehension. Divine power: Blood resurrection. Divine power: Fierce Sun Opening the World. Divine power: In nurturing. Current state: Consciousness descent. Remaining stay time: None. Unrestricted stay: I have plenty of time. Lin Yuan understood in his heart. Once stepping into the 12th layer, consciousness descent can traverse. As long as the vessel does not completely die, he can essentially stay indefinitely. Lin Yuan entered the Qingyun Institute as a disciple in the 4th year. The whole Qingyun Sacred Mountain started to faintly tremble. The Qingyun Sacred Mountain is the residence of the Qingyun Saint sect, and through the sacrificial refinement of strong individuals from past generations of the holy sect, it is no longer merely a mountain but an incredibly powerful great saint weapon. The great demons are starting to attack the mountain. Numerous disciples of the Qingyun Saint sect felt a tremor in their hearts, as demons are divided into 4 levels: demon spirit, great demon, source demon, and demon god. There's no need to consider demon gods. Apart from appearing during the initial chaos transformation, they haven't surfaced since. As for source demons, extremely rare, and even if they show up, they are attracted by the several eternal sectarian forces. Currently, the greatest threat to the Qingyun Saint sect is the great demons. Even great demons lack independent thoughts, wandering between heaven and earth like zombies. If any passing great demon happens to discover the anomaly of the Qingyun Saint sect, it will attempt an attack, known as the Great Demon Assaulting the Mountain. The Qingyun Sacred Mountain is perpetually shrouded in a breath-concealing formation. Normal demons discover no anomaly, but great demons are different. If too close, they might sense something amiss. Of course, if after a period of attacking, no further anomalies are found, the emotionless great demon will leave on its own. This means having withstood the great demon assault. During a great demon assault, the Qingyun Saint sect must not counterattack actively. Otherwise, it will attract more great demons, and even with its strength, the Qingyun Saint sect would be exhausted to death by one great demon after another. Great demon? Lin Yuan stood in front of the Qingyun Institute, looking afar at the gigantic figure outside Qingyun Sacred Mountain. That figure, surrounded by endless demonic qi, gathered a large amount of demonic qi, constantly hurling at the Qingyun Sacred Mountain. The shaking of Qingyun Sacred Mountain was due to the collisions of these terrifying streams of demonic qi. This great demon, each attack reaches a peak chaos realm and can swallow endless demonic qi, indeed very difficult to handle. Lin Yuan closely observed, more importantly, the great demon is nearly immortal, meaning even if a strong figure at the level of the free and wandering three realms took action, at best they could suppress the great demon, but to kill it thoroughly? Not possible. In truth, this applies not only to great demons but to any demon. Even if its demonic body is obliterated, demons will coalesce again at another location. The only way to completely annihilate a demon is to become demonic, then devour the demon. Since the great transformation of heaven and earth, the appearance of one demonized person after another stems not only from the drastic increase in power from becoming demonic but because only those who have become demonic can entirely eliminate demons. Roaring flames. The Qingyun Sacred Mountain sways. In the view of the outside great demon, the Qingyun Mountain is just a massive ordinary mountain, and after attacking for a while with no gain, the great demon shakes its head and strides away. The great demon has left? We've held it off. Many disciples of the Qingyun Saint sect felt a slight relief internally. Every time a great demon assaults the mountain, the Qingyun Saint sect faces the danger of annihilation. Any disciple, upon seeing that towering great demon figure, feels a certain indescribable oppressive sensation swelling in their hearts. Seems truly lacking in intelligence. Seeing the great demon leave, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. If nothing unexpected happens, the Qingyun Saint sect won't withstand many more great demon assaults. Lin Yuan pondered internally, though not yet restored to full strength. His vision remained keen, discerning the weakness in Qingyun Sacred Mountain exposed when resisting the great demon's attacks. Eldest senior brother Li Qing choosing to become demonic in an attempt to save the Qingyun Saint sect wasn't without merit. As the senior disciple of the sect, Li Qing should be well aware of the sect's current plight. The source of this great transformation appeared in the world's center, the place where demonic qi erupted, temporarily held back by those few eternal sect powers. The great demons now threatening Qingyun Saint sect are nothing compared to the real danger at the center of the world. For a world like Fang Yuan to be plunged into such a desperate state, it surely wasn't a mere mortal danger. Torrential energies clash, but outside, to the great demon, the Qingyun mountain appears just a simple giant mountain. Attacking for a while without any further gain, the zombie-like great demon withdraws. This marks the successful defense against this great demon assault. During the great demon assault, the Qingyun Saint sect must refrain from counter-attacking. Otherwise, it will attract more great demons, and at that point, no matter how powerful the Qingyun Saint sect becomes, they will be exhausted by one great demon after another. Great demon? Lin Yuan stood in front of the Qingyun Institute, gazing at the colossal figure looming outside Qingyun's sacred mountain. This figure was wrapped in an infinite, endless demonic qi, and at this moment, a great deal of demonic qi was coalescing, furiously pounding against the Qingyun sacred mountain. The tremor of the Qingyun sacred mountain was due to these terrifying collisions of demonic qi. This great demon's every attack reaches the peak of the Chaos Realm, and it can swallow endless demonic qi. Indeed, it's challenging to deal with. Lin Yuan observed carefully, realizing that even if a strong cultivator at the highest 3 realms made a move, they would at best only be able to suppress this great demon. As for killing it completely? It's not possible. In fact, all demons are like this. Even if their demonic bodies are destroyed, demons usually wander back together at some other location. The only way to annihilate a demon since the great change in the world is to enter the demonic state and absorb the demon. The Qingyun sacred mountain trembled. From the vantage point of the great demon outside, the Qingyun mountain only seemed an ordinary giant mountain, and after attacking for a while without discovering more, the great demon sways and strides away. The great demon left? Lin Yuan remained thoughtful as the others in Qingyun Saint sect expressed their relief, knowing each great demon assault posed an existential threat to them. Upon seeing the towering figure of the great demon departing, all disciples felt a certain inexorable pressure lifting from their hearts. It seems to lack any real intelligence. Lin Yuan saw the great demon leave, contemplating in silence. Knowing though his full strength wasn't restored, his insight remained, allowing him to detect the weakness the Qingyun sacred mountain faced while repelling the great demon assault. Senior brother Li Qing decided to become a demon to try to save the Qingyun Saint sect, not entirely without reason. As the senior disciple, Li Qing would know the current tribulations of the Qingyun Saint sect. The source of the heaven and earth great transformation was rumored to be at the world's center, where demonic qi erupted, currently held back by those several eternal sect powers. In comparison, the great demons threatening Qingyun Saint sect are insignificant against the central world's power. Capable of plunging this entire Fang Yuan world into such a bleak scenario, it surely is no ordinary matter. With these thoughts, Lin Yuan returned to the Qingyun Institute to continue comprehending the rune inheritance, intending to integrate it with the development of the constant sand particle world. So far, 12 particle worlds have been created. Maintaining these particle worlds doesn't require the slightest effort from me, relying on rune inheritance as a foundation. It's just, the successful development of 12 particle worlds signifies that Lin Yuan can continue down this path. Being able to develop and maintain 12 particle worlds, he can also develop and maintain 120 particle worlds, 12 billion particle worlds, even infinite constant sand particle worlds. But similarly, this will also give rise to another problem. And that is resources. The development of worlds is not created out of thin air. It requires vast amounts of resources to support. Compared to internal worlds and universes, particle worlds are much smaller, and the consumption of resources will be significantly reduced. But the quantity is overwhelming. Now, having developed 12 particle worlds, Lin Yuan can still manage to support it. But what about 120 particle worlds? Or 1200 particle worlds? Qingyun Saint sect? Lin Yuan thought of his sect as a hegemonic force before the great changes in the world. Even though Qingyun Saint sect had declined from repeated demon attacks, its foundation was still strong. If Lin Yuan were to acquire all the resources of Qingyun Saint sect, it could indeed support the development of particle worlds for a long time. But this is only a temporary solution, not a fundamental one. The entirety of Qingyun Saint sect's resources, even if it could support the development up to 1200 particle worlds, what then? Where will the resources come from for the development of 12,000 particle worlds, or 120,000 particle worlds? Besides, no matter how you look at it, Qingyun Saint sect is still the sect of the original self, and Lin Yuan is not willing to take too much. There still needs to be a stable way to acquire a large amount of resources. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this Fang Yuan world, in terms of resource abundance, naturally, it is the center of the world. However, today the center of the world is the place where demonic qi is the densest, and traces of source demons are often present. Until his strength is restored to its peak, Lin Yuan is reluctant to go over there. Even if his strength is restored to its peak, without a method to deal with source demons, Lin Yuan would also be reluctant to go there. Myriad Realms Gate. Lin Yuan recalled receiving resources from the first source world for his cultivation. He holds an extraordinary position in the first source world. Even the 6 ancestors would engage with him, thus acquiring enough resources to develop particle worlds was not a problem. But the key is sending items through the Myriad Realms Gate as an intermediary, to another dimensional space, which requires the world-breaking origin force as a cost. For example, in several traversals before Lin Yuan reached the 12th level, he would often transport the origin clock and the mysterious gourd to the traversal worlds for his own cultivation. Of course, this consumed several strands of world-breaking origin force. Several strands of world-breaking origin force are indeed not much, but they were limited to sending the origin clock and the mysterious gourd, these two items. If the number of items increases, or their mass becomes greater, the consumption of world-breaking origin force will naturally rise as well. And the resources consumed by Lin Yuan in developing particle worlds are countless, like mountains and seas. Solely relying on the Myriad Realms Gate to send them over, the consumption of world-breaking origin force would probably be calculated in millions to tens of millions of strands. Forget it. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. How much of the world-breaking origin force had he painstakingly accumulated until now? He valued each strand greatly, and if he consumed so much world-breaking origin force just to develop particle worlds, Lin Yuan would rather cultivate directly in the first source world. The resources for developing particle worlds should still be placed in this source world. Lin Yuan thought in his heart that sending resources through the Myriad Realms Gate was a cost too high, too much for Lin Yuan to bear. The resources of this source world. Lin Yuan looked up beyond Qingyun's sacred mountain. Since the great change of heaven and earth, what is most abundant in this source world? Demonic qi. Demonic qi present everywhere. Demonic qi? Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly grave. He had once studied demonic qi and determined that it was an advanced kind of power. Otherwise, those who entered the demon state would not have an immediate increase in strength once demonic qi began to assimilate. But Lin Yuan had not attempted whether demonic qi could be converted into energy and then absorbed and devoured. Because countless strong individuals in this Fang Yuan world had tried, and demonic qi could not be absorbed. If forcibly absorbed, it would lead to assimilation by demonic qi, thus becoming one who has entered the demon state. The hidden dangers of those who enter the demon state are known to any cultivator. As the degree of entering the demon state increases, the emotions of the one who entered will gradually fade until finally, memories are swiftly erased, turning them into a powerful, zombie-like demon. Cultivators in this Fang Yuan world can't absorb demonic qi, but it doesn't mean I can't. With a subtle thought, Lin Yuan intertwined a deep power between his fingers, which was exactly demonic qi. Beyond Qingyun's sacred mountain, the pervasive demonic qi was everywhere. Obtaining a strand of demonic qi was no trouble for Lin Yuan. Absorb? Lin Yuan carefully observed this strand of demonic qi. Direct absorption is certainly not feasible. Demonic qi would directly erode the mind and will. Though with the strength of Lin Yuan's mind and will, he could completely resist it, there's no need to invite unnecessary trouble. Chaos Tai Chi diagram. With a subtle thought, a Taiji diagram composed of one yin and one yang appeared before him. As a path of chaos power that Lin Yuan had evolved himself, with a mere thought, he could directly gather and activate it. Buzz. The black and white Taiji diagram rotated, faintly beginning to permeate the layers of spacetime around it. Lin Yuan directly placed that strand of demonic qi beside the Chaos Tai Chi diagram. The Chaos Tai Chi diagram, with its yin and yang, black and white, swallowed that strand of demonic qi like a grinding disc. The Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji Dao, originating from chaos, possesses the ability to transform everything into chaos. The strand of demonic qi was swallowed by the Chaos Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram and was continuously crushed by the black and white grinding disc. But after being crushed, the essence of the demonic qi did not change, it remained demonic qi. Then it was crushed again. After repeating this process hundreds of times, that wisp of demonic qi finally transformed into some kind of pure power. Is this the essence of demonic qi? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he closely observed the pure power. Let's see. Lin Yuan immediately began to absorb it. It can be absorbed and refined. It's very suitable for developing the particle world. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. In this way, the biggest problem of resource scarcity in developing the constant sand particle world was resolved. However, the pure power formed after a wisp of demonic qi returns to its origin is really too little. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the resources consumed in developing the constant sand particle world weren't something a few wisps of demonic qi could support. It seems those demons. Lin Yuan was slightly stirred inside. The so-called demons are essentially bred from dense demonic qi, and the demons themselves are highly concentrated demonic qi aggregates. It's predictable that the demons refined by the yin-yang great grinding disc can provide Lin Yuan with pure power far beyond just a few wisps of demonic qi. I'll go out now and give it a try. Lin Yuan felt a stir in his heart and immediately left Qingyun's sacred mountain silently. Over the years at Qingyun Institute, with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, he had long studied the sect protection array of Qingyun's sacred mountain thoroughly. Not to mention entering and exiting Qingyun's sacred mountain silently, even directly mastering the entire Qingyun array was no big deal. Outside Qingyun's sacred mountain, demonic qi wafted. Lin Yuan searched carefully and finally discovered a demon spirit. Although this demon spirit's size wasn't as majestic as the demon that attacked the mountain, it was also a million li long, lying there quietly inhaling and exhaling demonic qi between heaven and earth. Not every demon likes to wander around. Many demons prefer to stay in one place, slowly inhaling and exhaling demonic qi. It's you then. Lin Yuan looked at that demon spirit, a million li-sized demon spirit. How many wisps of demonic qi did it contain? Not to mention, the composition of a demon spirit is essentially a high concentration of demonic qi gathered together. Once such a demon is refined by Lin Yuan, who knows how many resources it would equate to. Quick battle and quick resolution. Looking at the massive demon spirit not far away, Lin Yuan directly activated the chaotic Tai Chi diagram for suppression. Roar! This demon spirit, which was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly felt its inhalation of demonic qi interrupted, and instantly became enraged. Demons don't have complex thoughts, but they do have simple notions like curiosity or anger. The so-called great demon attacking the mountain was due to its curiosity towards Qingyun's sacred mountain, leading it to attempt an attack. Later, when it discovered nothing changed, it lost interest and left. Suppress. Lin Yuan activated the chaotic Tai Chi diagram. As a disciple of the Qingyun Saint sect, he originally possessed 11th rank peak strength, and over the years of cultivation, his true strength had long restored to the Dominator realm. With Dominator realm strength, activating the chaotic Tai Chi diagram, not to mention a mere demon spirit, even a great demon would be forced to flee. Shortly thereafter, the million li-sized demon spirit was suppressed by Lin Yuan. Refine. Lin Yuan drew the demon spirit into his internal universe and immediately activated the chaotic Tai Chi diagram, continuously grinding it down. Swish swish. The giant body of the demon spirit quickly shattered, soon transforming into the purest power, which was swiftly absorbed by Lin Yuan. In a way, I'm actually quite similar to those who have gone mad with demonic influence. As Lin Yuan devoured and absorbed the pure power converted from demonic qi, he thought to himself. The only difference is that while also devouring demons, Lin Yuan absorbs only the demons that have been ground into the purest state by the Chaos Taiji grinding plate, posing no impact on himself. In fact, with the means of this origin world, there must be similar methods to refine demons and then absorb them, like Lin Yuan. However, doing so, demonic qi turned into the purest power, loses that rapid enhancement effect on strength. What cultivators in this world lack isn't resources, but strength to counter demons. Days later, Lin Yuan successfully refined that demon spirit. It's enough for me to develop more than 300 particle worlds. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. If a demon spirit alone had such an effect, how much more could those great demons or even source demons help Lin Yuan? Of course, in the short term, Lin Yuan will only target demon spirits and great demons. As for source demons, even if his full strength were restored, Lin Yuan wouldn't easily target source demons. According to the conclusions drawn by Lin Yuan from the various ancient books he saw at Qingyun Institute, the so-called source demons are most likely related to the legendary demon gods in some way. Recklessly refining a source demon might invite the gaze of a demon god. If Lin Yuan's speculation is correct, the demon gods of this origin world correspond to 13th tier time lifeforms. And judging by the behavior of many demons, it's estimated that the demon gods aren't particularly intelligent, not like the 6 great ancestors, who would look into Lin Yuan's future timeline beforehand and then choose to form a friendship. Time to return. Lin Yuan immediately decided to return to Qingyun's sacred mountain. The vast energy obtained from refining that demon spirit was enough for Lin Yuan to cultivate for a period. And so, Lin Yuan would quietly leave Qingyun's sacred mountain from time to hunt demons outside, fueling his development of particle worlds. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Qingyun's sacred mountain stands tall as the old lair of the Qingyun Saint sect, the top hegemonic force before the great changes in heaven and earth. Inside Qingyun's sacred mountain, numerous small worlds have been opened up. They serve to cultivate fresh blood for the holy sect. Thus, despite much of the external world being occupied by demons, it has managed to persist until now. At the Qingyuan Academy, Lin Yuan hasn't changed much compared to 1,000 years ago, except that his aura has become much more restrained. Steward Chen, they say, demons are immortal. Is there really no way to completely eradicate them? A young disciple, having just exchanged the jade scrolls he needed, couldn't help but inquire as he looked at Lin Yuan. For a millennium, Lin Yuan had been living in seclusion at Qingyuan Academy, occasionally offering guidance to newly admitted disciples. Over time, he gained quite a reputation, and many disciples were happy to consult him. Demons originate from the demonic qi of heaven and earth. If the demonic qi is not destroyed, then demons too will not be destroyed. Lin Yuan calmly said, to completely wipe out the demons of this world, one must erase the source of the demonic qi. The so-called source of the demonic qi is the legendary demon god. Having arrived in this Fang Yuan world for a millennium, Lin Yuan had learned many hidden truths. For example, if demonic qi were likened to sunlight, then the demon god would be the sun. As long as the sun exists, demonic qi will flow ceaselessly. Even if a terrifying demon is completely annihilated, it will be reborn under the endless demonic qi. How can one erase the source of the demonic qi? The young disciple continued to inquire. I don't know either. Lin Yuan shook his head, although he sensed all demonic qi originated from the demon god. He did not know the whereabouts of the demon god. In fact, even if he knew, he wouldn't attempt to erase it, given that the demon god's power capable of causing a world-spanning disaster surely matches at least the 13th tier level. Alright, there's no need for you to think too much. Lin Yuan glanced at the worried young disciple and said offhandedly. The young disciple nodded and immediately left Qingyuan Academy. Just as he reached the entrance of Qingyun Institute, several other young disciples gathered around. Yang, what did you discuss with Steward Chen? The curious young disciples asked. I asked how to completely eradicate the external demons, the young disciple named Yang replied truthfully. What did Steward Chen say? Steward Chen said to defeat demons, you must erase the source of the demonic qi. Yang said, erase the source of the demonic qi? The group of young disciples pondered deeply for a moment. They did not doubt the answer given by Lin Yuan. Over the millennium, although Steward Chen from Qingyuan Academy never displayed any power or skills, he was perceptive and well-informed, to the extent that even elders from the holy sect would occasionally seek his counsel. Given Steward Chen's understanding of demons, why does he stay in Qingyuan Academy? Wouldn't it be better to go beyond and clear the gathering points of demonic qi? It's said that 1,000 years ago, during an operation to clear a gathering point of demonic qi, Steward Chen was corrupted by it, leaving certain hidden concerns. I see. Steward Chen has truly made such great contributions to our holy sect. The young disciples showed great respect. Being corrupted by the demonic qi has severe consequences, and few survive. Deep within Qingyuan Academy, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The waters of this Fang Yuan world run deep, for those eternal sects in the central realms surely have time and life on their side, yet they allow demonic qi to permeate. What is the real reason behind this? Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. This was also the reason that 800 years ago, after regaining peak strength, he continued to hide in Qingyun's sacred mountain. Unable to understand the details of the external world, and hiding in Qingyun's sacred mountain did not hinder Lin Yuan's cultivation and enlightenment. The Qingyun Saint sect's collection of rune inheritance was vast enough for Lin Yuan to study for hundreds or even thousands of years. Additionally, Lin Yuan needed a considerable amount of time to slowly develop his own particle worlds. Coupled with the pervasive demonic qi outside, where demons lurked everywhere, whenever Lin Yuan was in need of resources, he would go out, and would almost always return with plentiful gains. For the cultivators of this world, every demon is terrifying beyond measure, but in Lin Yuan's eyes, so-called demons are just fledglings. Even for those as strong as the great demons, Lin Yuan could effortlessly subdue and then quickly refine them. If not for the fear of the demon god, he would have long ventured to the central realms to hunt those source demons. 8,000 years of cultivation, the chaos yin-yang taiji Dao has reached the peak of the first level. In a short few hundred years to a long few thousand years, it could step into the second level. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The chaos yin-yang taiji Dao is his foundation. Even the means he uses now to refine terrifying demons rely on the chaos yin-yang taiji power.
The stronger the chaos yin-yang taiji Dao, the greater the assistance to Lin Yuan. This kind of support is fundamental, nurturing everything about himself via the great Dao he follows his body, soul, mind, will, and so forth.
And the 13th tier inheritance of the infinite void. This lineage, honed through a millennium of cultivation, has also advanced halfway through the 4th level. A millennium of cultivation has led Lin Yuan to make substantial progress in all aspects, especially after understanding the rune inheritance from the second source world, which greatly aided him in comprehending many rules and great Dao. Of course, among all his gains, the biggest is still the development of particle worlds. By using the rune Dao to stabilize every particle world, and with the inexhaustible demons of this source world, Lin Yuan has now developed 1 billion particle worlds. 1 billion particle worlds. Though there is still a distance to his ultimate goal of the constant sand particle world. The support of 1 billion particle worlds to Lin Yuan is indeed formidable. Now Lin Yuan has 3 major true bodies of his original self, which are located in the chaos void, the first source world, and the second source world. But in terms of strength, the strongest true body is the one in the second source world, and this supremacy is indisputable. Even taking into account the advantages of the universe within the chaos void and the advantages of the fierce sun divine body in the first source world, they are far inferior to the true body in the current source world. I am different from the Abyss Dragon. The particle worlds opened by the Abyss Dragon are just ordinary particle worlds. While the particle worlds I have opened are each reconstructed through the infinite void legacy. Lin Yuan was spirited. The 13th order legacy of the infinite void is a heritage directed at worlds. Any world can be cultivated, and particle worlds are also worlds. It is precisely because of this that even with the enhancement of merely 10 billion particle worlds, it's nearly comparable to the complete constant sand particle world of the Abyss Dragon. As of now, the development of particle worlds is all normal, but it's still best to wait for a complete practice to conclude. Lin Yuan thought to himself that now his true body in the third source world is a pioneer, exploring whether there might be any danger in developing particle worlds. If everything goes smoothly, once this true body has completely developed the constant sand particle world, that would be when the other 2 true bodies begin their cultivation. The reason the true body in the third source world is currently the strongest is because the other 2 have not yet commenced the development of particle worlds. Although the external demons claim to be endless, in the last millennium, as a result of my hunts, the number of demons has noticeably decreased. Lin Yuan thought to himself. A single demon spirit can provide Lin Yuan with resources to develop several hundreds to 1,000 particle worlds. A single great demon can provide the resources and energy for Lin Yuan to develop hundreds of thousands to millions of particle worlds. And so far, Lin Yuan has developed 10 billion particle worlds, giving an idea of how many demon spirits and great demons he has hunted. While demons do not die, should their bodies be utterly obliterated, even upon recovery, it requires an immense amount of time. It seems I need to expand my hunting range to slay more great demons, Lin Yuan thought to himself, as he continued developing particle worlds, becoming acutely aware of the vast amount of resources required. Chaos void. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in a certain desolate void, where strands of breath intertwined in front of him, continuously forming runes, each resembling a manifestation of the great principles of the heavens and earth. This rune Dao is truly effective. Effortlessly replicating numerous rules and great principles lowers the threshold for cultivation significantly. Lin Yuan thought to himself, feeling the intangible rules of the great principles and comparing it to sensing tangible rules. Naturally, the difficulty is different. Before the dramatic change in the third source world, The number of strong individuals must have been incredibly high. Lin Yuan, though unaware of the glorious scene pre-changes, deduced from the uses of the rune Dao that it was undoubtedly a resplendent era of cultivation. It is estimated that even those who achieved the third realm, comparable to the invincible great saints of the Chaos Void, appeared frequently. Keep in mind that even in the second source world, with the 6 major ancestors of the 6 great ancient countries aiding, those who could truly equal the strongest venerable among the invincible great saints were few. Sadly, the rune legacies currently mastered by the Qingyun Saint sect have been almost fully comprehended by me. To gain insight into more profound rune legacies, I need to seek out more powerful sect influences. Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless. More powerful sect influences? The sect influences that have endured under the rampant demons are all exceedingly secretive. Finding their bases would be as hard as ascending to heaven. Lin Yuan knows the whereabouts of several eternal sect forces at the center of the world, but the risk of going is still too great. If possible, Lin Yuan plans to complete the constant sand particle world development before proceeding. Take it slow. If it comes to it, I may as well comprehend the subsequent parts of the rune Dao. Lin Yuan thought, given a portion of the rune Dao legacy, with his against heaven's understanding, he could attempt to create the subsequent parts. But it would take an immense amount of time, and it's uncertain if it would match the original rune Dao. At least for now, Lin Yuan is quite certain that the development and perfection of the rune Dao have undoubtedly gone through numerous 13th order time beings. This simplification of the great principles is only achievable by 13th order time beings who look high from above. 13th order time beings? Lin Yuan did not think his understanding was lower than that of time beings, but their perspective is different, as is the scene they see. The rune Dao created by them is held in high regard by Lin Yuan. Let's continue. Lin Yuan glanced around the desolate void. Centuries ago, he left the galaxy Chaos continent and traversed the Chaos Void, attempting to comprehend the operation of the entire Chaos Void. Of course, on the galaxy Chaos continent, he left an avatar, capable of descending at any time. And with Lin Yuan's current renown in the Chaos Void, being the fastest in history to be certified with the title of Invincible Great Saint, this alone ensures the safety of the galaxy Chaos continent. No great saint dares to cause trouble on the galaxy Chaos continent. Qingyun Sacred Mountain. Inside the highest main hall, the sect master and various elders gathered. In the past 1,000 years, the number of demons nearby has clearly improved. An elder remarked with a puzzled expression. Those younger disciples might not notice, but high-level elders, having experienced several great demon mountain assaults and cleared many places where demonic qi gathered nearby, occasionally encounter some demon spirits. The threat of demon spirits is far less than that of great demons, and upon encountering demon spirits, the elders are not worried, given the sensing ability of demon spirits. They probably haven't even discovered the existence of Qingyun Sacred Mountain. However weak demon spirits might be, they are still demons, and shouldn't just vanish inexplicably. What's particularly odd is that too many demons have disappeared without reason, to the point many elders found it unbelievable. Isn't the reduction in the number of demons a good thing? A few elders expressed some confusion. The fewer demons around Qingyun Sacred Mountain, the safer the sacred mountain would be, wouldn't it? You can't think like that. At this moment, the sect master of the Qingyun Saint sect spoke, his tone deep. Most demons reside permanently in a certain area. If the number of demons in an area decreases, 2 possibilities exist. First is the appearance of a more powerful demon in the area, causing other demons to instinctively retreat. This would lead to a scene where the number of demons decreases. The Qingyun Saint sect master paused for a moment before continuing. The second possibility is that the demons in this area have been devoured, hence the reduction. With these words, all the elders' expressions subtly change. The demons have been devoured? Those capable of devouring demons are most likely demon entrants. And demon entrants, as they grow stronger, increasingly resemble actual demons. A powerful demon entrant is in fact not much different from most demons, perhaps retaining fragmented memories, but emotions are mostly eradicated, to the extent that as they continue to grow stronger, even their memories dissipate quickly. A demon entrant? Has there been another demon entrant in our holy sect? An elder asked with a look of horror. Even they have noticed the reduction in demons in the area, so it's imaginable how many demons this demon entrant has devoured. Having devoured so many demons, even if the demon entrant hasn't touched the field of the third realm of freedom, it probably wouldn't be far off. Compared to external demons, demon entrants are even more terrifying, as they hide within the sacred mountain, and you never know when they might strike. Not necessarily, it might be the first possibility, or perhaps it's something beyond our consideration. The Qingyun Saint Sect's sect master said, in reality, none of the possibilities were favorable. With a reduced number of demons in this area and the loss of a considerable number of demons expelling demonic qi, the concentration of demonic qi in the vicinity will gradually increase, drawing attention from further, more powerful demons. Golden Mist Treasure Land. Lin Yuan observed the operation of the origin source of the source world. 1,000 years have passed, and the irregular fissure connecting to the origin source of the source world has shrunk by 1/10, yet it still does not affect Lin Yuan's ability to observe and comprehend. Rustle. Threads of rune breath interwove before Lin Yuan, attempting to thoroughly imprint the origin source within the irregular fissure. In the next moment, countless strands of runes collapsed. Failed? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, without much surprise. Although theoretically the rune Tao can replicate everything, theory is theory, and reality is reality. Given the vastness of this origin source of the source world, unless Lin Yuan steps into the 13th level to become a time life form, it is entirely impossible to replicate it. Of course, Lin Yuan's attempt to replicate it via the rune Tao was mainly to deeply engage with the operation of the origin source of the source world. Even if replication failed, it wasn't entirely fruitless. Understanding the reasons for failure made insights into comprehending the operation of the origin source clearer, making subsequent comprehension easier. The strange treasures produced by this treasure land can nurture a time constitution, making it easier to comprehend the power of time, and even enable a vague glimpse of one's future timeline. After completely refining this treasure land, Lin Yuan had a deeper understanding of the strange treasures it produced. Over the years, he invested some effort into comprehension, roughly understanding the true use of the golden mist. The ability to vaguely foresee future timelines is perversely unnatural, belonging to the authority of the 13th level time life form. But for Lin Yuan, honestly, it's not very useful. His future is constantly watched over by 6 ancestral figures, completely unnecessary to use this method for glimpsing. Not to mention the vagueness and information discontinuities in the picture, it's exceptionally exhausting. I don't need it, but the other heavenly venerates are different. Lin Yuan's mind slightly shifted. The many heavenly venerates in the 6 great ancient countries surely don't have 6 ancestral figures watching over them at all times. They'd definitely be exceedingly curious about their own futures. Moreover, seeing the vague future timeline also serves as some kind of warning signal. Lin Yuan, being invincible across the 6 great ancient countries, doesn't care about any danger, but ordinary heavenly venerates do. In many comprehensive wars of the 6 great ancient countries, the number of falls among heavenly venerate level powerhouses is quite high. If they could see images of their fall in advance and thereby take precautions, wouldn't it prevent a calamity? Heavenly venerate level powerhouses possess various life-preserving methods. They would not completely fall, but being able to restore the main combatant corporeal form is quite good. These golden mists can indeed all be traded away to acquire the resources to open particle worlds. Lin Yuan conceived a plan. The second true body of the source world opening up multiple particle worlds has already consumed resources far beyond his expectations. With such treasure lands compensating, needless to say, the pressure is considerably lighter. To be sure, given Lin Yuan's status in the hearts of the 6 ancestral figures, just one word would suffice. No matter how much resource it required, the ancestral figures would retrieve it. But this all requires sacrificing interpersonal relationships. The ancestral figures do not give without reservation. Lin Yuan, asking for resources from them, needs to bear causality and return it when stepping into the 13th level in the future. Qingyun's sacred mountain. While Lin Yuan was opening particle worlds, he was also comprehending more cultivation systems of the Fang Yuan world. 3 realms of carefreeness, with carefreeness as the main characteristic. This level of experts is akin to great saint venerables, and the experts of the 3rd realm are benchmarked against invincible great saints and strongest venerables. Lin Yuan pondered secretly. The division of the Great Saint level in Fang Yuan world is much clearer than within Chaos Void or the First Source world, explicitly defining the strength standard of the third carefreeness realm. Rumor has it that in the center of heaven and earth, the strongest heirs of the Eternal Sect possess the power to sweep through the third carefreeness realm? Lin Yuan pondered inwardly. These strongest heirs of the Eternal Sect, by description, should possess strength approaching that of Abyss Dragon? Due to the Rune Dao, the cultivation threshold in Fang Yuan world is much lower than Chaos Void or the First Source world. Rules and avenues are easier to comprehend, leading to more strong entities emerging. Beings born from the opening of the Source world, like Abyss Dragon, in this Fang Yuan world, within 12th level lifeforms, at minimum can approximate, if not surpass or match. Yet Lin Yuan didn't feel too much about this. Approaching Abyss Dragon? As early as 1,000 years ago, Lin Yuan's offensive techniques had already surpassed Abyss Dragon. Moreover, after 1,000 years of cultivation and enlightenment, the so-called Abyss Dragon is merely a trifling matter in front of Lin Yuan, who has now opened 100 billion particle worlds. The rune heritage of the Eternal Sect powers. Lin Yuan yearned immensely, even though he had long surpassed Abyss Dragon. He had to acknowledge the might of this primordial being. The strongest heirs in the central Eternal Sect of this source world reaching nearly Abyss Dragon's level implies their rune heritage's intricacy far exceeds Lin Yuan's current level. Only this way can one amend the gap between later lifeforms and primordial beings like Abyss Dragon. Be aware, before the great upheaval of heaven and earth, the corporeal forms of beings of this Fang Yuan world were still normal. Achieving heights nearly rivaling Abyss Dragons? It was already deemed incredible. Take it slowly, the rune heritage of the Eternal Sect. Once I finish opening the infinite constant sand particle world, I'll go take a look. Lin Yuan calmed his mind, and once again plunged into cultivation. Extremely far from Qingyun's sacred mountain, an immeasurably colossal demon strode forward. It had vast wings, its body surface held countless giant mouths, numbering beyond measure, consuming immense demonic qi flowing into countless giant mouths from all directions. Its pair of jet black wings exceeded 1 trillion miles in length. All this was due to it minimizing the condensed demon body dimensions as much as possible, otherwise, when fully extended, its size would be hundreds or thousands or even 10,000 times greater than now. Source. 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 This colossal demon walked, and innumerable demon spirits and even greater demons instinctively prostrated, calling out in a special language. Source? The troll halted its steps. A thought suddenly surged in its chaotic minda. It wanted to become the source, become the source. Become the source demon. Just a little bit more. The troll's mind was filled with this idea. Now, it was just a little bit away from becoming a source demon. As a demon, its instinct would not allow it to devour its own kind to elevate and transcend. Demonic qi. In just a few breaths, the troll swallowed a gulp of the surrounding demonic qi and began to stride toward an area with thicker demonic qi. There, the troll looked in a direction where the demonic qi density was slightly higher than the surrounding areas. Driven by instinctive desire, the troll continued to devour demonic qi as it moved toward the area with the higher concentration of demonic qi. Qingyun's sacred mountain. Many disciples entered and exited the sacred mountain in an orderly manner, cleansing the areas where demonic qi gathered to prevent the birth of powerful demons. Hey, I found that eliminating demonic qi isn't dangerous, it's quite easy. Yes, over the centuries, I've swept through dozens of times and never encountered any obstacles. A multitude of holy sect disciples were chatting with each other. Don't be careless. At this point, a slightly older disciple spoke up. Indeed, over these centuries, it's rare to encounter any demon spirits, but we must not lose vigilance. After speaking, this disciple glanced at the others. Otherwise, if we do encounter a demon spirit, it could result in heavy casualties. 1,000 years ago, holy sect disciples who went out to cleanse areas of concentrated demonic qi were cautious. Once a demon spirit was encountered, it was a disaster. Any demon spirit had strength close to the 6th realm of longevity. For the elder-level powerhouses, it might not matter, but for ordinary disciples, once invaded by demonic qi, it was virtually a 9 deaths and 1 life situation. The decrease in demon spirits might mean that the demon calamity outside is disappearing? An optimistic holy sect disciple couldn't help but say. Other holy sect disciples were about to join the conversation. Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of oppression swept over in an instant. All at once, every holy sect disciple felt stifled, as if facing an unprecedented colossal entity. At the same time, at the highest point of the sacred mountain, runes began to glow one by one. In an instant, the sect master and the elders appeared there. Rune warning: is a great demon approaching? No, an ordinary great demon wouldn't trigger this many rune warnings. Is it a peak-level great demon? Or a great demon close to becoming a source demon? The hearts of the many elders trembled. A peak-level great demon might still be bearable. With the current defenses of the sacred mountain, there was some hope to fend it off barely. But a great demon close to becoming a source demon? If it's truly such a level of great demon, the only thought of the sect master and the elders is to hope it doesn't discover Qingyun's sacred mountain. Look! The Qingyun saint sect master flipped his right hand, and several runes gathered, creating scenes. In the distance, a towering, sky-shrouding giant troll with massive black wings extending from its back, covered in innumerable giant mouths, was striding rapidly towards them. Wherever the troll passed, demonic qi rushed like a stream into countless giant mouths. In the depths of the Qingyun Institute, Lin Yuan was in secluded meditation, cultivating. The suffocating presence enveloped him, and Lin Yuan felt it too. What is this presence? Lin Yuan opened his eyes. A great demon, an incredibly powerful great demon. A great demon close to becoming a source demon? Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly. For 1,000 years he had hunted hundreds and thousands of great demons, never encountering a great demon of such power. Where is it? Lin Yuan stood up, looked in the direction of the great demon, and suddenly disappeared. At the highest point of Qingyun's sacred mountain, the sect master and the elders watched the scenes of the giant troll with trepidation. The scenes formed by runes were a secret technique of Qingyun saint sect, reportedly originating from the eternal sect at the center of the world, capable of silently scrying distant regions for traces of demons. This giant troll's direction doesn't pass through our Qingyun sacred mountain. It should not pose a danger. After observing for a while, the sect master concluded, and the rest of the elders heaved a sigh of relief. No one wanted to face such a terrifying giant troll, so close to becoming a source demon. The pressure was immense. Just as the elders relaxed, those few who still kept watching the rune's manifestation suddenly had a change of expression, as if witnessing an incredibly astonishing scene. Runes intertwined, forming a clear scene. This method originates from the eternal sect at the center of the world, a unique application of the rune Tao. Even the mighty source demon can't perceive it. The Qingyun saint sect has used this rune projection method to anticipate the course of demons and make corresponding decisions, thus repelling the great demon attacks on the mountain time and again. At this moment, more and more elders of the holy sect noticed something unusual, their eyes fixed on the scene formed by the intertwining runes. The main subject of the scene is still that terrifying giant demon. Its size spans trillions of miles, with black wings on its back, covered in giant mouths, devouring vast amounts of demonic qi at every moment. Though the giant demon is terrifying, what's more unbelievable to the elders and the sect master is that now in the sky above the giant demon's path, a tiny figure has appeared at some unknown time. Compared to the towering giant demon, this figure doesn't even count as small. It's less than dust. If not for the giant demon suddenly stopping mid-stride, perhaps the holy sect elders wouldn't have noticed that figure. What is that? The sect master's thoughts flickered. The rune-woven scene rapidly expanded, and the tiny figure compared to the giant demon also grew larger. Chen Tong, the sect master of Qingyun saint sect, was a bit stunned. As the rune scene enlarged, the tiny figure became clear, showing a young man with hands behind his back, wearing the uniform vestment robe typically worn by the Qingyun saint sect's deacons. The sect master had a deep impression of Chen Tong. 1,000 years ago, it was thanks to Chen Tong that the holy sect's head disciple, who had fallen into demonic ways, was discovered. Later, Chen Tong wanted to go to Qingyun Institute and act as a deacon, which the sect master agreed to, after which no special news about this disciple was heard. The sect master didn't pay attention to this disciple, as the matter with the head disciple falling into demonic ways affected him too, combined with the need for stability in the sect's situation. Yet the sect master never expected to see this disciple again at such a moment. It's Chen Tong, a deacon of Qingyun Institute. The elders of the holy sect also immediately recognized Lin Yuan when the rune scene enlarged. Over the millennium, although Lin Yuan hadn't shown any particular strength, he had shared many insights on demons, which after repeated practice by many elders, were found to be true. With this back and forth, many elders came to know Qingyun Institute's deacon, Chen Tong, for his understanding of demons, sometimes even visiting to inquire about questions regarding demons. Chen Tong? Why is Chen Tong there? What's happening? Although each holy sect elder was deeply puzzled, they also understood that Chen Tong's abrupt appearance before the giant demon was truly bizarre. First of all, how did Chen Tong leave the holy sect? The giant demon is incredibly far from the sect. Not to mention every disciple leaving the sect requires advanced application. Just traversing such a long distance is extremely incredible. Moreover, with the terrifying giant demon's power approaching that of the abyss demon, even its unintentional aura would suffice to suffocate someone as strong as the sect master. Yet Chen Tong remains there, calmly observing from above? As elders, just nearing it a bit would likely result in severe harm and terminal injuries due to demonic qi corrosion. The numerous elders looked at each other, their eyes fixed on the scene woven by runes. Amidst all the elders holding their breath, the terrifying giant demon in the scene clearly grew impatient. The surrounding immeasurable demonic qi hinted at beginning to boil, sweeping toward that tiny figure above. Not good. The sect master's heart sank, given the terrifying strength of the giant demon. If its sweeping demonic qi took effect, even he would be severely injured, simply not a match. The other elders' hearts trembled, instinctively putting themselves in Qingyun Institute's deacon Chen Tong's shoes. However, in the next moment, they witnessed an unforgettable scene. The tiny figure above simply raised his right leg, and lightly stepped down upon the terrifying giant demon. The once overwhelmingly terrifying giant demon staggered backward a few steps, surrounding infinitely boiling demonic qi halted abruptly. With another step, the towering giant demon was directly stomped into the ground, half its body buried. Yet another step. The struggling to rise giant demon was again stomped deep into the earth. The last step. The gargantuan-sized terror of the demon collapsed feebly into a large pit, its magical body weakening, barely holding on. That tiny figure now withdrew his right leg. Compared to the terrifying giant demon, this tiny figure now truly seemed to stand tall. The trillion-mile-tall terrifying giant demon became just an ant beneath his feet. Deathly silence. The grand hall atop Qingyun's sacred mountain sank into deathly silence. The brains of elders, including the sect master, went blank. Many elders, upon seeing Lin Yuan appear above the terrifying giant demon, vaguely realized that this Qingyun Institute deacon was unusual, but never expected it would be so astonishing. That terrifying giant demon close to the source demon only lasted for 4 steps under his presence? It was clear to all. Lin Yuan didn't use his full strength, didn't deploy any killing moves, just simply stepped down 4 times, rendering the terrifying giant demon severely injured and near death. Such strength? Such strength? The sect master of Qingyun Saint Sect trembled in his heart. The terrifying giant demon approaching the abyss demon. Its strength could likely rival the second realm and third realm experts to some extent. And Lin Yuan, who stomped this terrifying giant demon to death, how strong must he be? The second realm? Or the third realm? Even before the great changes in heaven and earth, during the peak era of this world, experts of the third realm were exceedingly rare, especially the third realm, which was considered the strongest below the eternal sect. The founder of Qingyun Saint Sect barely managed to enter the first realm. The sect master of Qingyun Saint Sect took a deep breath, about to speak, when he suddenly noticed Lin Yuan in the rune-woven image, seemingly sensing something, and turning his gaze towards them. Not good. The sect master of Qingyun Saint Sect felt his scalp tingling and unhesitatingly interrupted the rune operation, causing the image to dissipate instantly. The many elders present felt a strange sense of relief when this happened, as if being watched by Lin Yuan would bring enormous pressure. Demonic qi pervades. Lin Yuan looked down at the critically wounded terrifying giant demon below. He glanced towards the direction of Qingyun's sacred mountain. This sense of prying, is it a secret technique that operates based on rune Dao? Lin Yuan pondered inwardly. This sense of prying was extremely subtle, strong as the source demon, could not feel a thing. But Lin Yuan was not a source demon. He was an existence stronger than the source demon. Very clever utilization of runes. Lin Yuan evaluated inwardly. Even he did not immediately notice being spied upon. Guess they've already seen me. Lin Yuan's mind was calm. The sense of prying came from Qingyun's sacred mountain. And he did not hide his actions against the terrifying giant demon. So the holy sect master probably already knew about him. Although his identity was exposed, Lin Yuan didn't mind. His strength had long recovered to its peak state. Plus he had opened 100 billion particle worlds, making this body the strongest among the 3 true bodies. With Lin Yuan's current strength, he could have effortlessly dominated even before the great changes in heaven and earth, let alone now. This demon. Lin Yuan looked again at the limp giant demon below. The giant demon's strength was formidable. In the chaos void, it would be considered great saint level, even more troublesome due to the demonic qi, supported by endless demonic qi, nearly immortal. Each step Lin Yuan took was enough to crush a great saint, but it took 4 steps to render the demon entirely incapable of resistance. This, of course, was because Lin Yuan didn't go all out. He hunted the demon not to kill it entirely but to refine its demon body, extracting its essential power for resource support to open numerous particle worlds. Therefore, Lin Yuan was cautious, fearing one careless move that could cause the demon's form and spirit to shatter. Come in. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan immediately transported the giant demon into one of his particle worlds. Inside, the yin-yang great grinding disc formed by chaos taiji power began grinding, constantly crushing the demon's body repeatedly. After finishing all this, Lin Yuan's figure vanished from the original place. The highest palace of Qingyun's sacred mountain. The many elders remained silent, watching the holy sect master standing above. Sect master, that elder? Finally, an elder summoned the courage to speak, unable to resist asking, naturally referring to Lin Yuan as elder. Qingyun Saint Sect, being a leading power inherited from before great changes in heaven and earth, certainly has its foundation, such as protectors. But even with the elders' rich imagination, they dared not equate Chen Tong with Qingyun Saint Sect's protectors. What a joke! If Qingyun Saint Sect's protectors had such strength, would Qingyun Saint Sect still be oppressed by demons to the point of suffocation? Any demon attacking the mountain would make the Saint Sect tremble? Protectors certainly can't act recklessly, but if they possessed such strength, why would Qingyun Saint Sect be so cautious? I also don't know. The sect master of Qingyun Saint Sect shook his head and said. He knew very little about Lin Yuan. Now seeing the other's strength, he found himself nearly ignorant of this disciple who loyally served at Qingyun Institute. But, in any case, the elder certainly holds no malice toward our Saint Sect. The sect master of Qingyun Saint Sect thought for a while and said. Indeed. Many elders nodded slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, with Lin Yuan's strength, if there were truly any malicious intent, Qingyun Saint Sect would have long ceased to exist. What should we do now? Another elder asked. The other elders looked immediately at the holy sect master upon hearing this. What to do? The sect master of Qingyun Saint Sect exhaled lightly and said solemnly, since our Saint Sect has such an elder in residence, we should naturally pay respects immediately. It was acceptable not to know. Now that they knew and yet did not go to pay respects actively, no matter how bold, the holy sect master dared not do such. Yes, let's pay respects immediately, the many elders nodded. Deep within Qingyun Institute, Lin Yuan had already completely refined the terrifying giant demon soon after returning. The endless demonic qi, crushed millions of times, returned to the source, transforming into an extremely pure energy mass. Enough to support me in opening 60 million particle worlds. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The demon spirit could allow Lin Yuan to open hundreds to thousands of particle worlds. A large demon could provide the resources and energy for Lin Yuan to open hundreds of thousands to millions of particle worlds. And this terrifying giant demon, although still at the large demon level, was verging on a source demon, bringing unprecedented help to Lin Yuan, equivalent to the harvest from hunting dozens of large demons. Moreover, Lin Yuan carefully examined the pure energy mass, faintly sensing an extremely origin source aura from it. This aura, is it the power of the source demon? Lin Yuan speculated. He had never hunted a source demon. But this giant demon was just one step away from being a source demon. Certain parts of itself were likely already evolving toward a source demon. A pity, I don't have the time to wait for it to become a source demon. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. Although the demon was just one step from evolving into a source demon, it was unknown how long it would take to cross that step. Thousands of years? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Even millions? Demons' growth was undoubtedly faster than cultivators, but it also took time, especially the key evolution from large demon to source demon, where even 1,000,000 years seemed little. If Lin Yuan had this time, he would have already gone to hunt a real source demon. This origin source aura, is there a trace of the 13th power? Lin Yuan carefully felt it and concluded, the 13th power was highly distinguishable, supreme over all else. At Qingyun Institute, countless disciples of the holy sect moved in and out at all times. But on that day, numerous disciples of the holy sect were invited out from Qingyun Institute. What's going on? Why are we being sent out? Precisely, I just exchanged for a secret technique and haven't finished copying. Many disciples naturally objected, but upon seeing the sect master personally appear outside the institute, followed by many high-ranking elders, they quickly realized something major had happened and hastened to distance themselves. What exactly happened? Why has the sect master come? And so many elders, it seems all the elders are here. The sect master and all elders are present? How is this possible? Many disciples looked grim. Only on deciding the truly major matters of the sect did the sect master and elders gather, but now? Gathering outside Qingyun Institute? Could it be that Qingyun Institute relates to the sect's survival? Though they couldn't understand, many disciples dared not defy the sect master and elders' orders. All disciples withdrew from Qingyun Institute. The holy sect master steadied himself and glanced at the many elders behind him. At this moment, all elders were also respectful. From the rune-woven image, they understood precisely the terrifying presence they were about to pay respects to, naturally daring not show any disrespect. The 2638th generation sect master of Qingyun Saint Sect, with 456 elders, pays respects to the elder. The sect master of Qingyun Saint Sect bowed towards the depths of Qingyun Institute and said respectfully. The sect master of Qingyun Saint Sect was unsure if Lin Yuan was still inside Qingyun Institute. But if he wanted to meet this elder, there was no other place to go except Qingyun Institute. With Lin Yuan's strength, even if he wasn't currently at Qingyun Institute, he would surely be aware of everything happening here, and their visit would not go unnoticed. Thus, after expressing his respectful intention to meet, the sect master quietly stood in place. If Lin Yuan wanted to see them, they naturally could meet. If he did not wish to meet, the sect master wouldn't dare to force it. It's unknown how much time had passed. A voice echoed beside the sect master's ear. It also sounded in the ears of 456 elders. Come in. Yes. The sect master's mind steadied. Through this response, he was assured that Lin Yuan bore no malice toward Qingyun Saint Sect and perhaps even had goodwill. Otherwise, he wouldn't agree to their visit. Soon thereafter, the sect master and numerous elders stepped into the depths of Qingyun Institute. Here, as they proceeded further inside, the sect master's expression slightly changed, for he could no longer sense the presence of the outside world. As the sect master, he could control Qingyun's sacred mountain at any time, but now he can't detect it, as if this place was completely isolated from the external world. The elder's mastery over time and space. The sect master trembled in shock. Opening up such an independent space within Qingyun's sacred mountain. Such a method was akin to constructing one's den under a tiger's nose. As sect master, he could command everything within the holy sect in a single thought, yet for so many years, he had detected nothing. If Lin Yuan truly harbored any intent to harm the holy sect, he wouldn't be able to resist in the slightest, not even able to react. The sect master and the elders didn't walk for long. Soon, they arrived at a broad space. Sitting cross-legged in the center was a figure, none other than Lin Yuan. Greetings, elder. The sect master immediately bowed. Hundreds of elders behind him likewise bowed. Lin Yuan nodded, then casually asked, "For what reason are you seeking me?" "Elder, not long ago, I used the sect's inherited rune exploration technique and saw that giant demon." The sect master spoke honestly, without hiding Lin Yuan's action that he had glimpsed. In fact, at the end of the rune-spun image, The sect master realized Lin Yuan had already noticed their spying. To hide it at this point would be purely foolish. I've come this time to thank the elder for years of shielding our holy sect. The sect master expressed his gratitude. No problem. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. For 1,000 years, he continued wiping out nearby demon spirits and great demons, significantly reducing the casualties when the holy sect's disciples went out to hunt, which could be considered a form of protection. And given Lin Yuan's character, if Qingyun Saint sect ever truly faced a life and death crisis after he regained his strength, he would not ignore it. With Lin Yuan's power, unless besieged by a group of source demons, Qingyun Saint sect would likely remain as stable as a mountain. Therefore, the phrase, "no problem," was completely justified. That rune exploration secret technique? Lin Yuan asked with interest. He was quite intrigued by the use of runes, feeling it had an intriguing origin, seemingly not created by the Qingyun Saint sect. After all, the founder of Qingyun Saint sect was merely a strong cultivator of the first realm, roughly equivalent to a chaos great saint. How could such a figure have developed a spying secret technique that almost fooled him? Elder, that rune Tao of the spying secret technique originated from the eternal sect at the center of heaven and earth. The sect master immediately replied, "Eternal sect?" Lin Yuan looked at the sect master of the holy sect. According to the information he knew, the eternal sect was a force with a 13th realm time life residing within it. At the dawn of heaven and earth's transformation, the origin of endless demonic qi emerged within the realm of the eternal sect, and even now, countless demons wreak havoc in the world, but the most powerful source demons mainly concentrate in the center of heaven and earth, restrained by the eternal sect. Indeed. The sect master nodded and said, at the beginning of heaven and earth's transformation, the eternal sect often dispatched envoys to travel among our sects, providing some support. That secret technique was given by the eternal sect, specifically used to explore great demons and demons above them. It's just a pity that it's been a long time since the last envoy came. The sect master sighed, speculating that the eternal sect was under significant pressure now and unable to tend to minor factions like theirs. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. No wonder he almost didn't detect the spying secret technique. It turns out it came from the eternal sect. Can you give me those secret techniques? Lin Yuan said directly. These secret techniques from the eternal sect were absolutely not stored within Qingyun Institute, and Lin Yuan had no way to know them. All right. The sect master of the holy sect took out a jade slip, which contained all secret techniques from the eternal sect. For Qingyun Saint sect, no matter how many secret techniques there are, they cannot compare to Lin Yuan's protection. Seeing Lin Yuan begin to explore the secret techniques within the jade slip, the sect master and all the elders immediately wisely retreated. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Lin Yuan roughly browsed through the secret techniques in the jade slip, his eyes shining slightly. The application of these secret techniques to the rune Tao had reached an unbelievable level. Even Lin Yuan was deeply moved upon first sight. 13th level, these secret techniques must have been crafted by someone at the 13th level. Lin Yuan affirmed in his mind. He vaguely perceived the perspective of the 13th level time life from these secret techniques. Only a strong figure capable of observing every timeline at the 13th level could create such perfect secret techniques. Eternal sect. Lin Yuan looked up at the center of the world, then immediately continued to comprehend. After spending half the day, Lin Yuan had essentially comprehended the dozens of rune secret skills recorded in the jade slip. These secret techniques cover various aspects, enough to show that at the beginning of the great change of heaven and earth, the eternal sect indeed plans to help numerous sects and forces to overcome their difficulties. The inheritance of rune Tao is truly profound. Lin Yuan felt deeply moved, originally thinking that his understanding of the rune Tao, though not at the level of complete comprehension, had gotten him most of the way, yet now seeing these dozens of secret techniques from the eternal sect. Lin Yuan then realized he was still far from comprehending the rune Tao fully. The two primordial spirits have already explored to very distant regions. Lin Yuan gazed deeply, ever since discovering a lack of demon quantities nearby. Lin Yuan sent out the two primordial spirits to explore further regions, firstly to hunt more demons. Secondly, to find forces similar to Qingyun Saint sect, and then obtain corresponding rune inheritances. This was also the reason for deploying his true self when terrifying demons appeared. With the two primordial spirits not by his side, as for recomposing them, there's no need. Continue developing the particle worlds. Lin Yuan pulled back his thoughts, having just refined the terrifying demon close to Source Demon, resources were abundant. For every particle world developed, Lin Yuan's strength would gain slightly. In a place extremely distant from Qingyun Sacred Mountain, Lin Yuan Taiyan primordial spirit sat cross-legged, sending avatars to explore in all directions. The strength of the avatars was far inferior to the true self, primarily for paving the way. They would handle whatever they could, and if it couldn't be handled, the Taiyan primordial spirit would step in. Using avatars in a carpet exploration was currently the most efficient method Lin Yuan could think of. Even if encountering danger, dissolving the avatars was sufficient. According to ancient records collected by Qingyun Institute, before the Great Change in heaven and earth, the forces in this Fang Yuan world were divided into 5 levels. Lin Yuan contemplated, the first level, naturally, is the eternal sect, with a 13th level time life presiding, eternal and immortal. The second level of forces is the Supreme Saint sect, with a transcendental third realm strong figure presiding, which is equivalent to the invincible Great Saint, strongest venerable level strong figures. The third level would be ordinary saints like Qingyun Saint sect, founded by someone who stepped into the transcendent 3 realms. In fact, Qingyun Saint sect barely entered this level. For the 4th and 5th levels, they were forces established by longevity 6 realms strong figures, numerous in quantity. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In this Fang Yuan world, due to the widespread Rune Dao, there were many longevity 6 realms strong figures. Only by stepping into transcendent 3 realms could one be considered ascending to heaven. But after exploring for so long, even the 2nd level Supreme Saint sect forces, let alone 3rd level Saint forces, haven't been discovered. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He wanted to discover forces that had been broken by demons. As for those that could still continue their inheritance, those were basically hidden deeply, making them extremely difficult to find. Forces and sects broken by demons certainly would not leave any cultivators, but many inheritances, especially Rune Dao inheritances, would likely have remains. Those demons had no interest in inheritance, they only craved to devour life. And when a sect force was broken, the sect master often leaves a glimmer of hope for the sect inheritance, at least allowing future cultivators who get close to discover their own inheritance. Over the years, apart from hunting demons, Lin Yuan's 2 primordial spirits, when exploring externally, also searched for forces that were broken by demons, to gain the remaining Rune Dao inheritance. However, so far, the 4 sites Lin Yuan discovered were all 4th level and 5th level sects. Even if there were rune inheritances remaining, they didn't help Lin Yuan much. Lin Yuan aspired to obtain higher level sect force sites, at least saint level sect sites. Sadly, after the Great Change, all major sects controlled the migration of their main bases to avoid the demon disaster, causing pre-change maps to be useless. Only forces like the Eternal Sect have means to detect the exact positions of some sect forces. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. For instance, the Qingyun Saint sect, their main base Qingyun Sacred Mountain was a weapon at the transcendent 3 realms level, even able to take all sect disciples away in times of necessity. Take it slow. Lin Yuan was not anxious, always monitoring the exploration results of numerous avatars. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. One of his avatars discovered a sect site. This site had extremely chaotic time and space. Even after being completely broken by demons, over billions of years, it was slowly recovering. The numerous grand formations of the site began to revive. This site is extraordinary indeed. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, carefully observing the distant site. The protective array of this ruin once faced complete destruction, more than once. But every time after destruction, it could slowly recover? Lin Yuan observed carefully. Shortly after discovering this sect's ruin, his Taiyan primordial spirit had arrived. At least, it's the ruin of a saint sect level force. Its foundation is far more terrifying than the Qingyun Saint sect. Lin Yuan pondered to himself. The Fang Yuan world defines saint sect level forces as those with strong figures at the 3rd realm in charge. The 3rd realm aligns with the great saints of the Chaos Void, as well as the heavenly venerates of the First Source world. Among them, the third realm is the threshold for the Supreme Saint sect, a second-tier force in this world. Beneath the Supreme Saint sect are the Saint sect level forces. Among the Saint sect level forces, there are distinctions between higher and lower tiers. For instance, the Qingyun Saint sect is considered a weaker Saint sect. Its founder just barely reached the third realm. After the great change in the world, the current strongest of Qingyun Saint sect is no longer at the third realm, but at the peak of longevity sixth realm. The peak of longevity sixth realm corresponds to the peak revered ones of the chaos void. Logically, Qingyun Saint sect should have lost its status as a saint sect long ago. But due to the magic disaster, they were able to continue their title as a saint sect. It must be the work of a source demon. Lin Yuan observed the traces near the ruin, among which a critical strike almost penetrating the protective sect array faintly had traces of demonic qi dissipating. It was at least from a source demon level magic that could cause such an occurrence. Source demon? Lin Yuan was not too surprised. Most source demons are gathered in the center of the world, but it doesn't mean there are no traces of source demons elsewhere. It's just that their numbers are extremely low. Lin Yuan observed from outside for a while, then walked inside. The protective sect array of this ruin hadn't recovered yet, making it impossible to stop Lin Yuan. Soon, Lin Yuan reached the deepest part of the ruin. It was empty, only a statue stood firm. Runes? Lin Yuan saw beneath the statue, inscribed with dozens of runes, with slight movement of the mind, extending from these dozens of runes, 3 final runes came forth. During the invasion of magic disasters, many sect forces, before their sect gates were broken by magic, generally would leave their core legacies to be passed on to future cultivators. After all, magic is not interested in cultivation legacies, and to unlock a legacy you need to rely on rune Dao, which magic obviously cannot achieve. Of course, some sect forces leave tests beyond the core legacy, for filtering purposes, since many legacies aren't suited for every cultivator. Buzz, as Lin Yuan extended the final 3 runes, the whole statue began to vibrate slightly, and a figure of a man wearing a dark red cloak emerged. Descendant. The man in the dark red cloak looked at Lin Yuan. My name is Li Hong. I don't know how long it has been since you saw my imprint, whether the magic disaster has ended, but in my era, the magic disaster just began 1 trillion years ago. I am currently being hunted by a source demon. Probably can't hold on much longer. Li Hong, the founder of Li Hong Saint Sect? Lin Yuan thought to himself. As a saint sect before the great change in the world, Qingyun Saint Sect naturally documented detailed information about other saint sects. Among them, Li Hong Saint Sect is quite renowned. Its founder, Li Hong, was a powerhouse at the peak of the second realm. That source demon is too powerful. I feel not even the eternal sun can compare. I have no power to resist, only to keep fleeing, said Li Hong, in a dark red cloak. The so-called eternal sun is the strongest heir of each major eternal sect, possessing strength that surpasses the third realm. Stronger than the eternal sun? Lin Yuan was shocked. The eternal sun had approached the abyss dragon. Stronger than the eternal sun? Wouldn't that be equivalent to or surpassing the abyss dragon? How is this possible? The abyss dragon was the first being born in the first source world, carrying countless opportunities and karma, possessing terrifying talent. The eternal sons of this source world, through special rune legacies, and the dedication of each 13th level powerhouse, reached a degree close to the abyss dragon, which can be understood. But to be equivalent or surpassing the abyss dragon? How is this possible? Even Lin Yuan found it hard to comprehend. He could easily surpass the abyss dragon because he had a different dimension's heavenly Tao comprehension and against heaven's understanding, but source demon? What exactly is magic? Lin Yuan frowned slightly. For 1,000 years, he hunted many demon spirits, great demons, but still hadn't completely figured out this existence. It's said that when killed by a source demon, magic qi would infiltrate the mind and will. No amount of split avatars or life-saving measures are useful. As for self-destruction, as long as there exists a causal connection, a source demon will relentlessly pursue. Li Hong said, with a calm expression, since I embarked on the cultivation path, I have never felt such oppression. Lin Yuan listened. Regarding the various means of source demons, he had seen ancient records documented in Qingyun Saint Sect. Since death is unavoidable, I have left this statue in advance. containing the path of my legacy, especially the rune Tao, which is the Tao handed down by each eternal lord. Li Hong continued. The Eternal Lord is the term this source world's beings use for 13th level time-based life forms. Different worlds have different terms for 13th level time-based life forms. For example, in the first source world, time-based life forms regard themselves as ancestors. Rune Tao, Lin Yuan immediately listened attentively. Although Li Hong wasn't as powerful as Lin Yuan, as a peak second realm wanderer, his understanding of runes certainly had unique insights. Especially since he had met with several eternal lords and received their guidance, his comprehension of runes would surely surpass that of the Qingyun Saint sect. I have listened to the sermons of the eternal lords many times. The cloaked in a dark red cloak, Li Hong, smiled slightly and said, each eternal lord's understanding of the rune Tao is profound and vast, sufficient for us to research for a lifetime. Lin Yuan listened silently. The Li Hong in front of him was only an imprint without consciousness, and everything he said was a fixed program, so Lin Yuan didn't plan to ask questions. But among all the eternal lords, it is the Lord of Heaven Light's understanding of the rune Tao that I admire the most, said Li Hong, clad in a dark red cloak. I don't mean to belittle the other lords, but I feel that the rune Tao articulated by the Lord of Heaven Light is the most perfect. Li Hong paused for a while, as if lost in some kind of memory, and continued after a long time. The ultimate pursuit of the Lord of Heaven Light in the understanding of the rune Tao is omnipotence. Omnipotence? Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. Indeed, omnipotence. Li Hong's look exuded awe. For instance, if you wish to recreate the vast world we are in, you can use the rune Tao to open and reproduce it. If you want to revive a past fallen strong third realm wanderer, you can achieve that with the power of runes. The ultimate pursuit of the rune Tao as understood by the Lord of Heaven Light is omnipotence, using the rune Tao to accomplish anything. Even intending to completely kill another eternal lord can be done. Eternal lords foresee the future and can see various possibilities for themselves. It is extremely difficult to kill an eternal lord, but if one comprehends the rune Tao to its utmost, reaching the theoretical level of omnipotence, it is possible to completely kill an eternal lord. Not only that, but using the omnipotent rune Tao, one could even create a new eternal lord. Of course, even the Lord of Heaven Light hasn't reached this level, it's merely an aspirational pursuit at this point. Said Li Hong, draped in a dark red cloak. Lin Yuan felt a shock in his heart. The Lord of Heaven Light is one of the 13th time lifeforms in this Fang Yuan world, as recorded in the Qingyun Saint sect's archives. Lin Yuan just hadn't expected that the Lord of Heaven Light held such a pursuit for runes. Omnipotence? In reality, Lin Yuan also mastered a form of omnipotent power. And that is the world-breaking origin force. According to the information emerging from the Myriad Realms Gate, the world-breaking origin force could achieve anything. In theory, as long as there is a sufficient amount of world-breaking origin force, it's possible to completely kill a 13th level time life form. However, the required amount of origin force for this would be a number likely beyond reach. But in comparison to the rune omnipotence pursued by the Lord of Heaven Light, the omnipotence of world-breaking origin force is an established fact. Rune Tao. Lin Yuan composed himself, realizing the potential from the pursuit of the rune Tao by the Lord of Heaven Light. Although it is unclear if the rune Tao can ultimately reach the level of omnipotence, there is at least a faint hope. Otherwise, the Lord of Heaven Light, as a time life form, would not have conceived such an aspiration. And Lin Yuan cannot comprehend a bit about the world-breaking origin force. The essence of this power is too high. Lin Yuan can only sense its existence through the Myriad Realms Gate. Without the gate, he wouldn't know of this power at all. Now that he understands the theoretical end of the rune Tao, which is akin to the world-breaking origin force, he could deeply comprehend the rune Tao to indirectly witness the origin force. In comparison to using the world-breaking origin force as a means to achieve omnipotence, Lin Yuan desires more to realize omnipotence through himself, rather than relying on external objects. I admire the Lord of Heaven Light, so the rune Tao path I comprehend leans towards what the Lord of Heaven Light would take. The Li Hong said, draped in a dark red cloak, and the rune Tao I comprehended is generally divided into three categories. One is attack, another is defense, and the last is escape for life. The attack type rune Tao is called Li Hong's Light, and it's my most powerful killing technique, forming a beam of Li Hong's light composed of 26,835 runes, penetrating everything. Even a third realm strong wanderer must avoid its edge in defense at my strike. Li Hong's tone contained a deep-seated dissatisfaction. Utilizing the killing power of this rune technique, if I could move one step ahead and step into the third realm against that source demon, I might not be without a chance to fight. Li Hong's light? Lin Yuan observed carefully, as the Li Hong, cloaked in dark red, was demonstrating as he explained this kind of rune Dao, forming a dark red beam of light from interwoven runes. Though Li Hong's light referred to a few attack methods passed down from the Lord of Heaven Light, it is also something I've developed. Later, you can view the many legacies recorded within this statue and evaluate them at your will. Li Hong, clad in a dark red cloak, exuded confidence in his tone. The second type of defensive rune Dao I named Li Ding Dao, which turns runes into a cauldron, perfect and unbreakable. I once used this rune technique to withstand 10 breaths before a third realm strong wanderer. Li Hong's face showed a trace of pride. To withstand 10 breaths at the third realm level as a second realm wanderer was already quite commendable. As for the life-preserving rune Dao, it's called Blood Rainbow Undying Skill, capable of cultivating thousands of blood rainbow bodies. Unfortunately, there is still causal connection between the different blood rainbow bodies. Otherwise, would that source demon dare to kill me? Dream on. Li Hong's expression showed determination. Clearly, he had a strong desire to survive when facing true life and death situations. The specific cultivation methods for these 3 rune Daos, as well as the rune Dao left behind by various eternal lords, are all stored within the statue. Li Hong, gazing at Lin Yuan. The rune Dao path I take, I won't set any tests. Any normal cultivator can practice it, no need for pointless tests. But after your comprehension, don't destroy the statue, leave a glimmer of hope for the successors. Li Hong finished speaking, sighed, and closed his eyes, murmuring to himself. Great Lord of Heaven Light, why did you not step forward to stop that demon disaster? Li Hong spoke lastly with a tone full of doubt before swiftly collapsing. Lord of Heaven Light. Lin Yuan was also curious about the status of the various eternal lords. Could they have been obstructed by the demon god? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan immediately penetrated his mind into the statue. Before me, 6 cultivators have come and comprehended the legacies inside. Lin Yuan immediately noticed the imprints inside the statue. Each comprehender would leave a trace within the statue, and Lin Yuan was the 7th comprehender. This was normal. According to Li Hong's words, this ruin existed since the initial major shift in heaven and earth, so over such a long period, having several cultivators discover the ruin was only natural. The rune Dao legacies left behind by the eternal lords. The first thing Lin Yuan comprehended was these. Qingyun Saint sect had also collected some rune Dao legacies, but few were related to the eternal lords, primarily because the founder of Qingyun Saint sect had just stepped into the third realm, inferior to old-timers like Li Hong, at the peak of the second realm. Lord of Heaven Light. Within the statue were more than 20 rune Dao paths left by the Lord of Heaven Light. The more Lin Yuan comprehended, the more amazed he became. He had never understood a 13th level legacy. In the Chaos Void, the first source world, especially the latter, progenitors had left 13th level legacies for Lin Yuan to comprehend. But compared to the rune Dao left by the Lord of Heaven Light, Lin Yuan felt a very obvious gap. The rune Dao left by the Lord of Heaven Light had a profound understanding of runes, remarkably high even at the 13th level. Could this Lord of Heaven Light be a Time Lord? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Time Lord, at the peak of the 13th rank, has reached a stage where time beings begin to consolidate their timeline, striving to unify the past, present, and future. In order to advance to a higher level. In the first origin world, among the 6 ancestors of the ancient country, even the strongest, Dafu ancestor, is far from reaching the Time Lord. However, as Lin Yuan observes and comprehends the rune Dao passed down by the Lord of Heaven Light, its description of the essence of runes far exceeds any 13th rank legacy Lin Yuan has ever seen. This leads to the speculation that the Lord of Heaven Light might be a Time Lord. Perhaps it is just a powerful time being. Lin Yuan steadied himself. He is still at a much lower level, not even reaching the 13th rank, and cannot judge whether the Lord of Heaven Light is actually a Time Lord. These Rune Dao legacies are very helpful to me. Lin Yuan spent several days comprehending many of the legacies within the statue, especially related to the Rune Dao, and a smile appeared on his face. Particularly the rune legacies from various eternal lords, which provided Lin Yuan with a clear view of the essence of the Rune Dao path. The Lord of Heaven Light's ultimate pursuit of the Rune Dao is omnipotence. Other eternal lords also have their pursuits regarding the Rune Dao, allowing Lin Yuan to vaguely sense the methods of each eternal lord. It's still too little. Lin Yuan looked at the statue in front of him, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The legacies passed down by the eternal lords are so precious that even Li Hong at the pinnacle of the second realm only obtained a part, and as for more, there were none. Continue to explore other sect relics. Lin Yuan's thoughts gathered, believing that the direction he chose is correct. In the short term, before fully developing the infinite constant sand world, he would not easily approach the center of the world or have any contact with the demon god. But the various legacies left by the eternal lords can be found within the many sect relics. Even if not complete, they are enough for Lin Yuan. A Supreme Saint sect level force should have more eternal lord legacies. Lin Yuan thought to himself, those capable of establishing a Supreme Saint sect are all at the third realm of Xiaoyao. Such powerful beings generally have many ties with the eternal sect. Attempting to cross into the third realm of Xiaoyao alone is too difficult. With connections to the eternal sect, naturally, there are many legacies regarding the eternal lords left behind. Even for a Supreme Saint sect level force, if targeted by a source demon, it would struggle to retreat fully. Lin Yuan silently thought through Li Hong. He was well aware of the power of the source demon, equivalent to the abyss dragon. Without going through 1,000 years of cultivation, even Lin Yuan did not have full confidence to slay it. First Origin World. Capital of the Fierce Sun Kingdom, Galaxy Royal Mansion. Meng Shi and several disciples taken in by Lin Yuan came to seek an audience as usual. This was also the rule set by Lin Yuan. Every so often, the disciples could ask about their confusions regarding cultivation in the martial Dao. Master. Meng Shi and the disciples were very respectful, looking at the young man sitting cross-legged. Runes intertwined and collided, vaguely sketching a vast world. However, the level of the runes was too high for Meng Shi and the others to discern the whole picture. Even if they couldn't understand or fully see, the disciples felt that each rune contained infinite mysteries, seeming like part of the essence of heaven and earth. The runes in front of Master, even a single one gives me a feeling that surpasses those peak venerables. What exactly are these runes? Meng Shi and the disciples were shocked. They could sense that each rune was casually condensed by Lin Yuan, thousands of runes continuously interweaving and colliding. It is said that Master is currently the unquestioned strongest among the 6 ancient countries. Even the 6 ancestors look upon him with new eyes and give him great importance. Being able to become a disciple under Master is a tremendous fortune. Meng Shi and the disciples thought to themselves. As they spent more time under Lin Yuan, they became more aware of the weight carried by the title Galaxy Venerate, a status that even the ancestors would respectfully accommodate. In the 6 ancient countries, the ancestors are the supreme beings. Since the founding of the Da Fu ancient country, no heavenly venerate has ever warranted such respect from the ancestors. Even the 2nd and 3rd ancestors in the heavenly venerate level failed to attract the attention of Da Fu ancestor. At that time in the Thousand Fang domain, I was worried I would implicate Master, fearing Master couldn't withstand the Thousand Teeth King's retaliation. Meng Shi thought, now it seems, what is the trivial Thousand Fang domain to Master? Even the Emperor of Da Ling ancient country must bow in respect before Master? State any doubts you have in your cultivation. Lin Yuan dispelled the runes in front of him and looked at his disciples. These disciples were selected by Lin Yuan as the most suitable for martial cultivation, with the highest potential for the martial Dao across the 6 ancient countries. In the future, after Lin Yuan enters the 13th rank and establishes the 7th ancient country, these disciples will handle many affairs, so he regularly guides them. This is the representative face of martial cultivators for a long time to come, so Lin Yuan naturally needs to cultivate them well. Master, time is like flowing water, but how does it flow, and to where does it head? Meng Shi was the first to speak, being a being with time talent in martial arts. Lin Yuan thought highly of Meng Shi. Such talent is on par with those time-blooded miraculous beings in the chaos void. Upon reaching the 12th level of perfection, one can vaguely perceive many potential scenes of the future. Time. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, his thoughts moved slightly, and a rune gathered and emerged. This rune is the time symbol from the second source world, infinitely complex, yet after complete condensation, it flows like a winding river of time. The rune Tao of the second source world replicates everything in existence, including the rules within its scope. This Meng Shi stared at the rune before Lin Yuan, feeling as if this rune were alive. He truly witnessed the vast Tao of time. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Meng Shi watched with fascination for a while and solemnly bowed to Lin Yuan. To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is acceptable. Moreover, he has now seen the Tao rather than merely hearing it. Lin Yuan effortlessly conjures the rune of time, which is the great Tao in his heart. Other disciples were also observing that time rune, and even though they hadn't embarked on the path of time, witnessing such an essence-revealing rune was immensely beneficial for them. "Master, I." Quickly, the second and third disciples stepped forward. Lin Yuan answered their queries one by one, and ultimately condensed the corresponding runes. The rune inheritance of the second source world, its replication of the Tao of rules, is truly unbelievable, drastically lowering the threshold for cultivation. Especially the runes condensed by Lin Yuan eloquently expressed the essence of the rules. Second source world. Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit swiftly passed towards a direction. "I have already subdued 36 great demons, having sent all manifestations to the main body. Regarding the sect's influence ruins, one saint sect level ruin has been discovered, though it pales compared to the Li Hong saint sect, offering little aid to me." Lin Yuan thought while glancing further afield. "Now, let's begin exploring even further. This Fang Yuan world is vast and boundless. According to Qingyun Saint Sect's map, Lin Yuan's current position is analogous to the corner near the edge of this heaven and earth. Actually, the demonic calamity of this Fang Yuan world benefits me more than it harms. At least it doesn't draw the attention of the eternal lords," Lin Yuan mused. Absent the influence of demonic calamities, it can be foreseen that with Lin Yuan's continuous growth and gathering of rune inheritance, he would inevitably draw the eyes of eternal sects and even eternal lords. The eternal lords, as beings of time, can observe many future timelines, but within this Fang Yuan world, considering the presence of beings like the Lord of Heaven Light, are unlikely to befriend Lin Yuan with full force like the ancestors of the 6 ancient countries. The ancestors of the 6 ancient countries adopted such an approach because they envisioned the inevitability of Lin Yuan's future timeline. But the Lord of Heaven Light? If this time being truly is a Time Lord, observing enough timelines far enough, might see the timeline where Lin Yuan cannot cross into the 13th layer. Thus, potentially intervening in the layout of his path. Of course, this is merely a possibility. Yet it's Lin Yuan's concern. Until he crosses into the 13th layer, Lin Yuan is reluctant to interact with overly powerful time beings. Is that? Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped, looking towards a valley below, lifting his brows slightly. He faintly sensed rune fluctuations within the valley. Another sect ruin? Lin Yuan felt a glimmer of joy. Ruins of sect influences are akin to free gift bags for him. And even the weakest sect is beneficial, though the aid might be limited. Let's take a look. Lin Yuan did not enter the valley but approached to examine carefully. However, as Lin Yuan approached within a certain range of the valley, runes instantly covered the surroundings, and a golden figure with cold eyes condensed at the height of the valley. This Lin Yuan appeared wary. The runes surrounding him gave a feeling that far exceeded the rune inheritance left by Li Hong. This valley's sect ruin at least reached the Supreme Saint sect level. Since you have arrived, you are a cultivator. The trial begins. This sect's inheritance is unique, requiring trial completion before comprehending. The golden figure with cold eyes at the valley height looked down upon Lin Yuan, speaking in a calm tone. Enter. Having finished, the golden figure waved a hand, preparing to teleport Lin Yuan into the trial space. An invisible ripple enveloped Lin Yuan, intending to draw him into a certain space. The golden figure was slightly taken aback, realizing it couldn't move Lin Yuan at all. Can't be pulled? The golden figure paused slightly. This place's ruins have an unimaginably large origin, even a peak expert of the third realm cannot resist. They would be forcibly dragged into the trial space. But Lin Yuan? The golden figure closely observed Lin Yuan. Although unaware of this young man's methods, his life aura fluctuated. It was only at the normal level of the third realm. Yet he easily blocked the figure's forceful pull. Is his comprehension of spacetime very deep? The golden figure thought secretly. The essence of his forceful drag was to borrow the spacetime rule. If the opponent is also proficient in the spacetime rule, it's understandable that he couldn't do anything. However, to reach the level that the golden figure couldn't handle due to spacetime rule comprehension is extremely rare. Not many of the strongest inheritors among all eternal sects, called eternal sons, have such comprehension. In this world, countless cultivators comprehend rules through the rune Dao, which certainly lowers the threshold but doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The difficulty of comprehending space-time rules becomes harder the deeper you go. I estimate he has almost transcended the space-time rules themselves. The golden figure judged internally. So-called transcending the space-time rules itself means half a foot out of the ninth realm. Only then could he return without success. Didn't expect to encounter a treasure this time. The golden figure thought. The stronger the tester, the higher the comprehension of the rules, the more hopeful they're to pass the trial. And his existence's meaning is to cultivate a tester who can pass all the trials. It seems now that Lin Yuan has a faint hope of passing all the tests. Almost got dragged away. Lin Yuan was also shocked internally. The runes spread across the world operated simultaneously. If not for his comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule nearing its limit, he would have been forcibly transferred. Currently, only the Taiyang divine spirit of Lin Yuan appears here, and many methods cannot be deployed. Since the true self needs to open up the infinite constant sand particle world, all resources are prioritized for the true self. Thus, the strength of the Taiyang divine spirit is at the level of the strongest venerable, invincible great saint, equivalent to the third realm of this world. The Taiyang divine spirit lacks the Taiyan, chaos Taiji Dao has its limitations. If the Taiyang divine spirit and Taiyan primordial spirit merge into the Taiji primordial spirit, even if it's still not as powerful as the true self, it would also surpass the strongest venerable, invincible great saint, comparable to entities like the abyss dragon. Little one, don't worry, I mean no harm. The golden figure said softly, treating a tester like Lin Yuan, who has a faint hope, with great patience. Where do you want to send me? Lin Yuan asked directly. Previously discovered numerous sect relics have never encountered such a situation. Forcibly moving himself to an unknown space where risks and details are unknown, naturally, Lin Yuan was unwilling. It's a trial space. As long as you pass the trial space, you can obtain the ultimate inheritance. The golden figure showed no impatience. Trial space? Lin Yuan understood. The runes around this valley obviously come from cultivators, for which Lin Yuan was already prepared. Which holy sect's trial space is this? Lin Yuan inquired. Not to mention others, just the rune means that almost forced him to be moved far exceeded those of Qingyun Saint Sect and Lihong Saint Sect. Lin Yuan speculated it must be the handiwork of some supreme saint sect. Which holy sect? The golden figure glanced more at Lin Yuan and shook his head. This is not a holy sect's trial space. Not a holy sect's trial space. A hint of doubt flashed across Lin Yuan's face. If it's not a holy sect's trial space, then whose trial space is it? The creator of this trial space is the great master of Wushan, the golden figure said. Master of Wushan. Lin Yuan's heart leapt. The master of Wushan is the eternal lord of this Fang Yuan world, which is a 13th level time existence. Information Lin Yuan acquired reveals that the master of Wushan is very mysterious. He did not establish an eternal sect, acting alone, entering the 13th tier by the way of painting. The paintings of the master of Wushan contain infinite mysteries, said to be paintings but are more so complete worlds. In the pursuit of the master of Wushan, he wishes to paint a great painting, comparable to this Fang Yuan world. Is this trial space opened by the master of Wushan? Lin Yuan looked at the golden figure and couldn't help but ask. Isn't that obvious? The golden figure replied seriously. Why did the master of Wushan open this trial space? Lin Yuan didn't have much doubt. The eternal lords of this Fang Yuan world have immeasurable influence. No strong person dares to impersonate an eternal lord. The master of Wushan had some forethought before the magical disaster's arrival. Realizing this world would fall into eternal oblivion, so he opened numerous trial spaces in advance to cultivate testers strong enough after the magical disaster's arrival. The master of Wushan hopes to cultivate a new eternal lord to cleanse the magical disaster. The golden figure said, he originally didn't need to inform the tester of this information, but now, if he doesn't clarify, the young man in front of him would probably not enter the trial space. I see. Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. The Eternal Lord can observe future timelines. The magical disaster's arrival is a sudden calamity for those below the 13th tier, but in the eyes of time existences, it should have long been seen. Initially, Lin Yuan was curious as to why no 13th tier intervened when the magical disaster was rampant. Now it seems the eternal lords of this Fang Yuan world had long been quietly arranging matters in advance. For example, this magical trial space. Is the master of Wushan held back by the demon god? Lin Yuan asked the question that puzzled his heart. Compared to nurturing a new eternal lord to sweep away the demon calamity, it would certainly be simpler and easier for a 13th stage time being to take action directly. The eternal lord is not so easily cultivated. It can even be said that the eternal lord cannot be cultivated. Among the 6 ancestors of the first Fang Yuan world, all 5 ancestors after Da Fu ancestor had not received special training from their predecessors before stepping into the 13th stage. The master of Wushan wants to cultivate a new eternal lord through the trial space, but the hope is very slim. Therefore, Lin Yuan speculated that the master of Wushan could not be free, and the last possible thing to hold him back could only be the demon god. Demon god? The golden figure shook his head. Though powerful, the demon god cannot hold back the great master of Wushan. Not the demon god? Lin Yuan became even more surprised. Then who? I do not know either. The golden figure replied, the demon god is not the source of the demon calamity. Alright, I've said all I can say. This trial space was crafted with painstaking care by the master of Wushan, and the ultimate inheritance contained within elaborates on the essence of the rune Dao. The golden figure looked at Lin Yuan and said, with your understanding of space-time mastery, you still have a faint hope of passing. Even if you don't pass, you can gain part of the inheritance, which will greatly benefit you. Now tell me, do you want to enter the trial space? The golden figure asked. The trial space of the Eternal Lord. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then asked, is there any danger? If there was danger, Lin Yuan planned to come back after reaching the peak of his cultivation. After all, the trial space was here, and it wasn't going anywhere. Lin Yuan could attempt at any time. Danger? The golden figure sighed. After witnessing the demon calamity massacre countless cultivators, the master of Wushan would not set up dangers within the trial space. If you find the trial insurmountable, I will bring you out, without any danger. The golden figure said with emotion, if not for the high threshold of the master of Wushan's inheritance which could cause irreparable impact if unqualified cultivators forced comprehension, there might not even be a trial. For beings like the master of Wushan, spreading his inheritance without any trials would be filled with ill intent. Setting up a trial is an act of mercy. It prevents cultivators unsuitable for the inheritance from suffering irreparable losses. Then I am willing. Lin Yuan nodded immediately. The master of Wushan is a 13th stage time being, so how could Lin Yuan not desire his inheritance? Moreover, with no danger, isn't that like being given for free? How could Lin Yuan refuse? Alright. The golden figure looked at Lin Yuan and said, do not resist next. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. Buza runes echoed around. A space-time fluctuation engulfed Lin Yuan, instantly pulling him into a mysterious space. Where is this place? Lin Yuan looked around. This is a vast world. Lin Yuan's eyes caught those 3 giant paintings, hanging at the center. These 3 giant paintings consisted of a youth in golden armor, exuding a terrifying aura that transmitted even across the enormous canvas. Next was a charming lady wearing nearly transparent gauze, her lips slightly upturned, invisible spiritual power. No ordinary strong practitioner in the third realm dared gaze long, risking ensnarement. The last, giant painting, depicted a man in white. Compared to the previous paintings, he exuded no aura, yet Lin Yuan felt the greatest threat from him. The powerful figures in these 3 paintings are each no less than the Abyss Dragon. Lin Yuan's expression grew a bit more solemn, he thought silently. Especially the man in white in the last giant painting, who seemed to surpass even the Abyss Dragon. These 3 giant paintings were drawn by the great master of Wushan. At that moment, the golden figure appeared beside Lin Yuan, also looking into the distance at the 3 giant paintings. The paintings of the master of Wushan are all real, and the powerful figures in these 3 giant paintings are real too, capable of stepping out of the canvases. The golden figure stated, each figure excelled in different aspects, drawn specifically by the master of Wushan for future challengers. As long as you can pass the obstruction of the 3 giant paintings to enter there. The golden figure pointed towards the central area of the world. There, a small door stood faintly. You will have passed the trial. It is about overcoming obstacles, not defeating them. The golden figure said. Then glanced at Lin Yuan, with your strength, it's difficult to directly bypass the obstruction from the powerful figures in the 3 giant paintings. My advice is to focus on enhancing your mastery of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Once you completely transcend the spatio-temporal fusion rule, you'll pass the trial with ease. The golden figure's tone was calm. By completely transcending the spacetime rule, one's self becomes spacetime. A single thought can appear outside the small door at the world's center, making it impossible for the powerful figures in the giant paintings to obstruct you, let alone touch you. This is the reason the golden figure believed Lin Yuan had a slight hope of passing the trial. This so-called slight hope depended on Lin Yuan's ability to completely transcend the spatio-temporal fusion rule. If he could transcend it, he could pass the trial. If he couldn't transcend it, he wouldn't pass. Though Lin Yuan's understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule was close to transcendence, it was not yet the same as complete transcendence. Completely transcending the spatio-temporal fusion rule seemed a dim hope. But at least it was far higher than those whose understanding of spacetime still hovered at the 9th realm in the 3rd realm cultivator community. Completely transcend the spatio-temporal fusion rule? Lin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. Even the Chaos Void's strongest state, His Majesty Xuanwang, had only half a foot beyond the spatio-temporal fusion rule. As for complete transcendence, Lin Yuan had confidence but didn't know how long it would take, 5,000 years, 10,000 years. Observing the operation of the origin source of the first Fang Yuan world had allowed Lin Yuan to make rapid progress in understanding the spatio-temporal fusion rule, but complete transcendence remained arduous.
Take it slowly, you have all the time in the world of billions, trillions of years, the trial has no limits.
The golden figure stated. Normally, to break through the obstruction of the powerful figures in the 3 giant paintings, one would need to surpass the strength of an ordinary eternal sun. This was the threshold for receiving the master of Wushan's inheritance. The idea that if you couldn't surpass an ordinary eternal sun, how could you possibly become the new eternal lord? Besides, only a sufficiently powerful being could cultivate the master of Wushan's heritage. But with Lin Yuan's insight into space-time, there's no need to force through, as typically, few in the 3rd realm reach the strength of an eternal sun without external aids. Never mind a frontal breakthrough of the obstruction of the powerful figures within the 3 giant paintings. The requirements for strength were even higher than those for an ordinary eternal sun. Don't underestimate them. The golden figure looked at Lin Yuan and continued. The powerful figures in these 3 giant paintings are seen by the master of Wushan as the true limit of the 3rd realm, much stronger than the typical eternal sun, which is why the requirement is to break through the obstruction and enter the small door at the center of the world, rather than defeating them. Indeed, they are strong. Lin Yuan nodded. The first 2 of the 3 giant paintings possess the might of the Abyss Dragon, with the last even faintly surpassing Abyss Dragon. In theory, such powerful figures should not exist. Since the opening of the first Fang Yuan world, only one Abyss Dragon has ever been born, blessed with countless opportunities and causes to achieve such strength. The eternal sons of this Fang Yuan world only approach the strength of the Abyss Dragon. Perhaps the source demons could rival or even exceed the Abyss Dragon, but they could not enter this trial space. So the master of Wushan doesn't require challengers to defeat them, that's simply impossible. The golden figure said. Even those privileged eternal sons, when encountering one of the figures in these 3 colossal paintings, would be overpowered, let alone facing all 3? Especially the last one, which the master of Wushan modeled after the Lord of Heaven Light. The Lord of Heaven Light is not only the mightiest eternal Lord in this world, but also the most mysterious eternal Lord. No one knows about the past of the Lord of Heaven Light, only that as soon as he appeared, he was already an eternal Lord. All other eternal lords, including the Master of Wushan, were strictly speaking, beneficiaries of the Lord of Heaven Light. Even the Rune Tao was passed on by the Lord of Heaven Light, and the other eternal lords were not its creators. Can I use any means? Lin Yuan thought for a moment and asked. Naturally. Regardless of what means you use, as long as it stems from your own strength, if you can walk into the central entrance of the world, you pass the test. The golden figure said, there are no restrictions. All right. Lin Yuan nodded lightly. You can listen to my advice or not. The golden figure added. In his view, Lin Yuan's only hope of passing the test lies in completely transcending the spatio-temporal fusion rule. But it was just advice, the golden figure couldn't force Lin Yuan to follow it. All right. Lin Yuan looked at the 3 colossal paintings. Can I try it now? You can. The golden figure was unsurprised. Whether they pass or not, the challengers ahead all first attempted to engage with the powerful figures in the paintings. After all, these 3 colossal paintings were considered by the Master of Wushan to represent the limits of the third realm. Even if not opponents, they could at least witness them. There's no danger anyway. Go ahead. The golden figure watched Lin Yuan approach within 10,000 miles of the entrance, and the figure from the first painting will emerge, within 1,000,000 miles. The figure from the second painting will emerge, within 100,000 miles. The figure from the third painting will emerge. Simply put, the closer you get to the entrance, the greater the obstruction you face, especially within 100,000 miles of the entrance, where figures from all 3 paintings will intervene. All right. Lin Yuan immediately flew toward the center of the world. The closer he got, the more he could feel the immense and unbelievable enormity of the paintings. These figures in the 3 paintings were created by the Master of Wushan, meaning brought into existence from thin air. Lin Yuan marveled slightly. At least the 6 ancestors of the first origin world didn't have such capabilities. Of course, every 13th level life form possesses different strengths. The Master of Wushan specializes in the way of painting, which essentially is creating from the void. In terms of destructive power though, compared to other eternal lords, maybe a bit inferior? Quickly, Lin Yuan arrived within 10,000 miles of the entrance. With a rustle, the first colossal painting unfurled, suddenly stirring delicate ripples, the image akin to a water surface. The gold-armored youth, as if coming to life, moved his hands, taking a step out of the painting. You are the 3635th challenger. The gold-armored youth lazily looked at Lin Yuan, shaking his head, but it seems you won't even be able to get past me. It takes reaching within 1,000,000 miles of the entrance to provoke the second figure into action. Meanwhile, the gold-armored youth would prevent Lin Yuan from approaching. Let's give it a try. Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly grave. Confronting a being on par with the Abyss Dragon, Lin Yuan was encountering this for the first time. Ha ha ha. The gold-armored youth laughed, as his aura suddenly skyrocketed, golden armor glowing with billions of runes, causing the surrounding space-time to solidify and compress. This type of rune Tao? Lin Yuan scrutinized, realizing the gold-armored youth's mastery of the rune Tao far surpassed any of Lin Yuan's rune inheritances, producing an oppressive aura that nearly shattered space-time into particle form. Hold. The gold-armored youth raised his right hand, pressing it down toward Lin Yuan. Immediately, the surrounding space-time transformed into runes, enveloping Lin Yuan in an instant. A common third realm transcendentor would be immobilized, then completely suppressed. Indeed, a typical third realm transcendentor wouldn't even withstand the gold-armored youth's first move, much less break through. Using runes to interpret space-time. A trace of peculiar emotion crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. Stepping back, he easily dodged the youth's grab. For 1,000 years, Lin Yuan has been continuously comprehending the origin source operations of the first origin world, pushing the space-time fusion rule to its limits. Even without hope of entering the entrance, handling the youth's move was more than manageable. The gold-armored youth was slightly startled, clearly not expecting Lin Yuan to be so slippery. Your space-time comprehension is not bad, the youth praised before calmly adding, but it's still far from enough. With a rumble, the surroundings filled instantly with golden runes. The runes intertwined and flowed, vaguely forming a massive golden cage. This move, Lin Yuan regarded it with slight solemnity. Even with his spatial temporal comprehension, breaking free from this golden cage would require considerable effort, during which the youth's attacks would have long descended. Rumble. Lin Yuan himself transformed directly into an eternal fierce sun as the Taiyang divine spirit. Performing such a lethal move wielded immense power. At the same time, the divine ability world also activated in an instant. The golden cage began to tremble and then shattered with a crash, and in the next moment, the golden armored boy's next strike roared forth. With the shackles of the golden cage gone, Lin Yuan successfully fused into time and space, evading it. This technique, I haven't seen it before? The golden armored boy was slightly astonished. Since the advent of the demonic calamity, throughout the long years, he had seen one challenger after another, but transforming into a fierce sun like Lin Yuan, with such tyrannical conversion and distortion of spacetime, was a first. Interesting, but strength is the foundation of everything. The golden armored boy continued his assault, golden runes filling the spacetime. From start to finish, since the golden armored boy made his move, Lin Yuan had been at a disadvantage. Not to mention breaking through, even holding on before the golden armored boy was quite strenuous. In this descent, all resources have been prioritized for the true main body, indeed neglecting the cultivation of the two primordial spirits. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Whether it was the Taiyin primordial spirit or the Taiyang divine spirit, neither had developed a particle world, nor had much resources been expended on cultivating the internal universe of the physical body. The practice of infinite void did proceed, but reaching the fifth level, it was only comparable to an ordinary invincible great saint or strongest venerable. That is, the third realm of this Fang Yuan world, yet the golden armored boy was in existence above the eternal sun. Under such circumstances, it was already rare for Lin Yuan as the Taiyang divine spirit to persist so long before the golden armored boy. Under the golden armored boy's full attack, the third realm powerhouse, namely invincible great saint and strongest venerable, could not withstand it at all and was quickly suppressed. Chaos Sun Power. Lin Yuan once again transformed into a fierce sun as the Taiyang divine spirit. It was purely solar and could not leverage the Taiyin Dao. Hence, the path of chaos evolution was not a perfect chaos Taiji, but a singular chaos sun. The fierce sun burned, incinerating the world, and the time-space rapidly changed to all become its domain. In an instant, even the golden runes from the invisible golden armored boy and the spacetime retreated. Such a technique, the golden armored boy, unusually, stopped his hands, carefully observing for a moment, nodding in admiration. Rare indeed, this kind of chaos evolution power, though extreme, is indeed of great might. This Fang Yuan world perceives all things based on runes, similarly comprehending the Tao rules and the path of chaos evolution. In the eyes of the golden armored boy, even the singular chaos sun power was astonishing enough. With the path you're on, if cultivated to the limit, you should be able to reach the eternal sun level. The golden armored boy's tone gradually turned cold. But now you are far from it. Go back and continue cultivating for 1 billion years and then come back. The golden armored boy waved a hand, and endless golden runes swept forth again, mighty and imposing, instantly crushing the cosmic exterior of Lin Yuan. Boom! Lin Yuan suddenly retreated millions of miles, and only after several breaths did his aura calm down. As Lin Yuan left the million-mile range, the golden armored boy turned and walked back out of the giant painting. The golden runes dispersed, and everything returned to normal. Only Lin Yuan stood there, his expression immersed in contemplation. Relying solely on an untrained Taiyang divine spirit, it is indeed challenging to pass the test. Lin Yuan concluded that even the golden armored boy of merely the first giant painting could drive him back, let alone the second and third giant paintings. So, how do you feel? A golden figure appeared beside him, looking at Lin Yuan with a hint of amazement. In reality, Lin Yuan's performance just now against the golden armored boy had already exceeded the golden figure's expectations, almost reaching the normal eternal sun level. It's still according to my suggestion, through sheer strength, you have no hope of passing the test. Only by completely transcending the spatio-temporal fusion rule can there be a chance. The golden figure said. Indeed, completely transcending the space-time rules was somewhat akin to taking a clever approach to passing the test, as it involved not engaging directly with the powerful figures in the three giant paintings but entirely entering the entrance through transcendent comprehension of spacetime. However, the master of Wushan did not prohibit such methods, and the golden figure also advised in the direction most likely for Lin Yuan to pass the test. Completely transcending the spatio-temporal fusion rules comprehension is too slow. Lin Yuan stated honestly. He indeed felt this method was too slow. He wasn't sure whether it would take 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Too slow? The golden figure was slightly stunned. As long as there's hope, what does it matter if it takes 1 billion or 10 billion years? I still have means unutilized. Lin Yuan looked at the golden figure and said, "Wait for a moment." Qingyun Sacred Mountain, deep within the Qingyun Institute. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, stood up slowly, and then took a step forward. Time and space were instantly torn apart, with the terrifying power of the physical body and the majestic inner cosmos aura penetrating everything. Beyond the test space, around that valley, runes lit up instantaneously, spacetime unfolded, as if resisting the intrusion of an unfathomable presence. The entire test space trembled, shaking incessantly. The test space trembles, countless runes rapidly coalesce. An unprecedented intertwining of energy, vast expanses of time and space, demonic chi all being obliterated. But still, it's hard to withstand. What happened? Inside the space, a golden figure's complexion changes drastically. As the spirit of the test space, he knows well the pressure the entire test space is under at this moment. Tottering. Could collapse at any moment. But how is this possible? The test space was opened by the great master of Wushan. As the eternal lord, the space he opens, even if done casually, cannot be shaken by beings at the level of the third realm. This is a difference of quality. Source demons? A group of source demons? The golden figure can only associate the direction towards source demons, speculating it might be a source demon siege. But he denies this possibility in a flash. Source demons are indeed strong, superior to the eternal suns. But to shake this test space, the strength of source demons, stemming from the source of demonic disaster, is naturally strong. Yet due to the secrecy of this test space, involving the essence of time and space, source demons simply can't find it. Even if they could find it, they couldn't shake it. As for demon gods need to suppress the central eternal sects of heaven and earth. They simply don't have the energy, nor the need to come here to obliterate this test space. Bear in mind, since the master of Wushan foresaw the descent of demonic disaster, the test space that he opened naturally is far more than just this one. Lin Yuan only explored for hundreds to thousands of years before discovering this test space. Indeed, luck played a part, but it wasn't solely luck. The number of test spaces was truly considerable. Aside from the master of Wushan, other eternal lords also made respective arrangements. The essence of the test space is a transit space, leading to the ultimate inheritance left by the master of Wushan. Such transit spaces in this source world, there are many, with the purpose of screening cultivators who meet the test criteria as much as possible. Destroying a transit space hardly affects the arrangements of the master of Wushan. Because the inheritance is still there, other transit test spaces are also still there. Therefore, even if demon gods abandon the central eternal sects of heaven and earth, they wouldn't specially come here to destroy this test space. No wonder it's a space opened by the eternal lord. Compared to the golden figure's panic, Lin Yuan is somewhat amazed. His true self uses this Taiyang divine spirit as a beacon, attempting to descend directly, yet it's blocked by the endless runes outside the test space. In fact, it can't really be called blocked. If Lin Yuan's true self was truly intent on forcibly squeezing in, he could manage to do it. But the consequence is this test space completely collapsing. That contradicts Lin Yuan's purpose. His true self comes personally to acquire the inheritance left by the master of Wushan. Not to destroy this test space. This test space, involving energy fluctuations, only around the level of the third realm, presumably casually opened by the master of Wushan, yet able to reach such a level? Lin Yuan mused to himself. His true self surpasses the third realm by countless times. Yet still cannot smoothly squeeze in. It's evident that the rules operating the test space are very high. Runes? Lin Yuan glanced at the endless runes around the test space, each individual rune seemingly insignificant in power, but when gathered, bursting forth with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of times beyond its own might. Master of Wushan. Lin Yuan grows more expectant of the inheritance left by this eternal lord. Little one, this test space probably can't be preserved. The golden figure turns to look at Lin Yuan, solemnly saying, while you still have the capacity, immediately obliterate your flesh body. Although the golden figure doesn't believe source demons can lock onto this test space. But for now, we can only prepare for the worst, and if killed by demons, even if only an avatar is killed, the mind and will would still be eroded by demonic qi, the entire true self will perish. Therefore, facing invincible demons, the best approach is to directly obliterate the flesh body, avoiding contact with demons. This is the reason why the golden figure wants Lin Yuan to proactively obliterate his body. At least he can still survive. Obliterate the flesh body? Lin Yuan looks at the golden figure. Don't worry, with this test space destroyed, there are other test spaces. Just keep heading in this direction, you'll find the next test space. The golden figure speaks. The test space opened by the master of Wushan is plentiful, even with a collapse, it wouldn't affect the overall layout. With Lin Yuan's talent and aptitude, there's a slim hope to transcend the spatio-temporal fusion rule, to pass the tests left by the master of Wushan, being a hope among the cultivators of this world. The golden figure naturally wants to preserve such a prodigy. Senior, you've misunderstood. Lin Yuan immediately reacts, his true self's descent causing the test space, spirit, before him to face a crisis, thinking a powerful source demon is attacking. Misunderstood? The golden figure looks at Lin Yuan. At this moment, he also realizes something is off. The trembling of the test space is detectable not only by him but also felt by Lin Yuan as the tester. Yet there's no sign of shock, panic, or similar emotions. It's my true self arriving. Lin Yuan says, my true self was planning to descend directly to save you from the trouble of moving back and forth, senior. Upon hearing this, the golden figure immediately falls into silence. So the one shaking the test space, causing it to teeter on the edge wasn't demons, but the Lin Yuan before him? Is it a cultivator? The golden figure is momentarily unable to react. Can cultivators be this powerful? If you don't believe me, my true form is right outside. Lin Yuan immediately said. Forcibly entering could lead to the collapse of the test space. So Lin Yuan still plans to enter through the normal way. Wait a moment. The golden figure steadied themselves. Although Lin Yuan's statement was unbelievable, at that moment as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the forceful intrusion outside quickly calmed down. This made the golden figure feel that what Lin Yuan said might be true. The next moment, the golden figure disappeared from where they stood. Appearing above the valley outside, the golden figure looked around, discovering a young man standing quietly there. The young man's appearance was identical to Lin Yuan inside the space, but the aura was vastly different. Utilizing the perceptive power of the test space, the golden figure vaguely sensed the terror of this young man. As if countless vast worlds were nurtured within him. Senior. Lin Yuan's true form looked at the golden figure, smiling and greeted. You? The golden figure took a deep breath, upon seeing Lin Yuan's true form. He realized that the Lin Yuan outside and Lin Yuan inside the space belonged to the same being, causally connected. Do not resist, I will take you in. Thoughts churned. The golden figure remained silent for a while, then decided to speak. Alright. Lin Yuan nodded. Boom. A surge of temporal fluctuation swept through. Lin Yuan was directly moved into the test space. The Taiyang divine spirit glanced at the true form, transforming into a scorching force and merging within. How can he be this strong? The golden figure repeatedly observed Lin Yuan. First of all, Lin Yuan wasn't a demon, but a normal cultivator. There is a significant difference between cultivators and demons, akin to clear water and ink. If a cultivator absorbs demonic qi, it's akin to becoming demonic, like ink dropped into clear water, equally easy to distinguish. In the eyes of the golden figure, Lin Yuan's aura was pure, except for being dense almost to the point of being unbelievable, and had no relation to demons. This is also why the golden figure brought Lin Yuan's true form into the test space. After understanding that the tremors in the test space originated from Lin Yuan's true form. Bringing Lin Yuan's true form inside repeatedly confirmed Lin Yuan's identity as a cultivator. If he were a demon, that powerful entering the test space, it wouldn't be as simple as destroying a test space. It would also impact the inheritance of the Master of Wushan, and this setup would directly fall through. Which eternal son are you? The golden figure remained silent for a while but couldn't help asking. The so-called eternal sons are the strongest successors of the eternal sect forces, the objects of the eternal lord's focused cultivation. The strength of an eternal son approaches the limit of the free three realms, or some extremely exceptional eternal sons have already reached that limit, not weaker than the strong figures within the first two large paintings of this test space. Eternal son? I'm not an eternal son. Lin Yuan looked at the golden figure and spoke. No need to lie in this regard. Lin Yuan has not currently mastered any rune Dao inheritance from the eternal sect and cannot pose as an eternal son. Not an eternal son. The golden figure was not surprised. He only asked casually earlier, and in reality, he didn't think Lin Yuan was an eternal son. If the eternal sect had produced such an exceptional eternal son, how could he appear outside this test space? Various eternal lords have set up backups to deal with the situation when demonic disasters arrive. Being the direct lineage of an eternal lord as part of the eternal sect forces, certainly, there are more complete inheritances to choose from. Even if it also includes the inheritance of the Master of Wushan, the test space they enter would not be here. Senior, I'll go try again. Lin Yuan looked at the golden figure and immediately said. Go. The golden figure nodded. At the same time, a sense of anticipation surged within. Given the strength Lin Yuan had just showcased, the figures in the first two massive paintings would surely not be able to resist. As for the third painting, it might not be able to either, but the warrior in the third painting is modeled after the Lord of Heaven Light, and is the most powerful and perfect being among the countless creatures Master of Wushan has depicted. Just uncertain whether he would be stronger or weaker compared to Lin Yuan. Indeed, the golden figure anticipated the battle between Lin Yuan and the warrior from the third painting to see who was stronger. Lin Yuan passing the trials was beyond doubt. Even if all three warriors from the paintings came forth at once, they wouldn't be able to stop Lin Yuan. If even Lin Yuan couldn't pass the trial, then no cultivator in this realm would be able to. But not being able to stop does not equate to being weaker than Lin Yuan. 8,000 miles away from the central entrance of the realm, Lin Yuan stepped in once again, but compared to the first time. Now, Lin Yuan was no longer in his Taiyang divine spirit form. He was in his true form. Whoosh! The first massive painting undulated like flowing water, creating ripples. The golden armored youth strode out from the scene. You again? The golden armored youth glanced at Lin Yuan. I told you, now you are Farah. Before the golden armored youth could finish speaking, his expression slightly changed. He clearly sensed that the current Lin Yuan was different from before. You. The golden armored youth's eyes faintly emitted a golden glow, carefully observing Lin Yuan. Interesting, I actually sense danger from you. The golden armored youth found it hard to believe, being the ultimate life form created by the Master of Wushan, he lacked nothing, especially in combat, able to sense even the slightest threat. Now I am in my true form. Lin Yuan said while looking at the golden armored youth. I will do my best next. In order to quickly obtain the legacy from the Master of Wushan, Lin Yuan had no intention to battle the three warriors in the paintings for 300 rounds, to understand the essence of their techniques. These three massive paintings were all created by Master of Wushan. Obtaining the legacy left by the Master of Wushan was far more efficient than comprehending the massive paintings. Come. The golden armored youth showed no sign of underestimating. In an instant, countless golden runes appeared from all directions, forming an enormous barrier. Having sensed danger from Lin Yuan, the golden armored youth had no intent to attack proactively, but focused entirely on defense. His purpose of existence was to prevent any challenger from approaching the central entrance. Previously attacking Lin Yuan was simply because he didn't perceive a significant threat from him. Without any threat, the golden armored youth believed Lin Yuan couldn't get past him near the entrance, hence he struck, only for fun. Lin Yuan stood quietly in the void, calmly looking at the golden armored youth treating him as a formidable adversary. At this moment, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, fingers forming an invisible grasp. A snow-white light appeared in his palm, expanding swiftly, evolving into a slender sword light. Lin Yuan's left hand mirrored the same scene, but the snow-white sword light turned into a pitch-black sword light. The pitch-black and snow-white sword lights together formed a yin-yang taiji diagram. Soon the yin-yang taiji diagram transformed into a yin-yang taiji sword. Chaos yin-yang taiji isn't limited to just the diagram form. It's capable of evolving into anything within Lin Yuan's cognition. However, the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji diagram excels in suppression, which Lin Yuan often uses, and the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji sword excels in attack. Holding the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji sword, Lin Yuan gently slashed towards the golden armored youth. Creation Tao sees birth and death. As if in the primordial chaos when the world first opened, a black and white sword light flashed and vanished. The countless golden runes gathered with full effort by the golden armored youth were completely severed. Together with the golden armored youth being sliced into two, his presence dissipating, returning to the painting. The black and white sword light continued forward. From the second massive painting, the exceedingly alluring woman stepped out. A sword mark appeared from her forehead downwards, her form shattered, returning to the painting. The third massive painting. Who knows of the great dream, a slumber passes through eternity. The white-robed man lazily stepped out from the painting, speaking languidly. You're the ninth challenger to reach me here. Before the white-robed man could finish, he saw an opening sword light slashing towards him. This sword strike? The white-robed man's scalp tingled. His strength surpassed the powerful beings in the previous two gigantic paintings. Therefore, when faced with the sword strike unleashed by Lin Yuan, he wasn't immediately obliterated without any reaction, returning to the painting. The white-robed man reacted and swiftly mounted a resistance, with runes spreading throughout the void. The runes that the white-robed man conjured were incredibly dense and hinted at infinite brilliance. But it was of no use. In front of the black and white sword light that divided heaven and earth, all runes were obliterated. In an instant, the black and white sword light reached the white-robed man. The white-robed man sighed softly and closed his eyes. Rustle. Immediately after, the white-robed man's form disintegrated like the powerful beings within the previous two gigantic paintings. However, compared to the golden armored youth and charming woman, the white-robed man's disintegrated form did not return to the painting. It reconsolidated. Lin Yuan looked at the white-robed man. There was an unavoidable expression of surprise. Although that strike was not his strongest move, it was still a full-strength attack. A full-strength attack in a regular state. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, the power of this strike should be undodgeable by even 10 abyss dragons. And this strike contained the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji Dao, possessing an infinite destructive force that would obliterate the physical body, soul, and spirit, making recovery impossible for that true form. In Lin Yuan's insight, if he cultivated his Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji Dao to the third level, it would encompass causality. Enemies slain by this Dao, under the pull of causality, would find even their true forms and backup life-preserving methods affected. Simply put, those below the 13th rank were as vulnerable as ants before Lin Yuan, devoid of any life-preserving means. Don't overthink it, you've already passed the test. The white-robed man looked at Lin Yuan, seemingly perceiving something, and said, I recondensed using the power of the gigantic painting. Without it, under your sword strike, I would have been utterly annihilated. The white-robed man scrutinized Lin Yuan closely. As the most perfect and powerful life painted by the master of Wushan, since his birth, no existence had ever managed to defeat him head-on. Not even those eternal suns were exceptions. There were many test spaces created by the master of Wushan, and since the great changes in heaven and earth, many powerful beings had come to undertake tests, including some eternal suns and destiny's children born under the threat of magic catastrophes. But those who passed the test did so only by employing some desperate measure to bypass the white-robed man and enter through the entrance. No one, like Lin Yuan, had ever directly eradicated the white-robed man with a single sword strike, and instantaneously at that. The white-robed man himself never imagined that one day he would be so easily defeated by a being lower than the Eternal Lord, let alone those source demons. Thank you for the match. Lin Yuan instantly understood. He looked at the white-robed man and nodded slightly. It must be said, the white-robed man was, Thus far, the strongest being below the 13th rank Lin Yuan had encountered. Even the abyss dragon from the first origin world seemed inadequate before the white-robed man. But unfortunately, the white-robed man encountered Lin Yuan. 1,000 years ago, Lin Yuan's strength had surpassed the abyss dragon and wasn't weaker than the current white-robed man. Especially after a millennium's cultivation, with significant advancements in rule comprehension and the development of a 100 billion particle world. A 100 billion particle world, which had been reshaped by the infinite void, granted Lin Yuan terrifying augmentation. Upon arriving in this origin world, Lin Yuan gathered all resources, forsook the cultivation of the two primordial spirits, and focused solely on developing the particle world, showing how this method benefited his elevation. There's no need to mention thanks. The white-robed man shook his head. I'm indeed not your match, not by far. The white-robed man candidly admitted. The gap between him and Lin Yuan was too large. Even after obliterating the golden armored youth from the first gigantic painting and the charming woman from the second, Lin Yuan's sword strike still annihilated him. This meant he couldn't even withstand the residual power of that sword strike. Among the 6 test takers who passed, you are the strongest, probably the most powerful life form under the Eternal Lord. I hope you can fulfill the Master of Wushan's expectations and completely eradicate the magic catastrophe. The white-robed man looked at Lin Yuan, lost in thought, his form disintegrating, returning to the painting. The reason he reconsolidated using the power of the gigantic painting was simply to see what kind of existence could defeat him with a single sword strike. That's all. Completely eradicate the magic catastrophe? Lin Yuan did not respond, according to the golden figure's meaning. The purpose behind the Master of Wushan creating many test spaces was to nurture a new eternal lord. In other words, to eradicate the magic catastrophe, one must become the new eternal lord. And the eternal lord, although in the future timeline seen by the 6 patriarchs of the first origin world, Lin Yuan was almost certain to become 13th rank. Without 100% certainty, Lin Yuan always felt uneasy. This is also the reason why Lin Yuan traveled to the second source world before attempting to break through to the 13th tier. He wanted to acquire more accumulations to break through to the 13th tier. If Lin Yuan were like other strong beings, the hope of breaking through to the 13th tier would be slim. Perhaps he would have just pushed forward recklessly, since everyone is in the same boat, barefoot with nothing to lose. But the more confident he was, the more cautious Lin Yuan became, because he wasn't exactly barefoot. Whoosh! Lin Yuan took a step forward, arriving at the very center of heaven and earth, in front of that small entrance gate. Swoosh! A golden figure appeared, standing beside the small entrance gate. Congratulations on successfully passing the test. The golden figure looked at Lin Yuan with a complex expression. In the past, when a cultivator passed the test, he would certainly feel delighted, as this meant that the arrangements of the Master of Wushan had worked. If none of the examiners passed the inheritance left by the Master of Wushan, then what was the purpose of the many test spaces? However, the scene of Lin Yuan passing the test began to shatter the golden figure's understanding. Even when Lin Yuan's true self descended upon the test space, the commotion he caused was already greatly underestimated by the golden figure. But then he slayed the strong beings in 3 large paintings with one strike, especially the last painting, which was considered by the Master of Wushan to be the most perfect and strongest existence beneath the Eternal Lord. The man in white was the most perfect and strongest being beneath the Eternal Lord. So what did that make Lin Yuan? Does this mean the Master of Wushan was wrong? How could the Eternal Lord, who oversees countless future timelines, possibly be wrong? I wonder if the Master of Wushan has seen this scene now. The golden figure remarked with a sense of emotion. The Eternal Lord can clearly see many future timelines, and when the Master of Wushan created numerous test spaces, he probably watched them too and might have known how many examiners would pass the test in the eons to come. Probably did not see. Lin Yuan mused inwardly upon hearing this. He descended to this source world through the Myriad Realms Gate, and the Myriad Realms Gate transcends all timelines, outside the observation of many time beings. In the first source world, the 6 ancestors could not see Lin Yuan's arrival in the future before he descended, not even a single timeline, because they could not observe the Myriad Realms Gate, nor could they determine Lin Yuan's descent. It was only after Lin Yuan fully descended to the first source world, appearing in that source world's timeline, that by watching the timeline of Lin Yuan's arrival could they observe a timeline where Lin Yuan existed. As for before Lin Yuan's arrival, looking at the timeline from before he descended, they could not see Lin Yuan's existence. This is the same for this source world. Lin Yuan has been in this source world for over 1,000 years, and when the master of Wushan created multiple test spaces, it was before the great upheaval of heaven and earth. From watching the future from that time, they likely could not detect any trace of Lin Yuan, let alone see Lin Yuan passing the test. Of course, the fundamental principle inside is known only to Lin Yuan. As for those time beings, they probably think it's due to their own limited power, limited timelines they can observe, not discovering the timelines where Lin Yuan exists. In fact, as long as Lin Yuan does not descend to a certain source world, even if all timelines of that source world are observed, there won't be any trace of Lin Yuan. Where exactly is the master of Wushan now? Lin Yuan asked. Before entering this test space, the golden figure answered some of Lin Yuan's doubts, such as how the demon god was not the true source of the magic disaster. But what Lin Yuan wanted to know more, the golden figure couldn't conveniently disclose to him. The master of Wushan. The golden figure remained silent, thought for a while, then spoke. Since you have passed the test, it shows there is hope to eradicate the magic disaster. Then many secrets can be shared with you. The golden figure gazed at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan immediately listened intently. The master of Wushan, during the time of great transformation, the day the magic disaster descended, was trapped in a certain space-time, the golden figure said. Trapped in a certain space-time? Lin Yuan was startled. How could a dignified 13th tier time life also be trapped? One cannot say trapped exactly, it was the master of Wushan who chose to be trapped. The golden figure thought for a moment, then said, I see. Lin Yuan nodded. A 13th tier time life can view future timelines, definitely able to see the scene of being trapped. The master of Wushan precisely got trapped after weighing the results of many timelines, believing that being trapped was the best outcome, so chose to be trapped willingly. Not only the master of Wushan, but the other eternal lords are trapped, unable to directly interfere with heaven and earth. They can only exert influence through the arrangements set before the Great Transformation. The golden figure continued. All the eternal lords are trapped? Or willingly chose to be trapped? Lin Yuan's thoughts spread wide. What could cause all the eternal lords to choose this outcome? Because of what were they trapped? Lin Yuan pursued. I truly don't know. The golden figure shook his head and said, but once you become the new eternal lord, you will definitely know. After saying this, the golden figure then glanced at the small entrance gate beside him. Since you have passed the test, you can obtain the inheritance left by the master of Wushan. The golden figure finished speaking. The small entrance gate emitted an invisible fluctuation. Lin Yuan's consciousness melded into the entrance, and in a trance, he saw a massive painting. A painting encompassing the eternal universe and heavens. Lin Yuan looked at the eternal painting, his heart sensed. It was vast and boundless, like a real source world. But Lin Yuan clearly felt that the gigantic painting's framework was set up. Yet within the vast painting, many areas remained vague and blank, still unpainted. This is a painting that's not yet finished. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. If this colossal painting were fully completed, it would be a real source world. At that time, Master of Wushan relying on this grand painting could at least reach the level of a 13th level lord. At the height of time life, what is pursued is all related to one's own great Tao, and Master of Wushan, having crossed into the 13th level through painting, would need to draw a complete, source world to progress further. Remarkable. Lin Yuan carefully observed the eternal painting. How vast and majestic is a source world. It's no longer a matter of size or area, but encompasses countless ruled Taos. To paint a source world is equivalent to creating a source world, and its difficulty is far greater than Lin Yuan cultivating the infinite void to the theoretical 7th level. The ultimate goal of infinite void is chaos void, whereas the source world, although comparable in level with chaos void, the source world is more perfect. The 13th level time beings of chaos void have left many special places to compensate for the flaws of chaos void, but the source world has no such concerns. Because the source world has no inherent flaws, it is nearly perfect. Though unfinished, it's enough for me. Lin Yuan watched the colossal painting. The painting itself is composed of endless runes. master of Wushan painted with runes to create a source world encompassing the universe. Your understanding defies the heavens. By observing the unknown grand painting, your comprehension of Rune Dao is enhanced. Lin Yuan's mind immersed in the boundless eternal painting, his entire being was elevating. The essence of Rune Dao is a supportive Dao, capable of integrating with any cultivation system. With runes, many originally unattainable or challenging feats become possible. For instance, Lin Yuan's current development of particle worlds. Initially, maintaining the existence of each particle world required some mental effort. For Lin Yuan, whose goal is to develop endless constant sand particle worlds, this is unacceptable. But Rune Dao solves this flaw, sustaining each particle world through rune operation without any mental input. Who knows how much time has passed? Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. How is it? The golden figure looked at Lin Yuan and asked. Very impactful. Lin Yuan nodded. The eternal painting had already imprinted deeply in his mind. He could ponder over it at any time. That's all it took to impress you? The golden figure smiled. Lin Yuan looked at the golden figure. Their remark implied there were other benefits, elder? Lin Yuan immediately called out. Haha. The golden figure smiled. With his experience, even if called so by the eternal sons, it would be appropriate. But Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan's power was so overwhelming. So overwhelming that the golden figure didn't even consider him a life below the eternal Lord. What is the purpose of this trial space? The golden figure asked. To cultivate a new eternal Lord. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and replied. This was also what the golden figure had told him initially. The trial space was master of Wushan's setup before the great change of heaven and earth. It aimed to cultivate an eternal Lord for this world after the disaster struck. Only then could the demon calamity be eradicated. Do you think the grand painting left by Master of Wushan can cultivate an eternal Lord? The golden figure asked. This? Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful. The eternal painting left by Master of Wushan was profound and boundless. Even other 13th level time beings needed to comprehend it slowly. For Lin Yuan, it was even more so. Even stepping into the 13th level, he would continue to benefit from the grand painting. But in essence, the grand painting didn't mention how to step into the 13th level. Even if fully comprehending this eternal painting, stepping into the 13th level, especially breaking through the time loop, it doesn't provide substantial help. If one can't step into the 13th level, can't enhance the possibility of breaking the time loop. This grand painting isn't very significant. It's not as beneficial as the addition of another cultivator in Lin Yuan's dissemination of martial Dao. At least it would strengthen the anchor a bit. Actually, besides the magnificent grand painting heritage left by Master of Wushan, there's another heritage. The golden figure looked at Lin Yuan, continuing, the legacy of the Lord of Heaven Light. The Lord of Heaven Light? Lin Yuan's heart slightly trembled. Whether Qingyun's Sacred Mountains records or the inheritances from other free Three Realms powerhouses Lin Yuan obtained during his explorations, all mentioned this eternal Lord. The Lord of Heaven Light was the first eternal Lord to appear in this world. Also the most mysterious eternal Lord. The reason for first appearance was that no one knew when the Lord of Heaven Light became an eternal Lord. At the birth of the heavens and earth, or even earlier? No one knew. All that was known was that when the Lord of Heaven Light first appeared before all beings, he was already an eternal Lord. It was precisely because of the Lord of Heaven Light that this world's cultivation system could flourish. And Rune Dao was rooted in the Lord of Heaven Light. Although the great Master of Wushan also has some experience in becoming an eternal Lord, it must be acknowledged that compared to the Lord of Heaven Light, he's still lacking. The golden figure continued. If not for the Lord of Heaven Light, the current number of eternal Lords would surely be halved. Although the Lord of Heaven Light did not directly cultivate the eternal Lord, all current eternal Lords bear the karmic legacy of the Lord of Heaven Light, having sublimated to the utmost on the cultivation system established by him. The golden figure spoke with admiration, highly praising the Lord of Heaven Light. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Each eternal Lord walks a different path, pursues different things. The Lord of Heaven Light laid the foundational roots for cultivation in this realm, which led to the emergence of the eternal Lords. The Lord of Heaven Light once created an inheritance specifically for how the weak can become an eternal Lord, composed of 33 original texts, of which the great master of Wushan obtained one such original text. The golden figure said, "The so-called original inheritance is handwritten by the creator of the inheritance. Although it can be copied, the flavor is diminished. Its impact on cultivators is most direct and authentic when it is the original inheritance. This is the inheritance." The golden figure flipped his right hand, revealing a book before them. An inheritance created specifically for breaking through to the 13th tier? Lin Yuan felt quite excited within. So far, any 13th tier inheritance he had acquired was for the enhancement of his foundational strength. But specifically for breaking through to the 13th tier, he had found none. Lin Yuan had very limited understanding of how to break through to the 13th tier and overcome the time cycle. He knew only that spreading his evolution path and allowing more beings to cultivate would form anchor points, beacons, for himself trapped in the time cycle. Moreover, facing the time cycle when breaking through to the 13th tier would be a test he had never encountered before. If one fails the first time, related memories would be erased, and then one would start the identical cycle anew. This is why it is termed time cycle. Lin Yuan immediately picked up the book in front of him. The book was very thin, displaying a hue of green jade. "This original inheritance can only be comprehended here, don't take it out," the golden figure immediately stated. There is only this one original inheritance. If Lin Yuan takes it away without returning it, it would mean future cultivators who pass the test would lose the chance to comprehend this inheritance. Of course. Lin Yuan nodded. It was simply a matter of leaving an avatar here for a long term. It's not a difficult task. The Lord of Heaven Light's understanding of breaking through the 13th tier. Lin Yuan appeared expectant and immediately began to open the book. As the green jade-colored book was opened, countless messages surged forth, entering Lin Yuan's mind. Countless messages condensed into a towering figure. He stood beneath the vast firmament, his whole body emitting infinite light, illuminating everywhere. This illumination was markedly different from that of Fierce Sun. The illumination of the ancestor of Fierce Sun, the first source world, was a mighty erosion, with its daylight creating dominion. Whereas this infinite illumination now was inclusive, embracing everything, it had no sense of erosion or oppression. Lin Yuan observed the towering figure beneath the firmament, only feeling incomparably warm and comfortable. Is this the Lord of Heaven Light? Lin Yuan immediately understood that this towering figure endowed with infinite light was indeed the Lord of Heaven Light. To be precise, it was an imprint left by the Lord of Heaven Light, intended to bear the inheritance. So powerful. Lin Yuan thought inwardly. Even though the towering figure exerted no pressure on him, Lin Yuan instinctively felt that the ancestor of Fierce Sun was inferior to the Lord of Heaven Light. Even the other 5 ancestors of the first source world were all inferior to the Lord of Heaven Light. The Lord of Heaven Light was so powerful that he no longer needed to use feelings of pressure, but touched a higher realm. How to become an eternal Lord, how to transform into a time life. The Lord of Heaven Light said with a smile, the main thing is how to break through the time cycle. Time cycle is the greatest threshold for all lives in endless dimensional dimensions to transform into time lives. Lives caught in the time cycle will face testing they have not previously encountered. Past methods and abilities will become ineffective. Thus, to break through the time cycle, there are often 2 choices. The Lord of Heaven Light said with a gentle smile. First is to do nothing. Since the test of the time cycle is something you've never encountered, it is meaningless to prepare regardless. Second is to prepare to the utmost, as the infinite great way is also finite. If you can prepare all tests, reaching omniscience and omnipotence, you can naturally easily break through the time cycle. The Lord of Heaven Light spoke in a warm tone. Lin Yuan listened seriously. The information given by the Lord of Heaven Light was largely known to Lin Yuan, likely just an introduction to breaking through the time cycle. Next, I will explain how I break through the time cycle in my way. The Lord of Heaven Light said with a smile. Firstly, what do you think runes are? What are runes? Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Runes, as he encountered them, were a means, a secret technique. Having nearly universal use. They can maintain the existence of particle worlds. They can enhance the power of lethal moves, and so on. To you, runes should only be a kind of means. If one specializes in runes within the time cycle, they certainly cannot use runes, the Lord of Heaven Light said. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. He had long prepared to lose all means and abilities within the time cycle. Runes? Inner universe? Physical body? The more Lin Yuan excelled in these, the less he could wield them once caught in the time cycle. But to me, runes are not just a means, they are the foundation of all things, even time, which can be recreated with runes, so even in a time cycle, runes can be used. The Lord of Heaven Light continued. Runes can be used within the time cycle. Lin Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. With what means do you condense runes? Spiritual power? Soul power? Blood power? Or other diverse forces? The Lord of Heaven Light asked. Lin Yuan listened carefully. He condensed runes using the power of his inner universe. This was also one of the primary means Lin Yuan mastered. Indeed, the time cycle will bypass sealing all means you specialize in. For instance, if you specialize in condensing runes with spiritual power, then during the time cycle, you won't be able to use any spiritual power. You excel at condensing runes with soul power. The soul power will be closed off, same with blood power. The Lord of Heaven Light gently looked at Lin Yuan, but the runes themselves will not disappear. It only creates the illusion that the runes are gone due to the incapability of utilizing the means to activate runes. Lin Yuan was absorbed in the recounting from the Lord of Heaven Light within the book, whose understanding of runes far exceeded Lin Yuan's imagination. No wonder, Li Hong believed among the eternal lords, the Lord of Heaven Light was indisputably the strongest. Now, Lin Yuan shared the same thought as Li Hong. This is truly the essence of runes. Lin Yuan's eyes were full of awe. The inheritance recorded in the book brought Lin Yuan no direct enhancement to power. It was far inferior to the yield of creating a particle world. Yet Lin Yuan felt his comprehension of runes had greatly ascended. To put it plainly, originally, runes for Lin Yuan were a keen treasure sword. But now, runes to Lin Yuan were not just a sword, shield, long blade, giant mace. Lin Yuan could effortlessly possess any weapon. If runes can truly be used within the time cycle, then the likelihood of breaking through the cycle would be a lot higher. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In a time cycle where rules are constrained, being able to wield rune force is akin to having a cheat. Chaos Void. Runes. Lin Yuan immediately felt his understanding of runes had transformed, no longer limited to a kind of means, but encapsulating all things. Gather. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan gathered rune after rune, forming an avatar. This avatar's aura was terrifying, permeating layers of time and space. It almost had the strength akin to the Abyss Dragon. And this was just Lin Yuan's external application of runes, with an unfathomable enhancement to his own power. Lin Yuan gazed at the avatar before him. The avatar shared the same mental will as the true self, but lacked the strength of the original form. Why was this? Firstly, because there wasn't much mental will invested in the avatar. Secondly, the avatar's physical form was casually condensed, unable to exhibit Lin Yuan's true strength. In comparison, a clone's strength is much superior because its physical form has been cultivated and is strong enough. Whether in the Chaos Void, the first source world, or the second source world, cultivators highly regard clones, especially the main battle physical forms. The loss of a main battle physical form wastes years of effort. As of now, the avatar casually condensed before Lin Yuan hadn't undergone any cultivation. Yet, due to the utilization of the Rune Dao, this avatar's strength underwent a qualitative change, reaching a level close to the Abyss Dragon. Even with just an avatar now, my strength can rival the eternal sun of the second source world? Lin Yuan marveled. What is the eternal sun? It is an existence cultivated by a great sect, even highly regarded by the eternal Lord before its final emergence. Its strength far exceeds that of the strongest venerable of the first source world. The master of Wushan, through his drawing skills, created 3 perfect giant paintings, with the strong ones within barely reaching the threshold of the Abyss Dragon for the first 2 paintings. Has such fighting strength now been reached by Lin Yuan's casually condensed avatar? The strength of the true form? Lin Yuan perceived his own changes. An enhanced understanding of the Rune Dao allowed him to utilize the Rune Dao more perfectly, whereas the 13th tier legacy, Infinite Void, merely enhanced his inner universe. Now, the Rune Dao's enhancement for Lin Yuan is comprehensive, ranging from the inner universe, to the physical body, soul, and mental will, including everything. This is only the initial comprehension of this legacy. Lin Yuan composed himself. The legacy created by the Lord of Heaven Light mainly elaborated on the comprehension of runes. According to the Lord of Heaven Light's division, the legacy is divided into 5 levels. Comprehending the 5th level allows one to utilize the power of runes within the time cycle. Lin Yuan has currently only comprehended the 1st level. Of course, Lord of Heaven Light frankly acknowledged that it was unrealistic for normal cultivators to comprehend the 5th level, which was nearly at the Eternal Lord's level of perception. However, even reaching the 3rd or 4th level can provide ample aid to break through the time cycle, where comprehension regarding runes, even if not directly utilized, can be slightly used indirectly. Unfortunately, even now, compared to the 13th level time life, the gap is still significant. Lin Yuan pondered. The strength of 13th level time life lies in their ability to glimpse future timelines. The choices for the future outweigh direct strength. Even disregarding this ability to observe future timelines, Lin Yuan was far from being a match for 13th level life. Take it slowly. With this legacy, the chance to break through the time cycle seems much greater. Lin Yuan felt pleased. The Lord of Heaven Light considered it unrealistic for cultivators to master the 5th level of the legacy. However, for other cultivators, Lin Yuan certainly wasn't in this category. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, truly exerting himself to comprehend. Not to say he could certainly train to the 5th level, yet there was a significant hope. Perception at the Eternal Lord's level. Lin Yuan was not incapable of reaching this. It was merely a matter of how much time and energy he would devote. At the edge of the chaos void, a rift connected to a dimension beyond. A giant eye looked from afar. It was the Eye of Myriad Laws. This dimensional rift. The Eye of Myriad Laws scrutinized it closely. The chaos void wasn't perfect. Even with numerous time lives filling in, dimensional rifts still occurred at its edges. Dimensional rifts connect to dimensions beyond, which are dimensional gaps. Dimensional gaps, already detached from the dimension where the chaos void resides. There, dangers abound but also contain numerous opportunities. The dimensional rift locked by the Eye of Myriad Laws is connected to a dimensional gap containing resources it requires. To obtain such resources, the Eye of Myriad Laws utilized accumulated favors to send over a dozen invincible great saints. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure condensed, forming a silver-robed elder. Myriad Laws Senior. The silver-robed elder, named Great Saint Feng Zhu, was an invincible great saint. He received the Pavilion of Myriad Laws protection during his weaker years, thus owing a favor to the Eye of Myriad Laws. How is it? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Great Saint Feng Zhu and inquired. Beyond the dimensional gap, the native creatures on the small continent are too difficult to deal with, making it challenging to claim the magic origin fruit, Feng Zhu said honestly. The magic origin fruit, a dimensional treasure, drifts in dimensional gaps, absorbing some laws of dimensions it approaches. Hence, the magic origin fruit itself contains fundamental laws of different dimensions. Such a treasure significantly replenishes the Eye of Myriad Laws. Naturally, around where the magic origin fruit grows, dimensional creatures often emerge. Dimensional creatures are born within dimensional gaps, endowed with innate strength. Furthermore, outside the dimensions, the invincible great saints from the chaos void can't exert significant strength. Unable to leverage the chaos void's power. Therefore, despite the Eye of Myriad Laws inviting over a dozen invincible great saints to obtain the magic origin fruit, they still faced immense resistance. As long as the magic origin fruit can be obtained, I will express my gratitude profoundly, the Eye of Myriad Laws told Great Saint Feng Zhu. Since the Myriad Laws Senior says so, I will surely exert all my efforts, Feng Zhu nodded. Eye of Myriad Laws has gone through numerous cosmic eras. Its promises of gratitude would even appeal to invincible great saints.
At this momenta, buzz. A subtle wave slowly transmitted from outside the dimensional gap.
The previously fixed dimensional rift began to slowly shrink. Not good. It's the dimensional tide. The Eye of Myriad Laws gaze slightly change. Dimensional rifts in the chaos void cannot persist indefinitely. They will occasionally restore or appear, affected by external environmental influences. Currently, a dimensional tide has arisen, impacting this dimensional rift, and it is about to completely close. Trouble. Great Saint Feng Zhu's expression darkened. Once this dimensional rift before their eyes closes and heals, the time needed for this area to reopen a dimensional rift again is unknown. 1,000 cosmic eras? 10,000 cosmic eras? It's all possible? By that time, Great Saint Feng Zhu was estimated to have already reached the 13th tier. Compared to Great Saint Feng Zhu, Eye of Myriad Laws was equally anxious. Regardless of how long the cosmic era might last, Eye of Myriad Laws could wait. However, Eye of Myriad Laws could not guarantee whether the magic origin fruit would still be here the next time this dimensional gap opened. The magic origin fruit drifted between different dimensions. If missed this time, it was likely to drift far away, and Eye of Myriad Laws would practically lose the opportunity to obtain it. The dimensional gap will take time to heal even if it closes, roughly 3 days before it fully heals. Eye of Myriad Laws carefully observed, then looked at Great Saint Feng Zhu, as long as we pick the magic origin fruit within 3 days. 3 days. Great Saint Feng Zhu naturally understood what Eye of Myriad Laws meant. Impossible. Great Saint Feng Zhu shook his head. That small continent has only been explored to its outskirts, and merely bypassing the dimensional creatures on the outskirts is difficult enough. To reach the core area and pick the magic origin fruit within just 3 days and then retreat safely. I can't do it. Great Saint Feng Zhu said, it's not a matter of cost. It's simply impossible. I understand. Eye of Myriad Laws was silent for a moment, also recognizing that picking the magic origin fruit within 3 days was unreasonable. Magic origin fruit. Eye of Myriad Laws looked at the dimensional crack again, which was shrinking visibly. Forget it. Eye of Myriad Laws made a decision in his heart. In a certain desolate void, Lin Yuan's true self sat cross-legged, following the drift of chaos qi. At this moment, the power of space-time converged to form a gigantic eye. Eye of Myriad Laws? Lin Yuan glanced at the Eye of Myriad Laws and said casually, what do you want from me? The connection with Eye of Myriad Laws ran deep, so he was not surprised that the other could find him. Great Saint Galaxy. Eye of Myriad Laws showed a humble demeanor, unlike when dealing with Great Saint Feng Zhu. There is something I want to ask for your help with. Eye of Myriad Laws said. Speak. Lin Yuan looked at Eye of Myriad Laws. Moments later. You want me to go outside a dimensional gap and retrieve that magic origin fruit? Lin Yuan understood Eye of Myriad Laws' intention. Yes. That magic origin fruit is very important to me. Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. Retrieving the magic origin fruit within 3 days was an impossible task even for an exceptional great saint. After much thought, Eye of Myriad Laws believed only Lin Yuan had a chance to complete this task. A short time ago, Lin Yuan had exhibited his power, being acknowledged by Eye of Myriad Laws and other special entities as the strongest among the invincible great saints in history. You need to think clearly. Lin Yuan looked at Eye of Myriad Laws with a calm tone. At that time, you spread the martial arts evolution road offshoot for me, in exchange for asking me one favor in the future. Are you sure you want to use that request for this? Eye of Myriad Laws, upon hearing this, fell into thought once again. Actually, the most valuable approach to this request is to wait until Lin Yuan steps into the 13th tier to make it. But who knows if Lin Yuan will ever reach the 13th tier? If he doesn't, wouldn't it be a waste? There are many invincible great saints throughout history, but very few have ultimately become time lifeforms. And right now, that magic origin fruit is crucial to Eye of Myriad Laws. Missing this opportunity would mean losing the chance. Great Saint Galaxy, I'm sure. After careful consideration, Eye of Myriad Laws replied earnestly. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. He then asked, what is the situation outside the dimensional gap? Pretty dangerous. Even for a normal invincible great saint, retrieving the magic origin fruit within 3 days is very difficult. Eye of Myriad Laws explained truthfully. In this aspect, he dared not hide anything. Is there a 13th tier existence? Lin Yuan asked differently. A 13th tier existence? Eye of Myriad Laws was slightly taken aback. No, Eye of Myriad Laws responded immediately. What a joke. A 13th tier existence? If there were a 13th tier existence beside the magic origin fruit, no matter how much he desired it, he wouldn't dare have any thoughts. Moreover, near the chaos void, the appearance of a 13th tier lifeform would inevitably be noticed by the time lifeforms within that chaos void. Absolutely not. "I have myriad laws," assured Lin Yuan. He thought Lin Yuan was worried he was being led to certain death. "I understand." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "I will dispatch a clone to enter that dimensional gap and retrieve the magic origin fruit for you." "Thank you, Galaxy." "I have myriad laws" was about to express gratitude. Suddenly, he froze. A clone. A single clone. Great Saint Galaxy. The situation outside the dimensional gap is still very dangerous. Can just sending a clone suffice? "I have myriad laws" cautiously inquired. "I have myriad laws" greatly acknowledged Lin Yuan's strength, believing him to be the strongest invincible great saint in history. "But just a single clone? It's enough." Lin Yuan glanced at "I have myriad laws." Now, a single clone of his could exhibit strength akin to the Abyss Dragon, and all the invincible great saints in the history of Chaos Void combined probably couldn't defeat one of his clones. Moreover, Lin Yuan's true self continued to oversee the situation. Lin Yuan was indeed anticipating who, with his current strength, could possibly obstruct him if the 13th tier time lifeforms don't appear. Even if the mysterious dimensional gap really harbors an opponent equal to himself? In the vast desolate void, Lin Yuan drifted along with the thin chaos chi. Except for entities like the Eye of Myriad Laws that had deeper causal sensing with Lin Yuan. Other powerful beings, even if passing nearby, couldn't perceive Lin Yuan in the slightest. Lin Yuan's form and spirit seemed to merge as one with endless chaos chi and the vast void. That dimension rift? Lin Yuan casually glanced in a certain direction. He had already condensed an avatar to proceed. Regarding dimension rifts, Lin Yuan was still quite cautious. The Xuanwang obtained the 13th level weapon, Sky Void Tripod, from a dimension rift. Within that dimension rift, even the Xuanwang almost got seriously injured despite his invincible great saint power, showing the danger of dimension rifts. Lin Yuan's current strength certainly far surpassed the Xuanwang at that time, but he wouldn't be careless. Sending only an avatar was both confidence in himself and primarily a probe. Even if hidden within that dimension rift there was danger unnoticed by the Eye of Myriad Laws. At most, Lin Yuan would lose an avatar. A thought would be enough to condense another. No impact on himself whatsoever. "I hope everything goes smoothly," Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even if the Eye of Myriad Laws guaranteed, in case Lin Yuan didn't retrieve that magic origin fruit. Just taking action would mean the causal ties between the two were settled. But Lin Yuan naturally hoped for things to go smoothly. After all, the Eye of Myriad Laws saved him quite a lot of trouble back then. Without the Eye of Myriad Laws, even with Lin Yuan's current strength, wanting to spread branches of the martial arts evolution road would require a tremendous amount of effort and time, and the outcome wouldn't necessarily match that of the Eye of Myriad Laws. Even those as powerful as the invincible Great Saint can only overlook certain eras and ultimately must strive for the 13th level. Yet, special existences like the Eye of Myriad Laws are almost eternally enduring. As long as the Chaos Void doesn't perish, they can exist indefinitely. Is the fourth layer of infinite void almost mastered? Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly, separating an avatar of awareness to descend into his internal universe. The vast internal universe boundlessly stretched, at this moment on the verge of completing some transformation. Stop! Lin Yuan immediately halted the final transformation of infinite void. The infinite void legacy I cultivate was created by a time life of the Chaos Void, using Chaos Void as the ultimate goal. Cultivating theoretically to the 7th layer means the internal universe can transform into an existence equivalent to the Chaos Void in scale. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Of course, the so-called 7th layer, even the time life who created this legacy did not cultivate up to. If truly cultivating the 7th layer, it would count as powerful even among the 13th level. Even without becoming the Time Lord, it would be close. In the second source world, the pursuit of the Master of Wushan is to paint a source world. Once accomplished, one can stand among the Time Lords. While the infinite void legacy aims to nurture a Chaos Void. Though the processes differ, the ultimate goals pursued by both are similar. If I had never descended into the first source world or the second, I might consider this legacy flawless, as it originated from a great time life. Their insight and vision how can be wrong. But Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Having experienced 2 source worlds, Lin Yuan realized that even time lives are not necessarily correct. For example, this infinite void legacy isn't wrong per se, but is the internal universe nurtured comparable to the chaos void really perfect? Even the chaos void itself is imperfect, requiring time lives to establish special places to complement it. How could the internal universe modeled after the chaos void be perfect? It's just that. The time life who founded this legacy only had access to the dimension space of chaos void. Without other more perfect dimension spaces for reference, they failed to realize this. Even if time lives can travel through dimensional rifts, wanting to explore other dimension spaces? Very difficult. Firstly, they can't find them. Secondly, even if they do find them, they would face intense repulsion from the dimension space itself. Additionally, they would encounter obstruction from the 13th level time life born in this dimension space. Like other dimension time lives wanting to approach the chaos void would naturally face obstruction from the chaos void's time lives. But Lin Yuan is different. With the help of the Myriad Realms Gate, he can silently integrate into the worlds within each dimension space. There's even two source worlds more perfect than the chaos void. In the first source world, Lin Yuan observed the origin source operation and the micro-source world nurtured inside the Abyss Dragon's heart. His understanding and insight into that source world surpassed even the chaos void. In the second source world, Lin Yuan understood the semi-finished eternal painting drawn by the master of Wushan, which depicts that source world. Furthermore, the Lord of Heaven Light's understanding of the rune, Omni. Lin Yuan also gained profound insights, although not entirely understood about the second source world's basic operation and essence. It certainly surpassed any carefree third realm strongman of that world. My internal universe, the final transformation must not pursue chaos void. Lin Yuan thought silently, pursuing chaos void as the final direction. Whether he could become a Time Lord is uncertain. Taking the myriad realms and endless dimensional dimensions as the foundation, this is the direction my internal universe will transform towards. In Lin Yuan's mind flashed bits and pieces of the first source world and the second source world, especially their essential operations, starting to slowly integrate them into his own internal universe. These matters must be completed before mastering the infinite void, 4th rank. Only then can a foundation be laid before the inner universe's groundwork is set, to facilitate the continual fusion of more source world essences in the future. The reason why a source world is called a source world is that it is more perfect than other worlds of the same level, closer to true perfection. My inner universe absorbing the essence of a source world will also be closer to perfection, with the hope of eventually becoming perfect. A perfect world? That is a world that only a 14th rank perfect time being can establish. Once my inner universe transforms to true perfection, the distance to becoming a 14th rank perfect time being may not be far. Of course, this is just Lin Yuan's speculation. To truly become a 14th rank perfect time being? Lin Yuan does not have much clue. A perfect time being can freely roam the timeline, existing in the past, present, and future, and can even create the future they desire. Such a level of life is beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. The master of Wushan's ultimate pursuit was merely to draw a picture of the source world and become a Time Lord. As for becoming a perfect time being, Lin Yuan's only knowledge is that the premise of a perfect time being is perfection. If the inner universe truly reaches perfection, could he be close to being a perfect time being? Take it slow. Lin Yuan continuously integrates the essence of the two source worlds into his inner universe. Currently, a perfect time being is still too distant for him, as he isn't even a time being. Rumble. The inner universe continuously roars. The essence is being transformed. This transformation is different from the infinite void reconstruction. It is the fundamental existence being changed. Like an iron knife versus a gold knife. Only a few hundred breaths passed. The fundamental operation of the two source worlds completely merged into the inner universe. In fact, Lin Yuan had long begun preparing to take the advantages and perfection of the two source worlds and integrate them into his own inner universe. Now taking action, it is naturally fast. Enter the infinite void, 5th rank. Lin Yuan carefully perceived for a while and began the final transformation of his inner universe. The infinite void, 5th rank is a turning point. Normally, cultivators advancing to the 5th level of this legacy have the power of an invincible great saint. Lin Yuan integrated the fundamental operational advantages of the two source worlds before mastering the fifth layer. Busy 1/2 as the inner universe underwent its final transformation. An invisible aura began to sweep over. Before long, the inner universe completed its transformation. The inner universe after fusion, and advancing to the infinite void, fifth rank. Lin Yuan again felt an increase in his own strength. Now, even as merely a manifestation, can I rival the Abyss Dragon? Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. The manifestation has not been cultivated. But the inner universe is normally opened. No match for the boundless inner universe of the true self. The inner universe fused with the advantages of the two source worlds to perfection, along with advancing to the infinite void, fifth rank. Naturally, the power of the manifestation surged, completely reaching the level of the Abyss Dragon. A manifestation equal to an Abyss Dragon? Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, reminiscing about the initial establishment of the first source world, which gathered endless creation and causes to birth an Abyss Dragon. Now, a casually formed manifestation can reach this domain. Just right, the hope of retrieving the magic origin fruit is even greater. Lin Yuan felt pleased. Inner universe, beside the jade gourd.
The red-clad girl was swinging her legs. At this moment
an inexplicable wave swept over. What is this? The red-clad girl jumped up immediately. Entered the infinite void, fifth rank. The red-clad girl's eyes widened, full of amazement. Even though she already knew Lin Yuan would reach this level, it was just a matter of time. Yet when this day truly arrived, it was still somewhat unbelievable. The cultivation speed is really too fast. Infinite void is a 13th rank inheritance. Not everyone can cultivate to the 5th level. Even passing the initial test, highly compatible with this inheritance, those who can reach the 5th level are exceedingly rare. Generally, among hundreds of inheritance cultivators, only one may reach the 5th level. But Lin Yuan? For Lin Yuan, it's not a matter of whether he can reach the 5th level. Rather, it's the unimaginable speed of reaching the 5th level, making the red-dressed girl's understanding start to shatter. No way? Suddenly, the red-dressed girl's expression changed. Although the aura sweeping from within her universe is very similar to crossing into the 5th level of infinite void. Yet after careful feeling, the red-dressed girl confirmed that this was different from the normal 5th level of infinite void. Similar yet different. How is that possible? The red-dressed girl couldn't believe it. Don't worry. Lin Yuan's figure condensed not far away, smiling at the red-dressed girl. I just modified the infinite void inheritance a bit. Originally, infinite void pursued the chaos void as the ultimate goal. Now the ultimate pursuit has changed to aspire for a higher perfect world, naturally requiring revision of the cultivation method in between. Modify? The red-dressed girl fell into deeper silence. This 13th rank inheritance, the masterpiece of a time being, is mostly unsurpassed in every aspect. Even other time beings could not necessarily modify it. But Lin Yuan just modified it? What made the red-dressed girl even more incredible was that the modified 5th level of infinite void faintly gave her a more magnificent, deeper feel. This was different from Lin Yuan's previous integration of other 13th rank skills. This modification was from the inheritance's foundation, fundamentally something else. Indeed, I think the current infinite void is more suited to me. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Only the secret technique inheritance created by oneself can perfectly fit. As for secret technique inheritances created by others, even for great 13th rank beings, it couldn't perfectly fit every life. It can only relatively fit. The red-dressed girl's heart felt somewhat confused, but she nodded. At the edge of Chaos Void, in front of an increasingly narrowing dimensional rift, a dozen figures stood not far away, gazing from afar at that dimensional rift. These dozen figures were supreme saints, invited by the Eye of Myriad Laws to enter the dimensional rift to retrieve the magic origin fruit. However, now, all the expressions of these supreme saints were immensely grave. The dimensional rift was rapidly closing, yet their main battle bodies hadn't withdrawn and were still battling dimensional life on that small continent within the rift. The environment within the dimensional gap was drastically different from within the chaos void. Even for supreme saints, they would be greatly suppressed in such a strange environment. This dimensional rift will completely close in at most 3 days. Within 3 days, if our main battle bodies can't return, One of the supreme saints couldn't help but speak. Compared to chaos void, the dimensional gap was extremely dangerous. Life below the 13th rank faces the risk of death at any moment within the gap. Once this dimensional rift closes, it would mean the main battle bodies of these dozen supreme saints being completely trapped outside the chaos void, akin to total demise. Early or late, it would happen. Even for supreme saints, cultivating a main battle body is no easy task, requiring dedication. Feng Zhu, did you tell Myriad Laws about it? That magic origin fruit is very hard to take away. Why not let us retreat? The second supreme saint spoke. The dimensional rift would close within 3 days, and within these 3 days, the hope of taking back the magic origin fruit was nearly zero. In such a case, the supreme saints naturally were reluctant to continue fighting on that small continent and considered withdrawing their main battle bodies. This way, the losses would be minimized. Myriad Laws said that other saints have been invited for support. There is still hope. Great Saint Feng Zhu spoke. He had the closest relationship with the Eye of Myriad Laws, knowing many things in advance. Other saints, the native lifeforms on that small continent outside the rift, are extremely ferocious. No matter how many saints invited, it's hard to retrieve the magic origin fruit within 3 days. The first supreme saint who spoke whispered, Feng Zhu, which saint did Myriad Laws invite? The third supreme saint inquired, believing that the Eye of Myriad Laws had confidence since it hadn't given up. As these words were spoken, all the other supreme saints collectively looked at Great Saint Feng Zhu. Myriad Laws said, invited. Great Saint Feng Zhu scanned the numerous saints and slowly said, the Galactic Saint. Galactic Sage. More than 10 supreme sages couldn't help but shudder at these 4 words. Galactic Sage? The contemporary invincible sage? The Galactic Sage? The Galactic Sage should belong to the type of great sage who emerged out of nowhere, having made few appearances before demonstrating the power of an invincible sage. However, the Galactic Sage became an invincible sage who dominated the Chaos Void through just one brief battle. That battle made many supreme sages not even dare to have the thought of competing with the Galactic Sage. Outside the Galactic Chaos continent, 2 supreme sages jointly descended. But in front of the Galactic Sage, they couldn't even resist and dissipated instantly? Who could withstand such a method? With the end of that crushing battle, more and more information was released. For instance, it wasn't just 2 supreme sages involved but also an imprint of the Luo Hu Great Sage. Luo Hu Great Sage was a long-renowned supreme sage, allegedly having mastered a certain 13th level legacy. He possessed the power of a conventional invincible sage. Yet in front of the Galactic Sage, he also melted like snow. This is simply unimaginable. There's also another rumor. Originally, Luo Hu Great Sage planned to sweep through the Chaos Void to prove the name, invincible. But because of Lin Yuan's intervention, this idea was completely extinguished, leading him to directly pursue the 13th level. Galactic Sage, could Myriad Laws actually invite the Galactic Sage? A supreme sage couldn't help but say. Since that battle, countless powerhouses have visited the Galactic Sage. Chaos Great Sage? Supreme Sage? Even unique entities like the Eye of Myriad Laws? However, the Galactic Sage seemed very reluctant to engage with unique entities, never having met any visiting unique entity. With the Galactic Sage's power, since he did not wish to meet them, those unique entities had no choice but to quietly leave. These unique entities cannot directly intervene. This is a rule set by the life of time, so they are very humble when facing supreme sages sweeping through the Chaos Void. Moreover, these unique entities see much further and deeper than supreme sages and deduced that Lin Yuan is not just an invincible sage but the strongest invincible sage born from the Chaos Void. With such power, unless the unique entities are crazy, they naturally dare not provoke him. Myriad Laws has his own methods. Great Saint Feng Zhu didn't know how the Eye of Myriad Laws managed to invite the Galactic Sage. But since the Eye of Myriad Laws told him so, he must have truly invited him. However, Great Saint Feng Zhu thought for a moment and continued, Myriad Laws said the Galactic Sage only sent an avatar. An avatar? Many supreme sages were slightly taken aback. No matter how much they admired the Galactic Sage's power, it was just an avatar. The invincible sage ultimately remains at the 12th level, so how strong could a casually conjured avatar be? It might not even be comparable to a supreme sage. No matter how strong the galactic sage is, sending just an avatar to retrieve the source fruit within 3 days, isn't that a bit arrogant? Since the galactic sage does so, he must have assurance. Great Saint Feng Zhu looked at all the supreme sages and spoke. He also found it incredible when he first heard this news. But on second thought, given the galactic sage's level, there must be his considerations. It's not something they, as supreme sages, can grasp. Since the galactic sage acts in this manner, he must be confident. And with the galactic sage's status, since he agreed to help the Eye of Myriad Laws, how could he handle it lightly? If he was unwilling, he could just refuse. Indeed, many supreme sages suddenly realized. Thinking it over, they agreed with this notion. I speculate that the galactic sage sent only an avatar to first check the depths outside the dimensional rift, and once he confirms there is no threat, his true form will descend to sweep in and retrieve the source fruit. Great Saint Feng Zhu shared his speculation. The dimensional rift is fraught with danger. Even the invincible sage cannot guarantee a safe retreat. The galactic sage is prudent, first sending an avatar to the rift to ensure there's no problem before deploying his true form, which is foolproof. Once these words were spoken, the other supreme sages nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this explanation made perfect sense. With the galactic sage's intervention, there is a great chance of retrieving the source fruit within 3 days. The supreme sages wore smiles on their faces. They were invited by the Eye of Myriad Laws, partly as a favor, but if they managed to retrieve the source fruit successfully, the Eye of Myriad Laws would surely offer more rewards. At the level of supreme sage, most of Chaos Void's rare treasures hold little use. But the precious rewards offered by the Eye of Myriad Laws are definitely satisfactory for the supreme sages. This time, we can witness the means of the galactic sage's true form. A supreme sage was filled with anticipation. Among all the invincible sages born in the history of the Chaos Void, the galactic sage was undoubtedly the most mysterious, and even he had rarely showcased his power. Suddenly, at this moment, the power of space-time gathered, forming a figure not far from the dozen supreme sages. Is the galactic sage here? The supreme sages were excited, all turning toward that figure. The figure was a young man, with both hands behind his back, a faint yin-yang taiji mark spinning between his brows. Is this just an avatar of the galactic sage? A supreme sage was shocked, for even just an avatar gave them immense pressure, a pressure stemming from his grasp of spacetime. As expected of the galactic sage, Great Saint Feng Zhu marveled inwardly, realizing he had underestimated the galactic sage's power. With his perception, he felt that even he might not be able to defeat this avatar standing before him. In other words, a single avatar of the galactic saint is comparable to an absolute saint? This kind of existence likely hasn't appeared in the history of the Chaos Void. Is this the dimensional rift? Lin Yuan took a step forward, appearing before more than a dozen absolute saints, and casually said, "Yes. The magic origin fruit that Myriad Laws desires is on the small continent outside the rift." Great Saint Feng Zhu's heart tightened, and he immediately gave an overview of the situation. He particularly emphasized the dimensional beings born on that small continent outside the rift. These beings are inherently powerful, instinctually affecting space and time, and combined with fighting on home ground, even an absolute saint finds it tricky to face a large group of them, not daring to confront them head-on. Galactic Saint, our main battle bodies are inside. We can join forces then. Great Saint Feng Zhu quickly said. The main battle bodies of more than a dozen absolute saints are now on that small continent. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Once again, he took a step forward. Entering the dimensional rift, in another location. The Eye of Myriad Laws also observed the dimensional rift from afar. The incarnation of the galaxy has arrived? Such speed, was it nearby? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked towards Lin Yuan's incarnation. I didn't expect that now, I can't even gauge the depth of the galaxy's avatar. The Eye of Myriad Laws shook his head. A long time ago, he couldn't perceive Lin Yuan's true form. Now, he couldn't even see through the avatar. In the vision of the Eye of Myriad Laws, even if it's just an avatar of Lin Yuan, it influences the surrounding space-time grade Tao like a black hole. That little guy from back then has grown to this point. The Eye of Myriad Laws was equally amazed. When he first met Lin Yuan, the latter wasn't even in the Chaos realm. Most regions of the dimensional gap are dim and dark. After Lin Yuan's avatar entered the dimensional rift, he quickly saw the small continent nurturing the magic origin fruit. The continent was only as large as a void domain, but because it was detached from the chaos void environment, within the dimensional gap, it was difficult to utilize any Tao rules or overcome some inexplicable suppression, making it challenging even for an absolute saint to instantaneously traverse the continent to retrieve that magic origin fruit. Galactic Saint. Galactic Saint. The main battle bodies of the absolute saints immediately approached. Galactic Saint, the magic origin fruit is there. Great Saint Feng Zhu said, and Lin Yuan looked in the direction. He saw a tree swaying in the depths of the small continent. The tree appeared dark, with vague undulations of Tao rules, and a fist-sized fruit hung from the branches. Magic origin fruit. Lin Yuan understood. Because the magic origin fruit absorbs the laws and principles of different dimensional spaces, it is very useful for the Eye of Myriad Laws, which is based on the path of roads. The so-called laws and principles are the evolutionary path breadths of different dimensional spaces. Galactic Saint, the closer you get to the magic origin fruit, the more numerous those dimensional beings become. Currently, we are only on the periphery. Great Saint Feng Zhu explained. Lin Yuan also observed those indigenous dimensional beings on the small continent. In fact, during his previous travels in the boundless void, Lin Yuan had also encountered these dimensional beings. However, those beings were incredibly weak, having been captured into the void secret realm of the boundless void, hence they were also called void creatures. It's manageable. Lin Yuan nodded. After only a few glances, Lin Yuan roughly discerned the strength of these dimensional beings. Indeed, they are very strong. Even a regular invincible great saint would have difficulty forcibly retrieving the magic origin fruit from so many dimensional beings within 3 days. Galactic Saint, what should we do now? Great Saint Feng Zhu asked. The remaining dozen absolute saints obediently followed orders. Originally, this group of absolute saints was led by Great Saint Feng Zhu. But with the arrival of the Galactic Saint, everything naturally followed his lead. You don't need to do anything. Lin Yuan glanced at the many absolute saints and casually said, I'll take action myself and just retrieve the magic origin fruit directly. Alright. Great Saint Feng Zhu was shocked, but considering the power of the Galactic Saint, he chose to believe him. When will the true form of the Galactic Saint descend? Great Saint Feng Zhu inquired. The other absolute saints were filled with excitement. They also wanted to see the true form of the Galactic Saint descend, suppress these indigenous dimensional beings, and ultimately retrieve the magic origin fruit. True form? Lin Yuan smiled and said, that's not necessary. In the next moment, under the incredulous gaze of more than a dozen absolute saints, Lin Yuan extended his hand. Whoosh! The palm was vast, like the falling sky, reaching towards the deepest part of the small continent. During this, the indigenous dimensional beings rose to challenge the sky-covering hand, roaring, but were ultimately silently annihilated. In nearly an instant, the small tree bearing the magic origin fruit, along with its large rooted area of land, was grasped by the enormous hand and brought before Lin Yuan. Done. Lin Yuan looked at the tree with the magic origin fruit in his hand and smiled. The dozen absolute saints felt their minds turning to mush as they watched Lin Yuan smilingly examine the magic origin fruit tree in his hand. A thought involuntarily arose in their minds. Is this really just an avatar? The great Saint Feng Zhu and other peerless great saints appeared dazed. Before Lin Yuan made his move, they envisioned countless possibilities. There was the possibility of the galaxy great saint directly storming into the small continent, sweeping through the various dimensional native beings, and ultimately plucking the magic origin fruit, retreating with them safely. Or the galaxy great saint using the space-time rule insights to instantly appear beside the magic origin fruit tree and leave with the fruit before the numerous dimensional native beings could react. Or the galaxy great saint employing special means to suppress all dimensional native beings in a short time and then easily taking the magic origin fruit. And so on. They had considered various possibilities. But the premise of all these possibilities was that the galaxy great saint would undoubtedly deploy his true self. After all, compared to the true self, an incarnation is much weaker. Even if one has incredible means and insights into the rules, a weak physical and mental state cannot perform them. But now, the scene of the galaxy great saint reaching out to grasp the entire magic origin fruit tree was performed by an incarnation. This left all the peerless great saints somewhat silent. The scene was too unimaginable. Could an incarnation be this powerful? Or what level of true self would allow for an incarnation so easily formed to be this strong? Where is this? The magic origin fruit tree was uprooted and suddenly awakened. As a rare treasure born of the dimensional gap, the magic origin fruit tree itself possessed a certain level of intelligence, even secretly influencing the many-dimensional native beings on the small continent. Otherwise, with the preciousness of the magic origin fruit tree, it would have long been divided and devoured by those dimensional native beings, before the Eye of Myriad Laws even discovered it. But at this moment, the magic origin fruit tree, which had a decent capacity for self-preservation, was shivering, its leaves trembling uncontrollably. The dimensional gap is boundlessly mysterious, where 13th tier time life forms are colossal beings capable of roaming through the gaps. There are also some life forms below the 13th tier, all birthed from the dimensional gap, whose power in such a harsh environment is far more potent than those born in the chaos void. The magic origin fruit tree itself belonged to this category, and to it, the actions of the great Saint Feng Zhu and other peerless great saints seemed like child's play. Even if the fissure connecting to the chaos void didn't close in 3 days, the great Saint Feng Zhu and other peerless great saints would still fail to pluck the magic origin fruit. Originally, the magic origin fruit tree planned to wait until the great Saint Feng Zhu and other peerless great saints delved deeper before making a move to consume them. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan arrived. Too powerful. Is this a life born within a dimensional space? The magic origin fruit tree trembled with fear. Throughout its drifting in the dimensional gap, it had encountered numerous terrifying beings. But compared to Lin Yuan, the difference was colossal. Lin Yuan reshaped its understanding of life below the 13th tier. Chaos void. The Eye of Myriad Laws was closely monitoring the situation on the small continent, and naturally witnessed the moment Lin Yuan reached out and covered the sky. This power? The Eye of Myriad Laws couldn't believe it. Originally, he thought Lin Yuan sending an incarnation lightly was a bit arrogant. But to his surprise, even just an incarnation was this terrifying? The power of an incarnation exceeds all the invincible great saints in history? The Eye of Myriad Laws' thoughts spread. Although he was ecstatic about Lin Yuan obtaining the magic origin fruit, such terrifying strength left him unsettled for a long time. If not for the certainty that Lin Yuan hadn't yet reached the 13th tier, he might suspect whether a time life form had intervened. What kind of monster is this? The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed distantly, feeling deeply moved. Previously, he thought the reason he couldn't see through Lin Yuan's incarnation was some secret technique being used to obstruct him. But now, he realized it was simply because the incarnation was too powerful, surpassing his limit of perception. What level of power does the galaxy great saint's true self possess? The Eye of Myriad Laws couldn't help but be curious, but he also realized he probably would never know. Just an incarnation possessed such power. Who in the chaos void could force the galaxy great saint's true self to act with all his might? The spirits of those special places? Not to mention that the spirits of special places couldn't act. Even if they could, they likely wouldn't match the galaxy great saint's incarnation now. Let alone the true self of the galaxy great saint. In the view of the Eye of Myriad Laws, only the 13th tier could force the galaxy great saint's true self to act with full force. But the 13th tier time life forms were the least likely to take action. In fact, the 13th tier time life forms wouldn't even pay attention to things happening in the chaos void. Their eyes and minds were primarily focused on the distant future. As for the past and present, only if an event occurred that affected the foundation of the chaos void. For instance, if a special place were completely destroyed. Otherwise, it's tough to draw the attention of time life forms of the 13th tier. I wonder if that person knew that the legacy left behind would cultivate an existence like the galaxy great saint. The Eye of Myriad Laws pondered. That person, he referred to as the founder of the infinite void, and one of the time life forms of this chaos void. Over the long cosmic era, the infinite void had been passed down through various cultivators, and the Eye of Myriad Laws witnessed them all. But Lin Yuan, the combined strength of all cultivators who inherited the infinite void in history, probably wouldn't withstand a single slap from the galaxy great saint. More accurately, wouldn't withstand a single slap from the Galaxy Great Saint's incarnation. Very smooth. Lin Yuan reached out and retrieved the entire magic origin fruit tree without encountering any fierce resistance. At the moment his avatar acted, his true self was already focused here, prepared to intervene at any moment if unexpected situations arose. Dimensional Rift. Lin Yuan gazed into the vast dimensional rift. He has always held a sense of reverence for dimensional rifts. Within dimensional space, the rules of the Great Path operate, making it an ideal environment for cultivation, akin to a nurturing bed for life. Some dimensional spaces even offer great gifts to life. For instance, in the Chaos Void, the origin source infuses every life in this dimensional space with privileges that can be enjoyed. But the dimensional rift? The rules of the Great Path do not exist, and one must bear the oppression emitted by vast dimensional spaces. Creatures able to survive in the dimensional rift are very strong because the weak simply cannot withstand it. In fact, the dimensional rift is also the battlefield for all the 13th tier time lifeforms. 13th tier time life rarely fight within dimensional space, as it causes too much damage to the dimensional space itself. Thus, the battlefield for the 13th tier is in the dimensional rift. Only this vast space can endure the all-out combat among time lifeforms. This magic origin fruit tree? Lin Yuan looked at the magic origin fruit tree in his hand, his expression showing surprise. It actually developed spirit. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yuan keenly sensed the fluctuation of the spirit within the magic origin fruit tree itself. He had reached out and grabbed it earlier without thinking too much, just intending to test it first. Master. The magic origin fruit tree timidly sent out a wave of consciousness. Quite timid. Lin Yuan's face revealed a smile. He did not know that the magic origin fruit tree originally intended to devour Great Saint Feng Zhu and other supreme saints. Of course, even if he knew, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind too much. Under absolute power suppression, the magic origin fruit tree couldn't stir up much trouble. Take one magic origin fruit, you don't mind, do you? Lin Yuan gazed down at the magic origin fruit tree, speaking. I don't mind, I don't mind. The magic origin fruit tree immediately responded, I have many of these fruits. After saying that, the magic origin fruit tree's branches and leaves swayed. Numerous magic origin fruits quickly gathered, dangling between the branches and leaves. These so-called magic origin fruits are merely the manifestations of the magic origin fruit tree's aura. Basically, they are bait used to attract other life forms. Alright. Lin Yuan nodded. He had promised the Eye of Myriad Laws to take back a magic origin fruit for him. Those dimensional creatures. Lin Yuan's gaze turned again towards that distant small continent. Earlier, when he grabbed the magic origin fruit tree, he also wiped out many dimensional creatures on the continent. Not like the boundless void, which could enhance the spiritual will. It's well known that within the void secret realm of boundless void, killing those void creatures from the dimensional rift directly boosts one's spiritual will. What a pity. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. He theorized two reasons. Firstly, it's because his spiritual will is now too high. The enhancement in spiritual will from killing these dimensional creatures has reached a null effect for him. Secondly, the reason why killing void creatures in the void secret realm of boundless void enhances spiritual will is due to the unique nature of that dimensional space. Each dimensional space has its unique traits, such as the origin source infusion in Chaos Void. Lin Yuan speculated that the second reason was the most likely. Because if it were truly effective for gaining spiritual will by killing dimensional creatures, even if it's ineffective for him, other great saints would have noticed it long ago. Even if it has little effect on the great saints, many great saints would surely try capturing dimensional creatures for their offspring if that were the case. Yet, Lin Yuan had never heard of such a thing. Then I shall return first. Lin Yuan packed away the magic origin fruit tree and looked at Great Saint Feng Zhu and other supreme saints. Alright. Great Saint Feng Zhu immediately responded, promptly voicing. Having witnessed the power of Lin Yuan's avatar, the supreme saints present felt tremendous pressure. Chaos Void. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at the magic origin fruit the size of a fist in front of him, his gaze slightly excited. Many thanks to the Galactic Saint. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan, finding the acquisition of the magic origin fruit exceedingly smooth. The Eye of Myriad Laws had initially prepared for some complications, even with Lin Yuan, the most powerful invincible great saint in history, aiding him. Anything could happen in the dimensional rift. What if some mishap occurred? Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan's power was terrifying, and with just one avatar, he uprooted the magic origin fruit tree. It's a small matter. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I'll just keep that magic origin fruit tree. Naturally. The Eye of Myriad Laws immediately said, not asking Lin Yuan to return the magic origin fruit tree. Because taking the magic origin fruit is not the same difficulty as taking the whole tree. The dimensional creatures on that small continent were fiercely guarding the magic origin fruit tree. If only one magic origin fruit were taken, it might not provoke the ferocity of those dimensional creatures. But to take the whole tree? All the dimensional creatures on the small continent would probably fight desperately. In this scenario, even in the Eye of Myriad Law's initial predictions, even Lin Yuan might not withstand it. Taking a single magic origin fruit might still allow for a safe retreat. Taking a whole magic origin fruit tree significantly reduces the chance of a safe retreat. The Eye of Myriad Laws was only interested in the magic origin fruit and naturally did not want to take such a big risk. In that case, I'll be going back first. Lin Yuan stood up, ready to leave. Alright. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan. The evolutionary path branch of the Great Saint of the Galaxy is spreading very smoothly at the moment, and even if the Great Saint falls into a time loop, it will continue to spread with me around. Thank you. Lin Yuan smiled upon hearing this. After falling into a time loop, continuing to spread one's evolutionary path branch is certainly beneficial for anchoring the anchor. This statement by the Eye of Myriad Laws was also an attempt to curry favor with Lin Yuan. It's nothing, the Eye of Myriad Laws immediately said, with the foundations of the Great Saint of the Galaxy. Even without spreading the evolutionary path branch, reaching the 13th stage wouldn't be difficult. This was indeed the heartfelt words of the Eye of Myriad Laws. The vast chaos void has birthed many 13th stage time beings. But Lin Yuan? Since the opening of the chaos void, there's only been one such being. There has been none before, and likely none to come. The existence of Lin Yuan is even rarer than a 13th stage time being. It still needs to be spread. Lin Yuan smiled, then his figure disappeared. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at where Lin Yuan vanished. Falling into contemplation, at this moment, he faintly regretted. Had he asked too early? Desolate void. Lin Yuan's true self sat cross-legged. At this moment, an avatar appeared. Not only understanding cause and effect this time, but also gaining something? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face as he extended his right hand, with the magic origin fruit tree appearing between his palms. In fact, the so-called magic origin fruit is merely bait, casually condensed by the magic origin fruit tree with its breath. The most precious is still the magic origin fruit itself. My lord. The magic origin fruit tree was almost suffocated, experiencing a journey from heaven to hell again, from Lin Yuan's avatar to his true self. Compared to the avatar, Lin Yuan's true self gave it a much stronger sense of oppression. Put it into the internal universe. Lin Yuan slightly moved his thoughts, and the magic origin fruit tree was transferred to the internal universe. These rare wonders born from dimensional gaps also have a certain degree of feedback effect on the internal universe.
At least stronger than the chaos tree. Buzzy 1/2. The magic origin fruit tree hadn't yet reacted.
It found itself in a boundless universe. This should be my lord's internal universe, thought the magic origin fruit tree. It had interacted with Great Saint Feng Zhu and other unparalleled great saints, knowing about the internal universe. No, my lord's internal universe. The magic origin fruit tree just sighed in relief, thinking Lin Yuan putting it into the internal universe showed no malice. But immediately, the magic origin fruit tree realized something was off. This internal universe? This internal universe? The magic origin fruit tree was incredulous. Perfect. So perfect, more perfect than this dimensional space? Drifting in the dimensional gap, having come into contact with many dimensional spaces, the largest being the chaos void. Yet at this moment, in the magic origin fruit tree's perception, even the vast chaos void couldn't compare to Lin Yuan's internal universe? The magic origin fruit tree considered it inferior. It was not about size, magnitude, or heritage. If such aspects were the comparison, then the chaos void is undeniably the largest and most indisputable existence among the surrounding dimensional gaps. Even among dimensional spaces, there are distinctions of height, and the chaos void is undoubtedly the pinnacle of dimensional spaces. Lin Yuan's internal universe, in this regard, is still far from matching the chaos void. But aside from these, purely in terms of the perfection level of the spatial world, the magic origin fruit tree actually believed the chaos void was inferior to this internal universe. In terms of every detail of the rules and the operation of the great Tao, this internal universe is more complete. How is this possible? The magic origin fruit tree found it hard to believe. What kind of existence is the chaos void? It's already a colossal entity, plus each time being supplementary perfection. It has already reached some extreme, how could it be surpassed? This Lord. What is this Lord's origin? The magic origin fruit tree trembled inwardly, as the saying goes, blue is extracted from the indigo plant but surpasses it in blue. It generally doesn't appear in the world nurturing domain. The world spaces that are nurtured by the chaos void already have their foundations set, essentially possessing no possibility of surpassing the chaos void. Yet Lin Yuan's internal universe broke this point, causing the magic origin fruit tree to have a deeper impact. For example, Lin Yuan's terrifying background, being a time being from another dimensional space, sneaking into the chaos void with some plan. To be able to silently integrate into a dimensional space like the chaos void, a time being must be at least at the level of a lord, which requires a great cost. Time Lord? The magic origin fruit tree's heart trembled. Even in the mysterious dimensional gaps, the actions at the Time Lord level are extremely rare. At least the magic origin fruit tree had once watched the skirmishes of time beings from afar. But Time Lord? The magic origin fruit tree had never even seen one. At the level of the Time Lord, they plot their own timeline, past, present, future as one, sealing their timeline, isolating everything, trying to impact the perfect realm. Such an existence might even have some abilities of a perfect time being, able to travel to the past, altering the past in a limited way. Of course, not reaching the 14th rank, even a Time Lord needs to pay a heavy price to change the past. Actually, by the 13th rank, the struggles between time beings no longer involve spatial ranges but rather gradually revolve around timelines. Plotting battles in the past, laying out strategies for future battles. This is the nature of time beings. Some time beings abandon the gains and losses of the present to plan for a successful future. The victories and defeats between time beings are not confined to the present but must stretch the timeline to view from a distant future. No wonder, no wonder. The magic origin fruit tree suddenly realized. If Lin Yuan is a great Time Lord, then everything makes sense. Having such terrifying power, it being on a Time Lord seems much more reasonable. But a great Time Lord, paying a huge price to sneak into this dimensional space, what could be the plan? The magic origin fruit tree couldn't help but think. What could a Time Lord, at such a height, be willing to infiltrate for? Forget it. These are not things I can contemplate. The magic origin fruit tree shook its head. With the distant future seen by a Time Lord, there must be a profound meaning in doing so. As not even a time being, I cannot understand the Time Lord's scheme. This time for me, it might be a great opportunity. The magic origin fruit tree suddenly thought, being abducted by a Time Lord is not a bad thing, at least consider the tree of a Time Lord. The second Fang Yuan world, Qingyun Sacred Mountain. The true self of Lin Yuan had long returned from the trial space opened by the master of Wushan. However, a manifestation was left there to continuously comprehend the inheritance left by the Lord of Heaven Light. Rune Dao. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yuan concentrated his mind on understanding the Lord of Heaven Light's interpretation of the runes. Using spiritual power, qi and blood power, soul power, and other forces to condense runes, is the simplest application of runes and is also the most superficial understanding. The gentle light of the Lord of Heaven Light illuminated everywhere, with Lin Yuan earnestly comprehending. The original inheritance left by the Master of Wushan contained the imprint of the Lord of Heaven Light within. Utilizing this imprint is equivalent to directly facing the Lord of Heaven Light, which greatly aids in understanding this heritage. This is also the reason why the original inheritance is precious. Even the most precious replicated inheritance would slightly deviate from the Creator's original intent. The inheritance I created divides into 5 levels. The first level, the carrier of the rune, is no longer one's own power, but the heaven and earth, mountains and stones can all form runes. The second level, all tangible bodies, including all beings, can become the carrier of the rune, coagulating a rune. The third level, intangible things like the 7 emotions and 6 desires can also coagulate a rune. At this level, even if trapped in a time loop, without the direct use of rune Tao, it can also be used indirectly. The Lord of Heaven Light spoke with a gentle tone, like a kindly teaching teacher. The heaven and earth is a rune, tangible bodies are runes, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are also runes. In Lin Yuan's mind, many inspirations surged. Understanding of the runes is rapidly improving. Your Against Heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the rune inheritance, greatly enhancing your perception of the rune Tao. With Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, it took only more than half a month to fully comprehend the third level. 7 emotions and 6 desires? Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and his anger was stripped away, forming a small rune. No wonder the Lord of Heaven Light is confident that comprehending the third level can help break through the time loop. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Although he didn't know which kind of time loop he was trapped in, as long as there is life, there will inevitably be 7 emotions and 6 desires, which can thus become carriers for the runes. The power of blood and energy, soul power, spiritual power, and the power of the world universe may all be sealed and unusable. But the 7 emotions and 6 desires? Without them, is it still life? It's impossible that the time loop he is trapped in has no life whatsoever, even if there are no other life forms. He himself is a life form and can produce the 7 emotions and 6 desires as carriers for the runes. Of course, within the time loop, even if you find a rune carrier, the power it ultimately exerts will significantly diminish, but at least it's no longer without any support. The fourth level. Lin Yuan looked towards the inheritance of the fourth level. He could understand the first 3 levels in a short period of time because of his Against Heaven's understanding and the eternal painting of the Master of Wushan. The latter gave him a general understanding of the rune Tao of this Fang Yuan world, and then he comprehended the inheritance left by the Lord of Heaven Light. With the enhancement of Against Heaven's understanding, his progress was naturally rapid. What are runes? They are everything. All that you see and feel can also become carriers of runes. The Lord of Heaven Light smiled, explaining to Lin Yuan carefully. All that you see and feel? Lin Yuan nodded. This encompassed a vast range, especially in a time loop. Perhaps in the time loop he is trapped in, life is scarce, with only him. In such a case, even if he can produce the 7 emotions and 6 desires, it is still very limited. And all that you see and feel? Anything seen and felt can become a carrier for the runes. The Lord of Heaven Light. Lin Yuan once again felt the terrifying power of this eternal Lord, while the Master of Wushan's pursuit was to paint a picture of the source world. Whereas the Lord of Heaven Light pursued everything. Could such a powerful time being also be trapped? Or is it that they willingly allow themselves to be trapped? Lin Yuan's heart felt heavy. According to the test space, spirit, created by the Master of Wushan, all eternal lords, including him, were trapped. Only in this way could there be a faint chance of turning things around in the future. If they were not trapped, perhaps the eternal lords could survive, but the Fang Yuan world was destined for destruction, with no chance of reversal. It is precisely because of this that the Master of Wushan and other eternal lords actively chose to be trapped, their powers sealed, unable to interfere with the world after the descent of the demon disaster. Continue comprehending. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and began to comprehend the 4th level of the inheritance. Compared to the first 3 levels, the comprehension of the 4th level took Lin Yuan a little longer. However, with Lin Yuan's understanding, it was only a matter of time. In fact, many strong individuals have cultivated and comprehended the inheritance created by the Lord of Heaven Light. But most only stopped at the 1st level, the 2nd level? As for the 3rd level, since the spread of this inheritance, very few strong individuals have comprehended the 3rd level. No one has comprehended the 4th level. Not everyone has the accumulation and understanding like Lin Yuan. In the eyes of those powerful individuals in the realm of freedom, this inheritance is like a heavenly book. Even though they know comprehension is greatly beneficial to becoming an eternal lord, they still need to be able to comprehend it. Even strong as the eternal lords, a large part of them have not comprehended the 4th level. The main hall at the highest point of Qingyun's sacred mountain. The sect master of the holy sect and the elders have been very pleased lately. Due to Lin Yuan's presence, the demons around Qingyun's sacred mountain have nearly disappeared. The sect master and the elders had many speculations about this at first, but after confirming it was Lin Yuan's doing, they suddenly relaxed. With Lin Yuan, the Qingyun Saint sect is as stable as Mount Tai, with no need to worry about being broken by those great demons. How could the sect master and elders not feel delighted? The demon disaster is widespread, and even though the Holy Sect and the Supreme Saint sect have perpetuated their legacy, they face overwhelming pressure all the time. The central eternal sect of the world is no exception. The eternal sect's foundation is unfathomable, with methods arranged in advance by the Eternal Lord, but it faces even greater pressure. One source demon after another, even a demon god? Just then, the sect master's expression slightly changed, and on the distant high platform of the hall, a cyan rune slowly lit up. This rune can sense the message from the central eternal sect. Is there an eternal envoy arriving soon? The sect master's mind was shaken. It's been unknown how long since the last eternal envoy arrived. So long that the sect master thought there might be a great problem with the central eternal sect. Deep in the Qingyun Institute, upon learning that the eternal envoy was about to arrive, the sect master immediately informed Lin Yuan. Eternal envoy? The strong individuals dispatched by the eternal sect are coming? Lin Yuan looked at the sect master. According to reason, the imminent arrival of the eternal envoy is a top secret of the Qingyun Saint sect. After all, it involves the power of the eternal sect at the center of the world. In the rampant situation of the demonic threat, the fewer people know, the better. But the sect master of the holy sect is very aware that the safety of the entire Qingyun Saint sect now hinges on Lin Yuan. Eternal envoy? Compared to Lin Yuan's protection of the Qingyun Saint sect, what does the eternal envoy count for? The collective help of past eternal envoys does not surpass Lin Yuan sweeping away all the demons near the Qingyun sacred mountain. Therefore, between the eternal envoy and Lin Yuan, the sect master of the holy sect chose the latter without hesitation. He informed Lin Yuan of the imminent arrival of the eternal envoy without omission. Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. Actually, he did not have much aversion to the power of the eternal sect at the center of the world. His goals even coincide with those of the various eternal lords. The various eternal lords do not wish for this source world to be destroyed under the demonic threat. Lin Yuan also does not wish for that. All the heavens and myriad realms, endless dimensional planes. There are very few dimensional spaces that can reach the level of this source world. Such a world can completely become one of Lin Yuan's bases, to counter unknown risks. The barriers between different dimensional planes are enough to isolate the attack perceptions of 13th level time beings. Even strong figures like the Time Lord find it difficult to cross. What matters will the eternal envoy bring over? Lin Yuan looked at the sect master of the holy sect and asked. Based on previous experiences with the arrival of eternal envoys, they generally investigate nearby demonic intelligence and share some rune secret skills to combat the demons. The sect master of the holy sect truthfully replied. Moreover, the envoys will enlist some sect experts, especially the talented disciples, to take back to the eternal sect at the center of the world for training. The sect master of the holy sect continued. The Qingyun Saint sect feels both anticipation and distress regarding the arrival of the eternal envoy. The rune secret skills shared by the eternal envoy are indeed very useful to the holy sect. However, taking away sect experts and talented disciples, it might cause the Qingyun Saint sect to face a gap risk. The life disciples originally nurtured within the small world inside the Qingyun sacred mountain have talents not equal to those outside. Are further extracted by the eternal sect? In the short term, it might not matter, but over time, the impact becomes extremely vile. Currently there are only 3 or 4 experts at the peak of longevity 6th realm in the Qingyun Saint sect, far below the number before the great change of the world. The main reason is due to the rampant, demonic threat, but the repeated enlistment by the eternal envoy also holds a significant impact. I see. Lin Yuan lightly nodded, there was nothing surprising. For holy sect forces like the Qingyun Saint sect, their utility to the eternal sect at the center of the world is just twofold. One is to distract more attention from the demons. The other is to serve as a reserve site for disciples. This is also the reason why the Eternal Sect sends envoys to support all the great holy sects. Without sufficient benefits, the forces of the Eternal Sect, under the threat of multiple source demons, are already self-absorbed. How could they be this charitable? Give me the rune used for contacting the forces of the Eternal Sect. Lin Yuan thought for a while and spoke. The demonic threat descends, and many means of contact will be suppressed. Lin Yuan is rather curious about the method the Eternal Envoy uses for directly connecting with all the great holy sects and locking down their specific positions. It is worth noting, over the long years, to evade stronger demons, the Qingyun Sacred Mountain has relocated 7 or 8 times. Yes. The sect master of the holy sect immediately took out a cyan rune and respectfully handed it to Lin Yuan. This rune, Lin Yuan carefully observed. From the surface, this cyan rune is a conventional rune. But within Lin Yuan's field of vision, this cyan rune is composed of billions of smaller runes. Each small rune is continuously rotating, interwoven and colliding with others of similar small runes, forming a subtle balance. Interesting, Lin Yuan assessed. The inheritance left by the Lord of Heaven Light, Lin Yuan has already started cultivating the 4th level. Everything perceived and known became runes, all could be utilized by him. At present, this cyan rune is exceedingly difficult and obscure, besides the corresponding experts of the Eternal Sect and the sect master of the Qingyun Saint Sect. Outsiders simply cannot use it. Even the sect master of the Qingyun Saint Sect can only use it roughly, to receive occasional messages transmitted by the envoys of the Eternal Sect. As for more, there is none. But in Lin Yuan's eyes, he was starting to swiftly take control of each small rune. Rustling. The next moment, the complete cyan rune suddenly disintegrated, forming billions of small runes, floating before Lin Yuan. Within a short time, the billions of small runes reunited, reforming that same cyan rune. Only now this cyan rune had been entirely mastered by Lin Yuan. The sect master of the holy sect watched the entire process, his heart filled with immense shock. Even though he did not know why the cyan rune dispersed, he could discern that the reformed cyan rune already differed from the previous one. If the initial cyan rune fundamentally belonged to the Eternal Sect, with at most slight usage rights for the sect master of the holy sect, then the current cyan rune has shifted from belonging to the Eternal Sect to belonging to Lin Yuan. But how is this possible? The cyan rune crafted by the Eternal Sect, as described by the previous Eternal Envoy, this kind of cyan rune was personally refined by the Eternal Lord, serving as the ultimate means of communication between all the great holy sects and the Eternal Sect. Is it just now? Has the technique created by the Eternal Lord been deciphered by Lin Yuan? This left the sect master of the holy sect bewildered. Even in such a situation where demonic disasters are rampant, he never doubted the abilities of the Eternal Lord. These green runes from the Eternal Lord can be destroyed, but to be refined and taken over again like Lin Yuan? This has completely exceeded the sect master's understanding. In his opinion, achieving this feat would only be possible for another Eternal Lord of the same level. But Lin Yuan? Don't overthink it. I used a clever method. Lin Yuan glanced at the sect master of the holy sect and casually explained. If forced to refine the green runes, he wouldn't have the ability. But using the understanding of the essence of runes by the Lord of Heaven Light, what is seen and sensed is all runes, and can all be used by me. In this way, one can reorganize the runes and bypass the method of the Eternal Lord. Lin Yuan has practiced and comprehended the inheritance created by the Lord of Heaven Light, reaching the 4th level on par with many Eternal Lords. Yes, the holy sect master composed himself and immediately responded with respect. Although Lin Yuan admitted he used a clever method, the holy sect master doesn't think so at all. Being able to overpower the Eternal Lord's method and refine and take over the green runes is a testament to one's power and realm. Clever? Even an Eternal Lord can resort to clever methods? How fortunate for our Qingyun Saint Sect. The sect master couldn't help but think. The stronger Lin Yuan becomes, the happier he naturally is. After all, Lin Yuan still holds old feelings for the holy sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in the holy sect for so long. With Lin Yuan's terrifying ability to kill a great demon as easily as squashing an ant. The rampant, demonic presence outside doesn't differ much from within the holy sect. The ferocious and violent demons in front of Lin Yuan are akin to ants. After taking over the green runes again, Lin Yuan naturally discovered the full uses of the green runes. For example, through the green runes, Lin Yuan sensed the specific location coordinates of other holy sects and even the Supreme Saint sect in this Fang Yuan world. Currently, there are a total of 892 holy sects inheriting, with just over 20 Supreme Saint sects remaining. Lin Yuan obtained the highest authority of the green runes, effortlessly detecting all holy sect information. Indeed, the damage is severe. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Comparing to the number of holy sect forces before the great changes in the Fang Yuan world, the current holy sects and Supreme Saint sects have plummeted by more than 90%. In fact, among the nearly 900 holy sects and more than 20 Supreme Saint sects remaining, whether they still possess the foundation of a holy sect or Supreme Saint sect is still uncertain. For instance, Qingyun Saint sect, nominally a holy sect, but it lost the presence of a powerhouse at the third stage of liberation ages ago. Before the great changes in the world, it was no longer part of the holy sect. These locations of the holy sects, through the highest authority of the green runes, Lin Yuan easily locked them in. To ensure the inheritance in the demonic disaster environment, each holy sect is extremely hidden. Even Lin Yuan, unless close enough, finds it hard to discover. But with the help of the green runes, the position of each holy sect and Supreme Saint sect is detailed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Moreover, he can even grasp them timely, and if the other party moves now, he can detect the movement trajectory. I can send avatars to infiltrate these holy sects and Supreme Saint sects to obtain rune inheritances. Lin Yuan contemplated, as this was something he had always wanted to do but had postponed due to the inability to find the locations of the holy sects and Supreme Saint sects. But now, there is naturally no such problem. Even though it's just the rune inheritance of the holy sect, it holds certain reference value for Lin Yuan. This is, Lin Yuan, using the green runes, detected several rapidly moving auras. Are they eternal envoys? Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. These moving auras differed entirely from those of the holy sect and Supreme Saint sect. They should be the soon-to-arrive eternal envoys. Now that Lin Yuan has completely taken over and refined the green runes, possessing highest authority, he is almost akin to the Eternal Lord, allowing him to sense many things, including the movements of the eternal envoys easily. Senior, how should we face the eternal envoys? The sect master of the holy sect asked softly, informing of the impending arrival of the eternal envoy, just to receive Lin Yuan's perspective. Lin Yuan's attitude is precisely the attitude of the Qingyun Saint sect. Welcome them as usual. Lin Yuan said, the eternal envoy will probably arrive about a year from now. Let me know when they come. Lin Yuan was quite curious about the current situation at the center of heaven and earth, and these could be understood from the mouth of the eternal envoy. The eternal envoy will arrive in a year? The sect master of the holy sect looked at Lin Yuan. He did not know the exact time the eternal envoy would arrive. Generally, after receiving the Cyan rune information, the eternal envoy would arrive in about 100 years. As for Lin Yuan being precise about a year later, yes. Approximately around that time. Lin Yuan nodded. He deduced the arrival time of the eternal envoy at the Qingyun Saint sect by perceiving the location and speed through the Cyan runes. Of course, there could be discrepancies such as encountering a formidable demon, which might cause delays, but the overall error wouldn't be too significant. Yes. The sect master of the Qingyun Saint sect respectfully withdrew. He had no doubt about Lin Yuan's words. The first Fang Yuan world. In the Fierce Sun capital, Lin Yuan sat there, facing the ancestor of Fierce Sun. Ancestor's fierce spirit drunken, indeed a fine wine. Lin Yuan sipped the wine gently, smiling as he spoke. Fierce spirit drunken is a fine wine personally brewed by the ancestor of Fierce Sun. Even a 13th-tiered temporal being would feel divine after a sip. Lin Yuan, though with a strong physique, would only dare drink a little at a time. Ha ha ha. The ancestor of Fierce Sun laughed heartily. The best wine in this world is precisely his brewed fierce spirit drunken. Only Lin Yuan among other ancestors would be served by the ancestor of Fierce Sun. How's your recent cultivation progress? The ancestor of Fierce Sun asked. Planning to take that step soon? There's no rush. Lin Yuan shook his head. Continue accumulating for a while. All right. The ancestor of Fierce Sun nodded. In the many future timelines concerning Lin Yuan that he saw, rarely did he immediately step forth. Ancestor, will this world face destruction? Lin Yuan asked casually, looking at the vast Fang Yuan world. Destruction? The ancestor of Fierce Sun pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, naturally, it will face destruction. Every world will inevitably face destruction. It's not complete destruction, but a new beginning will be nurtured. Hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. In the chaos void, each naturally formed universe will face immense destruction, subsequently reopening. This merely reflects the operational rules of numerous worldly realms. The source world is no exception. It is just far more perfect compared to the chaos void, with the time from birth to massive destruction far exceeding that of the chaos void. When this world faces destruction, we beings of time must leave, wandering in interdimensional spaces. The ancestor of Fierce Sun said, but that day is still far away. Yes, it's still far away. Lin Yuan nodded. The time since the opening of the first Fang Yuan world till now is far shorter than that of the second Fang Yuan world. The second Fang Yuan world. Demonic qi wafted around. 3 figures, their presence barely perceptible, tore through layers of demonic qi, and continuously traversed towards a certain direction. These 3 figures kept their aura extremely concealed, and the spatio-temporal disturbances caused by their void travel were nearly non-existent. During each of their traverse, the 3 figures exchanged dialogues. Should we proceed towards the Qingyun Saint sect next? As the magic disaster descends, such a sect barely reaching the threshold would find it hard to survive. The 2 figures at the back, one male and one female, looked at the infinite demonic qi around them, their expressions slightly grave. These 3 figures were precisely the envoys from the eternal sect at the center of heaven and earth. At that moment, the foremost figure abruptly halted its traverse, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Something's wrong. The foremost figure was a middle-aged man with silver eyes, continuously observing the surroundings, his expression filled with suspicion. What's going on? The male and female following behind stopped as well. After observing for a while, they used telepathy to inquire. Haven't you noticed that there isn't a single respectable demon in this area? The longer the silver-eyed middle-aged man observed, the more suspicious his expression grew. 3 eternal envoys stood tall in the void. The surrounding space-time was distorted, concealing all their auras. To arrive here from the center of the world, the 3 eternal envoys not only had powers reaching the 3rd realm of freedom. They also mastered various methods to conceal their presence. Without the latter, if they encountered the source demon unexpectedly, even in the 3rd realm of freedom, as strong as an eternal sun, they would be exhausted just trying to escape alive. Something's amiss. After a warning from the silver-eyed middle-aged man, the man and woman behind him also became alert. They hadn't realized this point in time because their range of investigation wasn't as broad as the silver-eyed middle-aged man. If there were only a few demons in a small range, it wouldn't be unusual. However, as the man and woman probed into a larger region, they also found that the demons in the entire area were scarce. In other areas, not speaking of source demons, they would detect a great demon at intervals. Even terrifying giant demons approaching the source demon level. Yet here, the demons rampant in this world had become rare? At least, according to the investigation results of the 3 eternal envoys, they only discovered some demon spirits, which had recently been newly conceived and born. Could something major have happened in this area? The silver-eyed middle-aged man exchanged a glance with the other 2 eternal envoys, looking solemn. The absence of any significant demons in such a large area was not a good sign. With the power of the Qingyun Saint sect, it was impossible to accomplish this. Even if they could, they wouldn't do it, unless the power was absolutely overwhelming. Cleansing the entire area of demons would only attract more numerous and powerful demons closer. The demons between heaven and earth are endless. Even the eternal sect can only defend with difficulty. For other sect forces, the most effective method is to conceal themselves completely, rather than direct confrontation. Because they simply can't fight them all. Demons don't die. Even if their bodies are obliterated, they will be reborn elsewhere. The communication symbol of Qingyun Saint sect has not been destroyed, nor is it in motion, and hasn't been tainted by demonic qi. The silver-eyed middle-aged man slightly stirred his thoughts, manifesting a green symbol before him and feeling it carefully. The communication symbols bestowed upon various holy sects by the Eternal Sect possess not only transmission and positioning capabilities but can also simply perceive the surrounding environment. At least so far, the communication symbol of Qingyun Saint sect hasn't suffered any damage or impact. What do we do now? The female Eternal Envoy asked. The scarcity of demons in this area was making them uneasy. I will take another look. With a turn of his right hand, the silver-eyed middle-aged man conjured yet another symbol. This symbol appeared purple, and as it floated, a hidden surge dispersed in all directions. There are no overly powerful demons in the surrounding area. A moment later, the silver-eyed middle-aged man retracted the purple symbol, frowning. The lack of demon presence on a wide scale might indicate the birth of a more powerful demon in this area. While demons lack thoughts, they possess instincts to retreat when confronted with a more powerful demon. However, upon investigating with a special symbol, the silver-eyed man did not detect any trace or aura of a powerful demon. Strange, very strange. The three Eternal Envoys exchanged looks. Even in the center of the world, it was rare to encounter such a situation. An entire region devoid of demons and no trace of a more powerful demon. Of course, this was based on the premise that Qingyun Saint sect did not have the capability to sweep the surroundings. And even if they had the ability, there would be no need for such sweeping. Should we still go to Qingyun Saint sect? The male Eternal Envoy couldn't help but ask. We are here, carrying the will of the great Eternal Lord. The silver-eyed middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings. If Qingyun Saint sect were destroyed, naturally there would be no need to go, but from the situation detected by the communication symbol, Qingyun Saint sect is still there. This suggests they still had to go. Indeed. The female Eternal Envoy nodded. Now, in the center of the world, the forces of numerous eternal sects are struggling against the source demons. A great number of powerful beings have fallen, it must be known. The powerful ones who fall to the source demons have their minds and wills eroded. Their means of retaining life would fail, leading to complete demise. Thus, the current eternal sect urgently needs fresh blood, and part of that blood relies on the many holy sects and supreme saint sects still carrying on the legacy. Although the holy sect and supreme saint sect are quite unwilling about this, they do not dare refuse. The reason the holy and supreme saint sect can still persist under the demonic disaster is because the forces of eternal sect have been holding back the most powerful demons. If the eternal sect forces cannot hold on, other holy sects and supreme saint sects would be quickly breached by demons as well. The eternal sect forces holding down the line gives the holy and supreme saint sect hope to continue their legacy. Let's go. But be cautious. Gathering his thoughts, the silver-eyed man continued onward toward the location of Qingyun Saint sect. However, compared to before their arrival, the silver-eyed man was much more cautious now. Given their strength, they could rampage through this area without concern, but the disappearance of a large number of demons made the three Eternal Envoys highly vigilant. Time passed. 1 or 2 years later, the three Eternal Envoys finally arrived near the Qingyun Sacred Mountain. That's where the Qingyun Saint sect is located. The man with silver eyes looked at a gray peak in the distance. Through the contact runes, he sensed and confirmed that it was the Qingyun Sacred Mountain. Seems alright. The two Eternal Envoys behind him carefully observed for a while and slightly relaxed. With their strength, they could naturally see the runes operating all over the gray peak. This meant that cultivators were stationed inside. If it were broken by demons, it would be a ruin. But we can't be careless. The man with silver eyes did not act rashly. Why is the Qingyun Saint sect still here when so many demons have disappeared in this area? Indeed. The other two Eternal Envoys nodded with solemn expressions. The more normal the Qingyun Sacred Mountain appeared, the more abnormal it seemed to them. I will first send an avatar to sneak into Qingyun Sacred Mountain and investigate. Only after confirming there's no issue will I inform the sect master of the holy sect. The man with silver eyes was cautious and didn't plan to have the holy sect's sect master come out to greet them immediately. He wanted to see what allowed the Qingyun Saint sect to stand in this area. The two Eternal Envoys behind him nodded. This was the safest approach. If the Qingyun Saint sect had no issues, then they were just overthinking, with no loss incurred. But if some earth-shattering change occurred, this action could save lives. The three eternal envoys came with a mission and absolutely couldn't afford any mishaps here. With the combat strength of the three realms, and with all three present, losing them would still be quite a loss for the eternal sect. Especially since the three eternal envoys had already visited some Holy Sect Supreme Sect, carrying with them seedlings of the Holy Sect Supreme Sect's powerful individuals. The man with silver eyes had a brief thought. He split a portion of his aura, forming a figure, which was an avatar. The avatar resembled the man with silver eyes in appearance but had a much weaker aura, making it easier to conceal. The avatar of the man with silver eyes stepped in, his figure vanished, and his aura merged into the Qingyun Sacred Mountain. As an eternal envoy, he had visited Qingyun Saint Sect many times, and the rune defensive array of Qingyun Sacred Mountain was sourced from the eternal sect. Under these circumstances, the man with silver eyes had an unparalleled understanding of the rune defensive array, so he could easily infiltrate Qingyun Sacred Mountain's interior. The sect's defensive array before and after the change of heaven and earth was completely different. After the change, the sect's defensive array was more inclined to suppress aura and isolate demonic qi, which was the result of assistance from the eternal sect at the center of the world. Buzz, following the familiar oscillation of the rune defensive array. The man with silver eyes smoothly reached the interior of the sacred mountain. The disciples of the holy sect continued their cultivation in an orderly manner, with elders fulfilling their duties. The man with silver eyes observed for a while but didn't find anything. Sect master of the holy sect? The man with silver eyes arrived at the highest hall of the sacred mountain and saw the sect master of the holy sect in closed-door cultivation. The sect master of Qingyun Saint Sect was only a sixth realm longevity expert, while the man with silver eyes was still in the third realm. With such a huge disparity in strength, even if he was just an avatar, the sect master couldn't detect him. I have basically scouted the entire Qingyun Sacred Mountain. The man with silver eyes stepped out of the hall and looked down, except for that place. The man with silver eyes turned his gaze to Qingyun Institute, where he vaguely perceived a void through his own senses. He didn't sense anything there, rather, he couldn't sense the time and space deep within Qingyun Institute at all. Let's go take a look. The man with silver eyes hesitated briefly before deciding to investigate. At this moment, he was merely an avatar, so even if he encountered an irresistible danger, he would only lose an avatar at most. Thinking of this, the man with silver eyes stepped to the entrance of Qingyun Institute. Deep within Qingyun Institute, Lin Yuan surveyed the silver-eyed man who had wandered around Qingyun Sacred Mountain. In fact, Lin Yuan had already noticed when the three eternal envoys approached Qingyun Sacred Mountain. After all, through the contact runes, Lin Yuan was well aware of the whereabouts and locations of the three eternal envoys. From when the three eternal envoys stopped not far from Qingyun Sacred Mountain, to when they deliberately sent an avatar to sneak in until now, they were all under Lin Yuan's watch. Quite vigilant. Let's meet them. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly and flipped his right hand. At the entrance of Qingyun Institute, the man with silver eyes was still considering how to enter. Then he noticed the changing of time and space around him, finding himself silently shifted to another spatial position. Before the man with silver eyes could react outside Qingyun Sacred Mountain, the real body of the man with silver eyes, alongside the other two eternal envoys, suddenly felt space collapse, as if the space itself was captured. Where is this? The real body of the man with silver eyes and the other two eternal envoys looked around, their scalps tingling with shock. The grand hall at the peak of Qingyun Sacred Mountain. The sect master of the holy sect was in seclusion cultivating, while also constantly observing the situation beyond the sacred mountain. Lin Yuan had told him that the eternal envoy would arrive soon. The sect master of the holy sect naturally had absolute faith in Lin Yuan's words. Hence, he was already prepared to welcome the eternal envoy at any moment. Although under Lin Yuan's protection, the sect master of the holy sect no longer placed much importance on the aid of the eternal envoy. Behind the eternal envoy stood the power of the eternal sect, which is composed of the eternal Lord. It was not to be underestimated. I wonder what the elder wishes to discuss with the eternal envoy. The sect master of the holy sect was quite curious. Lin Yuan had instructed him to inform him once the eternal envoy arrived. This meant that Lin Yuan wished to engage in a dialogue with the eternal envoy. Let's wait then. The sect master of the holy sect gazed toward the center of the heavens, patiently awaiting the arrival of the eternal envoy. What the sect master of the holy sect didn't know was that the eternal envoy he awaited had already been swept away by Lin Yuan without the slightest struggle. The eternal envoys, who could intimidate numerous holy sects and the Supreme Saint sect, seemed like ants before Lin Yuan. Deep within the Qingyun Institute, the silver-eyed man and the three eternal envoys were like facing a formidable foe, watching Lin Yuan seated cross-legged not far away. The true forms of the three eternal envoys outside the Qingyun sacred mountain were easily swept here without resistance. This made the silver-eyed man realize that the young man before him was far beyond what he could handle. As a powerful cultivator of the third realm of freedom, even if he wasn't a match for the eternal sun, shouldn't he be this vulnerable? Lin Yuan felt to them like a source demon. If not for the complete absence of demonic qi emanating from him, the three eternal envoys might really have believed they were facing an extremely formidable source demon. The source demon is a being second only to a demon god, and among source demons, there are varying levels of strength, with the most powerful being capable of shaking the foundations of the eternal sect. May I ask what you intend to do? After a moment, the silver-eyed man spoke with bravado. Through a brief standoff, he had reached some conclusions. For instance, the young man before them likely harbored no deadly intent towards them. Otherwise, since he could sweep them up with one hand, he could also extinguish them with the same ease. Thus, the silver-eyed man's tone was very humble, lacking any airs of an eternal envoy. I wish to make a transaction with your major eternal sects, Lin Yuan said with a smile. He had long wanted to contact the eternal sect. It's just that with the demon god stationed at the center of the heavens, he had refrained from getting too close. Now that the eternal envoy had approached on his own, Lin Yuan decided to take the opportunity to negotiate. A transaction with the sect? The silver-eyed man looked at Lin Yuan. To directly propose a transaction with the eternal sect was incredibly audacious. What kind of entity is the eternal sect? Even during the current era of the demon calamity, it remains supreme, having measures left by various eternal lords to restrain the most powerful demon god. Yet remembering how Lin Yuan had just transported them to this place, the silver-eyed man dared not say much. What kind of transaction? The silver-eyed man asked with a deep voice. I want all the symbolic legacies of the eternal sect, including those established by the eternal lords, as well as all information and intelligence concerning demons, especially about that demon god. Lin Yuan stated directly. So far, he obtained only the symbolic legacies left by two eternal lords. To be precise, just one. Regarding the symbolic legacy left by the Lord of Heaven Light, he had acquired only one type. He had obtained the entire legacy left by the Master of Wushan, but precisely because of this, Lin Yuan craved the symbolic legacies of the other eternal lords even more. Especially that of the Lord of Heaven Light. The understanding this eternal lord had of runes was astounding even to Lin Yuan. He wished to comprehend more. All symbolic legacies? The silver-eyed man took a deep breath. After the demon calamity descended, each major eternal sect had already relaxed their own access to symbolic legacies. Even so, ordinary disciples had to pay a price to comprehend profound symbolic legacies. Particularly, the core symbolic legacies of the eternal sect could only be comprehended by the eternal sun. Yet Lin Yuan outright demanded all symbolic legacies? I can't make that decision, the silver-eyed man immediately said. The two eternal envoys behind him also nodded. They were only eternal envoys, not even the eternal sun, and couldn't represent the eternal sect behind them. I understand. Lin Yuan looked at the three eternal envoys, his tone calm. So now, you should directly contact the sect master and have him negotiate with me. Upon saying this, the silver-eyed man's face was filled with astonishment. To directly contact the sect master, he indeed could do that, but how did Lin Yuan know? He was unaware that after thoroughly refining the Azure communication rune, Lin Yuan possessed supreme authority, equivalent to an eternal lord, familiar with all the uses and functions of such communication runes. Among these was contacting the sect master. Had it not been for the concern that directly contacting might cause some fright, Lin Yuan would have directly contacted the sect master of the eternal sect himself. Okay. After hesitating for a while, the silver-eyed man nodded and said. Lin Yuan's power was beyond imagination, nearly matching the oppressive aura of a source demon. Such a powerful cultivator indeed warranted reporting to the sect master. After a brief pause, the silver-eyed man took out the azure rune. Stretching out his hand, he activated it. Instantly, the azure rune quivered slightly. Countless tiny runes within swiftly spun around, and following some invisible resonance, shot toward the center of the heavens in an instant. At the center of heaven and earth, within a secret world that has been opened, lies the common stronghold of several great eternal sects. Since the realization of the magic disaster by each eternal lord, many preparations were made in advance, such as merging the strongholds of several great eternal sects. Only in this way could all powers be united to resist the magic disaster. The fact has proven that this approach was correct. If the several great eternal sects had not merged in time, when the magic disaster descended, that demon god would first strike, source demons would rampage, and even if the several great eternal sects were not completely destroyed, one or two would surely perish. In the premise that the eternal Lord cannot intervene, even with many 13th order means of protection, such as 13th order weapons, it would be very difficult for any single eternal sect to resist the rampage of the source demons. 13th order weapons can only unleash their maximum power in the hands of a true eternal Lord. Below the eternal Lord, even holding a 13th order weapon, the power wielded is limited. Recently, the frequency of the source demon's actions has increased, and I can feel the power of that demon god growing stronger. In the depths of the secret world, figures sat, among them a man with an ancient face spoke. This man with an ancient face was the sect master of the eternal infinite sect, the most powerful cultivator within the great power of an eternal sect, but at this moment his expression was heavy. If worse comes to worst, we fight those demons. I refuse to believe that with the full strength of our eternal sects, we cannot suppress those source demons. A figure spoke with a tone of fury. Recklessly using all our resources can indeed clear out the source demons, but what about afterward? Once the resources are exhausted, but the source demons die, they will resurrect. How will we deal with the reborn source demons? Right, the demonic chi remains, the demons are immortal. Figures spoke, feeling frustrated. As high-ranking members of eternal sects, how glorious they were, yet now they are forced to hide here. To clear out the magic disaster, that demon god must be suppressed, but to suppress the demon god, with just us. Another sect master of an eternal sect spoke, aware of the power of the demon god. Without the eternal Lord, there is nothing that can be done against that demon god. However, the eternal lords of various great eternal sects cannot intervene, thus creating a deadlock. Unless a new eternal Lord is born, the current situation cannot be reversed. But is the birth of an eternal Lord that easy? Especially with the pervasive demonic chi, making cultivation increasingly difficult. The hope of giving birth to an eternal Lord became even more remote. At this momenta the sect master of the eternal infinite sect was slightly moved. Raising his right hand, a golden rune appeared. The sect master of the eternal infinite sect pondered for a while, looking at the other figures, and said, "Everyone, there is something that needs to be mentioned." The sect master of the eternal infinite sect gave a brief explanation. What? At the edge of the world, a cultivator has emerged comparable to a source demon. He wants to trade with our eternal sects, hoping to obtain all the rune inheritances, including the rune inheritance created by the great eternal lords? Such arrogance, the rune inheritances of the eternal lords are our very foundation, not something to be given away lightly. And, is that cultivator really on par with a source demon? Is it true? Figures conversed quickly, most expressing doubt about Lin Yuan's strength. On par with a source demon? The combat power of a source demon surpasses even that of the eternal sun. What could a cultivator outside the eternal sects have to match a source demon? The intelligence should be reliable. The strength of that cultivator is not likely to be significantly exaggerated. The sect master of the eternal infinite sect pondered for a moment, speaking with certainty. The man with silver eyes was his disciple, and the sect master of the eternal infinite sect was well acquainted with this disciple, knowing he wouldn't exaggerate things deliberately. Since Lin Yuan's strength was affirmed to surpass that of the Eternal Sun, nearing or even matching a source demon, then it should not differ by much. The intelligence is reliable? The many figures exchanged glances. Outside the eternal sects, has such a strong figure really emerged? Actually, there's no need to be too surprised. The sect master of the eternal infinite sect spoke. Before the great change in heaven and earth, the eternal lords arranged many measures, among them placing their inheritance entrances in various corners of the world. Upon these words, the figures suddenly understood. Indeed, in the eyes of the great eternal lords, combating the magic disaster relies very little on the eternal sects alone. The power of all cultivators in this world is needed to unite. Hence, the arrangements to place their inheritances across the world. If such a strong cultivator truly exists, then a trade might not be out of the question. A sect master of an eternal sect pondered, acknowledging that the foundational inheritances of various great eternal sects are indeed precious. But no matter how precious, it must be passed on. What do you all think? The sect master of the eternal infinite sect looked around. Lin Yuan sought the rune inheritances of all eternal sects. Therefore, this trade required the consent of the other sect masters of the eternal sects. No problem. But I want to see what that cultivator offers in exchange for our sect's foundational inheritances. Several sect masters of the eternal sects nodded. Then let us speak with him face to face. The sect master of the eternal infinite sect looked at the golden runes in front of him. Then he waved his hand. The golden runes trembled. Immediately, a scene was projected. It was the depths of the Qingyun Institute. The depths of the Qingyun Institute. The man with silver eyes stood obediently after contacting his sect master, waiting for a response. Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry either. Involving all the rune inheritances of the eternal sect, it definitely won't be agreed to easily. Soon after, the blue rune in front of the man with silver eyes also started to tremble. An image appeared. It was the world where the major eternal sect's strongholds were located at the center of the world. Sect master. The man with silver eyes and the other two eternal envoys bowed quickly. Are you the one wanting to trade with our eternal sect? The sect master of the eternal infinite sect looked at Lin Yuan through the image created by the two communication runes. Yes. Lin Yuan smiled as he looked at the figures in the image. Since it's a trade, what can you offer? The sect master of the eternal infinite sect straightforwardly asked. The implication was that Lin Yuan's requests could be agreed to. I can help you. Deal with some source demons, Lin Yuan said with a smile. At the center of the world, most of the source demons were gathered. And these source demons were putting a lot of pressure on the several major eternal sects. Actually, even without discussing a trade with the eternal sect, Lin Yuan was already planning to deal with those source demons soon. Now, after opening his personal particle world, just killing those greater demons and ginormous demons wasn't enough. To more quickly complete the development of the infinite constant sand particle world, he could only try to kill source demons. Deal with some source demons? The sect master of the eternal infinite sect stared at Lin Yuan. The other figures in the image also looked at Lin Yuan. Do you have the strength to deal with source demons? And deal with some source demons? According to the man with silver eyes description, Lin Yuan's strength was comparable to a source demon. But being comparable to a source demon didn't mean he could handle a source demon. Source demons are immortal, but cultivators can be gravely injured and eroded by demonic qi. A cultivator whose strength is comparable to a source demon has only reached the source demon level in terms of attack methods, but to say to deal with source demons? And deal with some source demons? How is that possible? Risking one's life to hold off a source demon is already excellent. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, without explanation. Instead, he stood up slowly and took a step. Instantly appearing in an area filled with swirling demonic qi, along with the three eternal envoys. Where is this? The man with silver eyes looked around. He could only deduce that they were no longer on the Qingyun sacred mountain. It could even be said they were extremely far from the Qingyun sacred mountain. In the image formed by the blue communication runes, the sect master of the eternal infinite sect and other sect masters of the eternal sects also sensed the change in location. However, before the sect masters of the eternal sects could say anything, they saw Lin Yuan stretch out his hand, gathering black and white auras, forming a yin-yang long sword. Then he casually waved it lightly. Whoosh! The endless demonic chi was torn apart. Where the black and white sword light passed, the demons dissolved without a struggle. No matter the greater demons or the ginormous demons, even a terrifying demon, with strength reaching the source demon level, under the black and white sword light, crumbled like snow meeting sunshine. After one sword strike, where the eye could see, there was no trace of demonic chi or demons, only sword energy that shattered and dissolved everything. Lin Yuan extended his left hand, and when he retracted it, there was already a mass of extremely pure demonic chi, gained from slaying all the demons. Grasping the mass of demonic chi and casually absorbing it into his body, Lin Yuan glanced at the image formed by the blue communication runes. As if to say, is it enough? The center of heaven and earth, a secret world. Silhouettes watched the scene within the images, their thoughts frozen in stupor. Even the sect masters of various eternal sects were left mind blank at this sight, unable to react for a long time. With just one sword strike, all demons in a vast area were swept away, including a source demon. Such power? Such power? Major demons and giant demons were one thing? But for a source demon to be so fragile under that sword? That was a source demon. A source demon with power surpassing that of the eternal sun. Even several major eternal sects would need to expend a significant amount of foundation to slay a source demon. After the demon plague, most source demons converged in the center of heaven and earth, but a few still slumbered on all sides. This is not an illusion. Just now, I used an eternal treasure to perceive the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying strike erupted in that direction, matching that sword. At this moment, a sect master of an eternal sect exhaled deeply and spoke in a grave tone. The so-called eternal treasures are 13th-tier weapons left by various eternal lords, used as the foundation of the sect. Too frightening. Comparable to a source demon? This is comparable to a source demon? How could such a powerful cultivator be born in this world? After a moment, the figures suddenly reacted. Although separated by the image formed through communication runes, their perception of that sword was very vague. After all, not being present, it is possible to be deceived by illusions and such. But at the same time, the eternal treasures of various major sects almost simultaneously sensed a strike of extreme and terrifying power appearing at the same time period. This basically verified that the scene in the image was real. The power of this strike is basically equivalent to the strongest strike from our sect's foundation. The sect master of the eternal infinite sect murmured, looking incredulous. Wielding the strongest strike with the sect's foundation can just barely reach this level of power. But that comes with a price and decreases with each use. But Lin Yuan? It is unclear how much power Lin Yuan used to unleash that sword. But he surely paid no cost, from the moment he unleashed that sword to the end. Lin Yuan's aura remained unchanged, with no weakening at all. This means the strike is sustainable. At most, it just consumes more. How many times better is this compared to the eternal sects using their strongest strike from their foundation? Such a powerful cultivator? Many high-level figures of the eternal sects were visibly excited. Since the great change in heaven and earth, they have been in a kind of despair. Endless demons, with demon gods watching from above. Even the eternal sects see little hope. They can only prolong their existence. But in Lin Yuan, they glimpsed hope for the first time. With such power, not to say invincible below demon gods, he can at least easily slay the majority of source demons. In contrast to the excitement among the high levels of many eternal sects in the secret world at the center of heaven and earth, the three eternal envoys, including the man with silver eyes present at the scene, were trembling in their hearts. The sword Lin Yuan unleashed did not target them, but merely watching that sword greatly impacted the three eternal envoys. Too strong. The man with silver eyes trembled in his heart. Originally, he thought Lin Yuan's power might rival a source demon. But now it seems, how much more does it do than just rival? They just watched as a source demon dissolved under that sword. The other two eternal envoys were equally overwhelmed. The pressure Lin Yuan exerted on the three envoys almost rivaled the eternal treasures in their sects. How is it? Lin Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the image formed by the green communication rune. Not long ago, the Taiyang divine spirit explored here and found a source demon slumbering in this area. But relying solely on the two primordial spirits and the avatar made it very difficult to perfectly suppress the source demon. Lin Yuan's avatar could rival a source demon, and the strength of the Taiyin and Taiyang primordial spirits surpassed that of a source demon. But defeating a source demon is easy, suppressing it may involve variables. Suppression is far more difficult than defeat. Moreover, Lin Yuan wanted to suppress instantly. Otherwise, dragging it out could alert other source demons and even demon gods. So Lin Yuan's true body took action this time to solve the source demon and nearby demons and giants. No problem. We will immediately pass all rune inheritances and information regarding demons to you. On the other side of the image, the sect master of the Eternal Infinite Sect made the decision without hesitation. The sect masters of the other major eternal sects had no objections. What objection could they have? With such a strong cultivator on their side, even if Lin Yuan refused to deal with the source demons, the various eternal sects would still present all their rune inheritances to Lin Yuan. All to increase the hope of Lin Yuan becoming an eternal lord. As long as Lin Yuan could become an eternal lord, he could cleanse this world of all demons. The silver-eyed man and the other two eternal envoys stood by obediently listening. At this moment, they also realized Lin Yuan's significance, potentially ending the demon calamity ravaging the world. A few dozen breaths later, the Eternal Infinite Sect and other eternal sects packaged all their rune Dao inheritances, including those left by eternal lords, and transmitted them via the green communication rune to Lin Yuan. Additionally, the eternal sect's knowledge about demons, especially intelligence regarding that specific demon god. How should I address you? The sect master of the Eternal Infinite Sect spoke with a slightly respectful tone. In this world, strength is revered. With Lin Yuan's power, not to mention in the current environment where the demon is rampant and the Eternal Lord cannot intervene. Even before the great transformation of the world, he ranked only below the Eternal Lord. When the sect masters of various eternal sects see Lin Yuan, naturally, they must be very respectful. Strength is everything. With Lin Yuan's current combat strength, even the Eternal Sun would likely not withstand a single strike. As for the Eternal Lord, the Eternal Lord would not interfere in matters below the third realm of freedom. And judging by Lin Yuan's displayed strength, the hope for him to become the Eternal Lord in the future is certainly much greater than other strong beings. Even if the Eternal Lord were to intervene, it would be to form a friendship. Call me Galaxy. Lin Yuan replied casually. Galaxy was his name within the Chaos Void, and it was used in the first Source World. Now, he used it again in the second Source World. Lord Galaxy, our sect's runic legacy is all here. If you have any other needs, you can contact us anytime. The sect master of the Eternal Infinite Sect spoke respectfully. I will have this disciple follow you. He can contact me anytime. Lin Yuan glanced at the silver-eyed man. In fact, he could contact the sect master of the Eternal Infinite Sect himself. But having others convey messages also works. Return. Lin Yuan waved his hand and took the silver-eyed man back to Qingyun Sacred Mountain. The three eternal envoys respectfully exited Qingyun Institute. At the highest point of Qingyun Sacred Mountain, that fluctuation? The sect master of Qingyun Saint Sect looked solemn. He too sensed the sword Lin Yuan had slashed out, but because the distance was too far, he could only perceive a trace. Even so, the sect master realized its terribleness. Suddenly, the sect master's expression shifted. The sect master looked toward the direction of Qingyun Institute, his gaze landing on the three eternal envoys. Envoys. The sect master's expression changed slightly. As a sect master, he naturally was familiar with the aura of eternal envoys. Swoosh. The sect master immediately appeared beside the three eternal envoys. Although, with Lin Yuan's protection, he did not regard the eternal envoys highly. But he had to maintain the dignity of the eternal sects, and considering Lin Yuan had no hostility toward them, he naturally stepped forward to greet them. Envoys. The sect master approached, immediately greeting them with a hint of respect. Don't call us envoys anymore. The silver-eyed man's heart was anxious. He immediately said, the three of us, under the order of the sect master, are here to heed the instructions of Lord Galaxy. Ah, the sect master blinked. The so-called Lord Galaxy, he naturally knew referred to Lin Yuan. But the three eternal envoys, to follow Lin Yuan's instructions? Still under the mission of the sect master? The sect master's expression was bewildered. Deep within Qingyun Institute, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The sect master of the Eternal Infinite Sect and several other eternal sect masters meticulously organized and delivered their runic legacies to him. Although not yet comprehended, Lin Yuan anticipated these legacies would greatly assist him. However, Lin Yuan did not immediately comprehend these runic legacies. Instead, he began to review information on the demon god. Demon god, equivalent to an eternal lord without a spiritual will, with actual combat power essentially equal to a true eternal lord? Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. He had long suspected that the demon god corresponded to the 13-level time-life form. But an eternal lord without a spiritual will? It should be the physical body of some 13-level time-life form. An absence of spiritual will, yet able to rival a true eternal lord. Implying this 13-level time-life form's physical body is incredibly strong. Solely relying on the physical body to rival other time-life forms. One must know, for life forms, spiritual will is extremely important. The execution of various secret techniques requires spiritual will. Without spiritual will, having only a physical body, despite possessing immense strength, cannot truly be utilized. If the demon god truly lacks a spiritual will yet can rival an eternal lord, it can be predicted that when their spiritual will was intact, their power was at its zenith. Demon god. Demon disaster. Lin Yuan's thoughts turned, vaguely sensing the demon disaster is quite complicated. No matter, let's improve strength first. Lin Yuan focused his mind, thus began comprehending the runic Tao legacies of various eternal sects. These runic Tao legacies, originating from various eternal lords, even included the legacy created by the Lord of Heaven Light. Not all eternal lords established eternal sects. Some wandered alone, yet their legacies were recorded by other eternal sects. While comprehending these runic legacies, Lin Yuan also began to act against the source demon. Firstly, to continuously open up his infinite constant sand particle world, using the source demon as the resource for creating the constant sand particle world, is highly efficient, far surpassing great demons and gigantic demons. Secondly, to fulfill transactions with various eternal sects. Thus, time slowly passed. 1,000 years went by in the blink of an eye. The Golden Mist Treasure Land. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged there. Not far away, where regular cracks connecting to the origin source of the source world were gradually healing completely. Is it over? Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel regret. Directly observing the operation of the source world's origin source greatly enhanced his understanding of his own Tao rules, all the time, rapidly improving. Unfortunately, this opportunity could only be encountered at the birth of a new treasure land. The relationship between the treasure land and the source world is like that between a mother tree and its fruit. Before the fruit completely separates from the mother tree, through the connection between them, one can slightly observe the most essential area of the mother tree. Once completely detached, this connection breaks, and naturally, everything returns to its original state. Under normal circumstances, it takes several hundred to tens of thousands of years for a treasure land to completely sever its connection with the source world after its birth. The specific duration depends on the level of the treasure land. As a top-tier treasure land, the Golden Mist Treasure Land had maintained its connection with the source world for over 10,000 years. It's a pity that the crack passages connecting to the source world's origin cannot be forcibly opened. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Even ancestors, with their life levels, could directly sense the operation of the source world's origin. However, if one were to open the crack passage penetrating into the source world's origin, they would suffer the backlash from the entire source world. Such backlash is not something any lifespan can withstand for long. Of course, if Lin Yuan truly requested, the 6 ancestors would risk being suppressed by the backlash of the source world. They would forcibly open the crack passage connecting to the origin source land. But by doing so, Lin Yuan would owe a great debt of gratitude. Moreover, after over 10,000 years of comprehension, Lin Yuan believed he had reached the pinnacle in all aspects. Continuing to observe the operation of the source world's origin was far less beneficial than the previous 10,000 years. A millennium of arduous cultivation and seclusion has greatly enhanced me. Lin Yuan smiled. At his level, even 10,000 years, let alone billions or trillions of years, might leave one's strength stagnant. But Lin Yuan was different. His insight defied the heavens, coupled with the advantages accumulated from different dimensional spaces. His strength underwent a qualitative transformation over millennia. Time and space. Within Lin Yuan's sight, the time and space of the Golden Mist Treasureland, and that of the outer world, were in perfect order, like fine threads running through the world. With a single thought, Lin Yuan could influence and control them. If he wished, he could trigger a time-space storm within the source world, annihilating 90% of the life forms. 2,000 years ago, Lin Yuan had achieved a complete transformation in understanding the spatio-temporal fusion rule, comprehending the spacetime Great Tao. The spacetime Great Tao, a realm one can only touch upon reaching the 13th tier. At this level, I am time and space are me. In the past, Xuanwang himself had reached the 9th realm's limit in terms of accumulation in time and space. After acquiring the 13th grade weapon, the Sky Void tripod, and observing its intricacies within, he barely stepped into the spatio-temporal fusion rule by half a step. But Lin Yuan had made a complete step forward, equaling temporal life in his understanding of time and space. Every dimension and dimensional plane has time and space. Time and space are the foundation of all heavens and the vast worlds. Lin Yuan continued scrutinizing the time-space lines within his vision, growing more amazed the more he observed. Countless time-space threads formed a kind of balance. It was because of this balance that a stable environment was created, giving birth to innumerable lives. The Supreme Origin Tao? Lin Yuan looked pensive. At his current level, he could already sense a force running through endless dimensional planes, maintaining the basic operation of all heavens and vast worlds. Although countless time-space threads show a single error, they would lead to disaster, yet over long epochs, without external interference, time and space remain exceedingly stable. Clearly, there is a higher power at play. This higher power is what the 6 ancestors referred to as the Supreme Origin Tao. Even the 13th grade temporal life forms are comprehending this Tao. My life level is still too low. Lin Yuan felt for a while and shook his head slightly. He could indeed perceive this all-pervading power, but it was still very vague. The Supreme Origin Tao is still far from me. With this energy, I might as well comprehend the Chaos Taiji Tao to the 3rd level. Lin Yuan's thoughts narrowed. 8,000 years ago, he had stepped into the 2nd realm in the Chaos Taiji Tao. 5,000 years ago, his comprehension of the Chaos Taiji Tao reached the pinnacle of the 2nd realm. Until now, he was still trapped at the pinnacle of the 2nd realm. Just a half step away from the perfect 3rd realm. Compared to the elusive Supreme Origin Tao, realizing the 3rd level of the Chaos Taiji Tao was easier and more helpful for Lin Yuan. The first source world divides the road of chaotic evolutionary power into 3 levels. Among them, the 3rd level is the perfect realm. This source world, generally unsupported by an internal universe, compares to and matches the cultivators of the Chaos Void, depending on a higher level chaotic evolutionary power road. The Chaos Taiji Tao is unknowably more potent than other chaotic evolutionary power paths. Its premise, alone, is the Chaos Rule 2nd realm peak. Comprehending the Chaos Taiji Tao to the 3rd level is countless times harder than anyone else's chaotic evolutionary power road to the 3rd level. Even Lin Yuan was momentarily stuck at this bottleneck. Who? Lin Yuan's mind subtly shifted. He descended into his internal universe. Overlooking the boundless internal universe. Now his internal universe was equivalent to the size of thousands of void domains. Vast and unending. Infinite void, 6th layer. Lin Yuan thought to himself. 6,000 years ago, he had achieved the 5th layer of this inheritance, stepping into the 6th layer. The 6th layer is also the upper limit of this inheritance. As for the 7th layer, even the creator of the inheritance, a temporal life form, never achieved it. It's merely a theoretical realm. What I've cultivated in the infinite void has already transcended the inheritance itself. Lin Yuan mused. Originally the ultimate goal of the infinite void was the chaos void. But now Lin Yuan's inner universe has the ultimate goal of the legendary perfect world. For this, Lin Yuan absorbed the perfection and advantages of the 1st and 2nd origin worlds of chaos void, eventually forming his current inner universe. Perhaps my current inner universe's limit is not the 7th layer, but the 8th, 9th, or even 10th layers. Lin Yuan thought silently. After achieving the sixth layer, the infinite void, inheritance held little guidance for him. The path ahead required him to forge and create. This is the path every strong person must walk. Lin Yuan's martial arts evolution road is also how it came to be. My current strength. Lin Yuan was still somewhat uncertain. 10,000 years ago, he had little concept of his own strength, because not even a regular invincible great saint of the chaos void could withstand even one of his moves. And after 10,000 years of cultivation, Lin Yuan experienced another qualitative leap in various aspects, the sixth layer of infinite void, the second layer of chaotic Taiji Dao, among others. Each aspect's improvement would exponentially increase Lin Yuan's strength. What's more, they combined together. The stronger the foundation accumulated, the more the leap when breaking through to the 13th stage. Lin Yuan thought internally. Breaking through from the 11th stage to the 12th involves infusion from the chaos void origin. The amount of infusion depends on the accumulation and foundation of the life form itself. The breakthrough from the 12th stage to the 13th is the same, so each birth of a temporal life form in the chaos void will cause phenomena spreading across thousands of void domains. I just wonder, when the time comes, can the chaos void origin bear the infusion for me? Lin Yuan's thoughts scattered. With his current foundational accumulation, if he really successfully steps into the 13th stage, the origin he could bear, without emptying the chaos void, would be equivalent to the total infused into dozens, even hundreds, of temporal lifeforms. And even more, could the chaos void truly fill him at that time? Chaos void. Lin Yuan drifted along the chaos qi, arriving at a desolate void. It's here. Lin Yuan observed for a moment, then raised his hand and sliced. In an instant, time and space were split apart, and a postnatal universe was forming vast and mighty. The postnatal universe, different from the inner universe, was created by a supreme great saint, independent of the great saint himself. Even if the supreme great saint fell and died, the postnatal universe would not collapse. Of course, the postnatal universe cannot do as the inner universe does, able to exist as long as the cultivator lives. The postnatal universe, like a natural-born universe, will have a day of collapse, and its collapse will be total, unlike a natural-born universe which can regenerate after a great destruction. The Xuanwang universe opened by His Majesty the Xuanwang was like this, nearing collapse after millions of cosmic eras, finally coming forth due to the edge of time-space destruction. Creating a postnatal universe, experiencing a genesis, is also a way to refine one's understanding of rules and the Tao. Lin Yuan watched the postnatal universe gradually form, with many rules and principles beginning to operate, while he began setting up the environment he desired. Moreover, this postnatal universe can serve as a base for human civilization as well. Even in extreme situations, if I become trapped in a temporal cycle, it won't be immediate extinction. Lin Yuan planned far ahead. At this point, he needed to prepare certain things. Such as preparing a fallback for human civilization? While Lin Yuan was present, no force in the chaos void dared provoke human civilization. But if he became trapped in a temporal cycle, the profound Xuanwang line and the magic Jade Tower line were both precedents. Lin Yuan naturally wanted to prepare more contingencies. After all, his rise was too rapid. Human civilization couldn't keep up with him at all. Until now, not even a single chaos realm has been born. With my methods, there's no need to arrange within those natural-born universes. Lin Yuan looked at the already mostly formed postnatal universe. Even for an invincible great saint, the postnatal universe they opened will eventually collapse one day. So those great saints typically set up arrangements within the natural-born universe to ensure their inheritance wouldn't die out with the collapse of the postnatal universe. For instance, his home universe's Xuanwang secret realm, and the robber clan's hut. The natural-born universe, protected by the chaos void, is absolutely safe, constantly regenerating, serving as the ideal guarantee for the continuous inheritance of power. But Lin Yuan didn't need such troubles, because with Lin Yuan's current mastery and application of time and space, the postnatal universe he opened basically wouldn't have a day of collapse, able to coexist with the chaos void. The postnatal universe not collapsing, human civilization would have an absolutely safe base, securing the legacy of human civilization through generations with some additional restrictive methods. If the chaos void were to be destroyed, if that date truly comes, Temporal lifeforms would be forced into dimensional gaps, where everything inside would be annihilated. And these backup plans were Lin Yuan's worst-case scenario, based on his inability to break through the temporal cycle. In fact, according to the timeline observed by the 6 ancestors of the first origin world, Lin Yuan's hope of successfully reaching the 13th stage was still very high. 10,000 years have passed, and the 6 ancestors have mostly let go of everything, constantly observing more of Lin Yuan's future timelines, and none have shown him trapped in a temporal cycle. Galaxy Chaos Continent. Galaxy. Xuanyuan Supreme and other supreme beings came to pay respects. Since Lin Yuan, the human civilization group has given birth to over 20 path-splitting realms. However, these path-splitting realms, in status, naturally couldn't compare with the 9 supreme beings like Sha Qin Supreme. The current cultivation environment for human civilization is too generous. During the home universe era, the human civilization struggled against the myriad clans, with supreme beings born amidst the blood rain. Galaxy, what do you want from us? Sha Qin Supreme looked at Lin Yuan and couldn't help but ask. Since entering the chaos void, Lin Yuan, the pillar of the group, managed almost nothing. Gathering them all here now clearly wasn't for a small matter. I have created 33 postnatal universes, scattered throughout the chaos void. Extract some evolutionary beings to send inside. Keep these 33 postnatal universes confidential, don't let it leak outside, and choose the evolutionary beings to send in as much as possible from the first and second layers. Lin Yuan said. The 33 postnatal universes were Lin Yuan's preparation for the human civilization, representing the ultimate foundation. According to the rules Lin Yuan set, once he attempted the 13th stage, these universes could only be exited, not entered. Not only could one not enter, even human civilization's evolutionary beings couldn't lock onto the precise location coordinates of these 33 postnatal universes. As they were fused into the deepest part of the chaos void, no invincible great saint could approach. Only out, never in, and never facing a great destruction, the postnatal universes will continuously provide new blood for human civilization from the outside. Galaxy, what is this for? Xuanyuan Supreme faintly sensed something off. Specifically creating 33 postnatal universes and keeping it unspoken externally. It all seemed like making arrangements for an aftermath. The other supreme beings also looked at Lin Yuan with slight concern. At the same time, they had a faint suspicion in their hearts. The only possible reason for the Galaxy Great Saint to make such arrangements is that Matera attempting the 13th stage. Don't worry. Lin Yuan's expression was calm as he glanced at the supreme beings. These supreme beings all came from his home universe, having watched Lin Yuan rise from weakness to invincibility, feeling not just reverence but kinship as well. So Lin Yuan comforted them slightly. This is merely preparation for the worst-case scenario. The second source world. In the center of the world, 4 or 5 towering source demons were fleeing, engulfed in incomparably dark and profound demonic chi. As source demons, second only to the demon god, since the demon catastrophe descended, such a disgraceful scene had never occurred, especially not with 4 or 5 source demons at once. Even when facing a strike from the eternal sect, the multitude of source demons would merely choose to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and retreat voluntarily. As for fleeing? Russell. At this moment, above the 4 or 5 source demons, a young man appeared quietly. Where can you escape to? Lin Yuan overlooked the 4 or 5 source demons. A stretch of the hand. Time and space were scooped up. The 4 or 5 source demons appeared in Lin Yuan's palm like 4 or 5 ants. Instantly, they were ground countless times by the yin-yang taiji great grinding disc, transforming into the most pure essence and flowing into Lin Yuan's most microscopic particle world within. The pure essence the 4 or 5 source demons turned into could be described as vast, and in an instant, more than trillions of particle worlds were opened, and Lin Yuan's aura invisibly rose a notch. Now the source demons in the central world are all hiding, hard to catch. After Lin Yuan smoothly refined the 4 or 5 source demons, he sighed inwardly. 10,000 years ago, Lin Yuan reached a deal with the powers of the eternal sect, promising to help them deal with the source demons. Since then, Lin Yuan began hunting those source demons from the edge regions of the world. In this source world, most of the source demons were gathered in the central world, but a small portion remained in the four corners of the world. Lin Yuan's initial targets were these source demons in the four corners of the world. 9,000 years ago, the source demons in the four corners of the world were almost completely hunted by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's target naturally shifted to the central world. There, more than 90% of the source demons were concentrated. And compared to the scattered source demons in the corners, encountering a group in the central world happened at least more frequently. 8,000 years ago, 3/10 of the source demons in the central world were hunted by Lin Yuan, and these source demons also realized something was amiss. Though source demons lacked thought and consciousness, they possessed instinct, and upon noticing the significant decrease in their companions, some source demons started to hide. Until now. Besides the endless demonic qi, the terrifying aura of source demons in the central world was rarely seen, as they all hid away. Source demons originated from demonic qi, and with demonic qi pervasive throughout the world, if a source demon earnestly hid within it, even Lin Yuan couldn't extensively pinpoint and discover them. He could only probe bit by bit. In these 10,000 years of hunting, the particle worlds I have established occupy 99% of my body. Lin Yuan felt the mighty aura within his body and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The body contained limitless constant sand particles. Wanting to open a world within each particle required establishing infinite constant sand particle worlds. What is constant sand? Infinite in meaning. Infinite constant sand particle world signifies an endless number of particle worlds. These particle worlds rely on runes to operate, practicing the inheritance of the infinite void. It can be said that each particle world compares to the internal universe of a peerless great saint. Among the chaos void, the first source world, and the second source world's three true bodies, the strongest must be this one. Lin Yuan mused silently in his heart. Purely in terms of power, even if combining the true bodies of the chaos void and the first source world, then enhancing them tenfold, they would not match the true body of the second source world. Close to completing the opening of infinite constant sand particle worlds, Lin Yuan felt that he now had the capacity to contend with a 13th level time life form. So far, there's been no major problem with opening particle worlds. Once it's thoroughly completed, it can be spread to the other two true bodies. Lin Yuan pondered secretly. Establishing a world from a particle A, doing it once or twice might be simple, but opening infinite constant sand particle worlds. If a mistake occurs, it could mean the collapse of the true body. Therefore, Lin Yuan is currently only attempting it on the third true body. Only when this true body completely walks this path, confirming no hidden dangers or doubts, will it be generalized on the other two true bodies. As for whether it would waste time, Lin Yuan, who has already completed the infinite constant sand particle worlds once, wouldn't need much time to do it again. The current constraint on Lin Yuan's speed in opening particle worlds is resources. And now, in the chaos void and the first source world, the two true bodies are already gathering a large amount of resources. As long as the third true body succeeds, the completion of infinite constant sand particle worlds on the other two true bodies can be realized in a short time. In these 10,000 years, besides continuously hunting source demons, I comprehended all the rune inheritances of the Eternal Sect, absorbing and digesting the paths taken by the Eternal Lords. Otherwise, it would be impossible to open particle worlds so rapidly. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The operation of the infinite constant sand particle worlds within his body required the support of the Rune Dao. Opening more particle worlds demands a higher understanding of the Rune Dao. Otherwise, maintaining the current 99% infinite constant sand particle worlds would have been impossible with Lin Yuan's rune comprehension from 10,000 years ago. Runes. Lin Yuan thought of the inheritance created by the Lord of Heaven Light. This inheritance aids in breaking through to the 13th level, consisting of 5 stages. 10,000 years ago, Lin Yuan had cultivated to the 4th stage. Now, millennia later, Lin Yuan had already entered the 5th stage long ago. However, the 5th stage is exceptionally profound, essentially equivalent to the Lord of Heaven Light's most fundamental understanding of runes. Even for Lin Yuan, it remains yet to be fully comprehended. If the 4th stage allows everything seen and felt to be runes, all usable for me, then the 5th level of this inheritance is that with a thought, runes are formed. In short, cultivators who comprehend this level have mastered runes beyond the limitations of form and formlessness. As long as they think, they can gather runes. No wonder the Lord of Heaven Light is confident that comprehending this inheritance will significantly increase the hope of becoming the eternal Lord. Now it seems, it's far more than just significant? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. With a thought, runes are formed, which means even in a time loop, the power of the runes can be used effortlessly, akin to having a machine gun with infinite bullets in the Stone Age. Doesn't that make one invincible? However, for beings below the 13th level, comprehending this inheritance is extremely difficult. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Even eternal lords are mostly stuck at the 4th level. Lin Yuan, having gathered all rune inheritances from this Fang Yuan world and possessing against heaven's understanding, spent tens of thousands of years, yet has not fully comprehended the 5th level. It can be imagined how difficult it is for beings below the eternal Lord to understand this inheritance compared to becoming an eternal Lord. At least a significant portion of the eternal lords have not fully comprehended this inheritance. But I'm close. Lin Yuan's thoughts gathered, then he took a step forward and disappeared from his place. Secret World. Lin Yuan appeared. The Secret World was originally the stronghold jointly established by the major forces of the Eternal Sect as a last retreat. However, as Lin Yuan continued to hunt the source demons, causing the number of source demons in the center of the world to plummet, the Secret World no longer needs to defend against them. Now, the Secret World has begun to open to the outside, and disciples of various eternal sects have started to explore various parts of the outside world. Lord Galaxy. The sect master of the Eternal Infinite Sect and others immediately greeted Lin Yuan with respect. 10,000 years ago, after Lin Yuan displayed the power of a single sword, the sect masters of several eternal sects realized that the pressure they would face in the future might be greatly reduced. But what all the sect leaders did not expect was that in just 10,000 years, the situation between the cultivators and demons at the world's center completely reversed. 10,000 years ago, source demons would attack the secret world every now and then. But 10,000 years later, not a single source demon could be seen in the world's center. Whenever a source demon appears, it would be quickly suppressed by Lin Yuan. Because of Lin Yuan, the current major eternal sects feel an unprecedented ease. If not for the endless demonic chi still permeating the outside, they might even think they have returned to the time before the great change in the world. Lord Galaxy, the demonic chi fluctuation detected by the eternal treasure. The sect master of the Eternal Infinite Sect probed. Indeed, there were a few source demons, and they've been dealt with. Lin Yuan nodded. He could accurately lock onto the position of the 4 or 5 source demons he just hunted, mainly relying on the eternal treasure specifically used by the Eternal Sect to observe the 4 directions of the world. This eternal treasure was specifically refined by eternal lords before the great change in the world, capable of detecting subtle demonic chi fluctuations. Originally, such eternal treasures were used to defend against source demon attacks. The gathering of source demons would inevitably cause demonic chi fluctuations, and detecting them through the eternal treasure was equivalent to having a defense. However, since Lin Yuan began hunting source demons, these eternal treasures meant for defense have been used to chase down the source demons instead. Are there any other special demonic chi fluctuations? Lin Yuan inquired proactively. He has opened up 99% of the infinite constant sand particle world, with just a tiny bit left to complete it entirely. Not at the moment. The sect master of the Eternal Infinite Sect's tone was complex. The terrifying source demons seemed like mere chicks to Lin Yuan. But there's one more thing that needs to be told to Lord Galaxy. The sect master of the Eternal Infinite Sect spoke solemnly. Recently, the Eternal Treasure observed that all the demonic chi in this world is gathering in a certain fluctuation. Even source demons can only attract a portion of the demonic chi at most. But all the demonic chi gathering in fluctuation? Do you mean the demon god? Lin Yuan's tone was calm. Yes. The demon god spends most of the time asleep, but due to Lord Galaxy's hunting, the significant decrease in source demon numbers might have already alerted the demon god. The sect master of the Eternal Infinite Sect looked grave. Since the world's great change, the demon god only acted once. That was at the beginning of the world's great change. After that, the demon god was either asleep or occasionally woke to overlook the major eternal sects, then continued to sleep. Yes. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Hunting source demons and alarming the demon god is an inevitable situation. Even if Lin Yuan slows down the pace of hunting source demons, as long as the number of source demons drops to a certain extent, it will still draw the demon god's attention. Lin Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze passed through the secret world, looking at the vast demonic chi at the world's center. His gaze contained a hint of expectation. To measure the power of a 13th level demon god with the infinite constant sand particle world. After 10,000 years of arduous cultivation, Lin Yuan had reached almost the pinnacle in all aspects. Even the grand goal of opening up his own infinite constant sand particle world had been 99% completed. Lin Yuan had completely lost the concept of the strength of his true form in this source world. 1,000 years ago, Lin Yuan had to spend some effort to suppress a source demon. But merely within 1,000 years, 9,000 years ago, it became much easier for Lin Yuan to suppress a source demon. A mere thought and the manipulation of the outer universe sufficed. For Lin Yuan, the only measure of his own strength was the demon god possessing 13th layer combat power. As for the chaos void, the time life of the first source world, the true forms in these two-dimensional spaces had yet to develop their own particle worlds. Far from reaching peak strength. Impossible to make an accurate assessment. Hence, Lin Yuan had high expectations for the demon god of this Fang Yuan world. At least he could gain an understanding of his direct combat power gap with a 13th layer time life by engaging the demon god. Indeed, it was a direct combat power gap, for a normal 13th layer time life. What is the most powerful means? Physical constitution? Secret technique, divine skills? Will and soul? None of these? The most powerful means for a 13th layer time life compared to a 12th layer and lower life is the ability to observe many future timelines. By watching future timelines, a 13th layer time life may rarely make a move, but once it is almost certain, if not entirely. For example, the 6 progenitors of the first source world would never choose to stand in opposition to Lin Yuan, but rather would try to foster good relations. This is the greatest advantage of a 13th layer time life. From many observed timelines, it chooses the future most favorable for itself. The demon god of this Fang Yuan world lacks the mental will to observe future timelines. It wouldn't just glance at Lin Yuan and then turn around to flee. Or hide in the dark and never show itself, depriving Lin Yuan of a direct confrontation. Though Lin Yuan contemplates engaging the demon god outright, he wouldn't actively seek out the demon god, as this existence, comparable to the 13th layer, might possess hidden means. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan does not intend to contact the demon god before reaching the 13th layer. Lin Yuan has always preferred overpowering the weak with strength, sweeping through obstacles. As for the idea of the weak defeating the strong, or even risking it all, too risky, not in line with Lin Yuan's usual approach. Let me fully open the infinite constant sand particle world first. Lin Yuan quietly thought to himself. Opening the infinite constant sand particle world originated from Lin Yuan studying the flesh of an abyss dragon from the first source world. Coupled with the infinite void, legacy from the chaos void, and various methods from the rune Tao of the second source world, it could be considered one of the most powerful foundations at the moment. Once the infinite constant sand particle world was fully developed, every particle world resonating, the unleashed power would surpass the current 99% completion by tenfold, if not 100-fold. Only then would Lin Yuan have the confidence to face the demon god directly. Furthermore, if the chaotic Taiji Dao is cultivated to the 3rd layer, Lin Yuan's strength would also receive a significant boost, but compared to the development of the infinite constant sand particle world, the chaotic Taiji Dao in the 3rd layer comes with many uncertainties. Opening the infinite constant sand particle world only requires sufficient resources. Resources? Lin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. In developing the current 99% of the infinite constant sand particle world, Lin Yuan not only hunted numerous source demons at the center of heaven and earth. Even the foundational resources of several major eternal sects were almost entirely absorbed by Lin Yuan. Since the great change of heaven and earth, demonic qi has been pervasive, and this Fang Yuan world's many sustainable regenerative resources have been eroded by demonic qi. coupled with numerous eternal sects expending without replenishment over the long years. The current storage resources of each major eternal sect are not plentiful.
Most have already been taken by Lin Yuan. Of course, besides the obvious foundational resources, the major eternal sects
also have their last resort foundational resources. But the latter ties into the final defense methods of the eternal sect forces. For instance, the vast energy needed to wield those few eternal treasures. Lin Yuan felt uneasy to request those, given the current situation, with a demon god potentially descending at any time. If these last resort resources were lost, it is uncertain whether the major eternal sect forces could withstand the demon god. Still must rely on source demons, Lin Yuan thought internally. The complete development of the infinite constant sand world would likely depend on the source demons. Source demons being immortal, those killed by Lin Yuan did not actually perish completely. They simply retreated to another location to quickly recover. Once the first batch of hunted source demons have fully recovered, Lin Yuan could commence a second round of hunting. It's simply a matter of waiting thousands to tens of thousands of years more. Hope before the demon god descends, I can completely develop the infinite constant sand particle world. Scenes involving the demon god emerged in Lin Yuan's mind. Before the great transformation of heaven and earth in this Fang Yuan world, the demon god once made an appearance. The images from back then were recorded and duplicated by the major eternal sects. Lin Yuan has watched these many times over the years. In the images, at first, endless demonic qi filled the skies. The major eternal sect forces, having prepared in advance, immediately activated their own eternal treasures, intending to dispel the demonic qi as quickly as possible. In the future timelines observed by the eternal lords, if all demonic qi could be dispelled at the first sign of a demonic disaster, then the situation we face next will be much calmer. Whether it's demon-spirited, great demon, or even source demon, their numbers will be significantly less. But right after, the demon god appeared. Its face was blurred, its expression indifferent, its eyes vacant, sporting a single horn and dressed in a black robe. The black robe embodied endless darkness, as if all the demonic qi in the world emanated from this robe. Behind it, a sturdy, pitch-black tail extended across heaven and earth. Just by watching the recorded images from several major eternal sects, Lin Yuan could feel the demon god's might. And precisely because of the demon god's appearance, it shattered the intention of several major eternal sects to disperse the demonic qi. It merely took a few steps forward, causing the eternal treasures of several major eternal sect forces to retreat. The deep dark demonic qi swept in. From then on, this source world was completely shrouded in endless demonic qi. This was the only scene where the demon god took action. After that, the demon god vanished, except for the forces of several major eternal sects, with the eternal treasures vaguely sensing that the demon god had not moved far, remaining still in the center of heaven and earth. No one had ever seen the demon god continue to take action. According to the information left by various eternal lords, the demon god's main focus, or instinct, was used to confront the source world. The demonic qi corroded the source world, requiring suppression of the source world consciousness, and during its disappearance and slumber, this was mainly its focus. As for the outside world, as long as the forces of several major eternal sects do not cause too much commotion, the demon god will not take action. After all, several major eternal sect forces have left behind various arrangements by the eternal lords. Wanting to completely destroy the former, even as the demon god, would take a considerable amount of time and energy. With this effort, it would be better to deepen the erosion of the source world. Lord Galaxy, we plan to recall all disciples exploring outside in the near future. The sect master of the eternal infinite sect said softly. Since Lin Yuan took action, greatly reducing the number of source demons in the center of heaven and earth, the many disciples originally trapped in the sect's stronghold began to explore the outside world again. After all, Lin Yuan hunted not only source demons, but all demons gathering a bit of demonic qi were his hunting targets. This led to unusual safety outside, with those terrifying demons rarely seen. Lin Yuan nodded. The signs of the demon god's emergence are growing. At this time, having disciples continue to explore the outside world obviously carries great risk. Rather, recall them all, Hide within the stronghold. Even if the demon god truly descends, there will be the ability to resist. Soon, one by one, disciples from the eternal sect exploring outside received the sect's recall order. The sect master wants us to return. Lord Galaxy has cleared away the demons outside. What's the point of returning? Indeed, with Lord Galaxy around, those demons barely have time to escape. Numerous disciples of the eternal sect discussed with each other. For thousands of years, Lin Yuan's existence held the supreme position among several major eternal sects. Some disciples, especially those who came after the great changes in heaven and earth, revered Lin Yuan even more than their own eternal lords. After the great changes in heaven and earth, the eternal lords had never acted, but in the recent thousands of years, Lin Yuan's actions were seen by all. That absolute suppression, as strong as source demons, seemed as fragile as ants before Lin Yuan's might, severely impacting countless disciples' understanding. Since the sect master wants us back, there must be a reason. Yes, we'd better obediently return, just so we can be closer to Lord Galaxy. The numerous disciples dared not hesitate. They hurried back to the sect's stronghold. Even in the outside world filled with demonic qi, careful exploration revealed numerous epics. And directly contacting the demonic qi was also beneficial for honing one's mind. Thus, the sect masters of the major eternal sects have silently allowed disciples to explore outside. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, several years went by.
Lin Yuan appeared, flipped his right hand, suppressing two hidden source demons deep within time and space, then effortlessly refining them.
At this rate, to complete the final 10% of establishing the infinite constant sand particle world, wouldn't it take hundreds or even thousands of years? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. A tenth of the constant sand particle world is opened up, following Lin Yuan's efficiency over a previous 10,000 years. It should only take about 100 years, but bear in mind, the number of source demons in the center of the world is showing a decreasing trend. That is to say, finding the same number of source demons will become slower and slower. Eventually, it could take up to 1,000 years to complete the final tenth of the particle world. Take it slow, I'm not in a hurry. Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts, about to search around to see if there were any other hidden demons. At this moment, buzz, an invisible fluctuation caused all the demonic qi in the Fang Yuan world to ripple instantly. Like ripples suddenly stirred on a calm water surface, and as time passed, the ripples grew bigger, bigger, and bigger. What is this? Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn, and his figure silently vanished from the spot. Hidden world. The sect masters of the major eternal sects were sternly waiting. In the distance, an eternal treasure, round and square, was shining, a treasure created by several eternal lords working together, capable of observing the subtle changes in the whole source world. And at this moment, this eternal treasure trembled lightly, as in the center of the world, infinite demonic qi converged, and a figure swiftly emerged. Its face was blurred, with a detached expression, gaze hollow, having a single horn, dressed in black robes, the black robes containing endless darkness, as if all demonic qi in the world emanated from these black robes. Behind it, a thick, black tail spanned across the heavens and earth. Its appearance caused all demonic qi in the world to boil. The source demons lurking deep within the demonic qi immediately appeared, continually worshipping it. The demon god has emerged. The hearts of several sect masters from the eternal sects trembled uncontrollably. Countless millennia ago, it was precisely this existence that shattered the hope of the eternal sects to drive out the demonic qi using their eternal treasure. Bear in mind, when the world underwent great changes, it was when the eternal sects were at their strongest, yet this demon god forcibly suppressed them. If not for Lin Yuan's sudden emergence a millennium ago, the eternal sects would be distressed even under the pressure of the numerous source demons, not to mention facing the demon god.
The demon god. Lin Yuan looked at the eternal treasure round and square in the distance.
The treasure projected the demon god's figure, causing Lin Yuan's expression to reveal surprise. Such a powerful body, Lin Yuan thought secretly. Even observing indirectly through the eternal treasure, Lin Yuan could sense the exceedingly terrifying physique of the demon god. Just standing there, the invisible aura radiated, shaking the heavy space-time of the source world, and the pervading demonic qi was indeed part of this body's physique. How did such a powerful body come to be? What about its mind and will? Lin Yuan's thoughts spun. Undoubtedly, the demon god should also be a time life, a tremendously powerful one at that. Point is, only the body remains. And the body's instinct causes it to begin emanating demonic qi, eroding the entire source world. Hope it just wakes occasionally, and soon goes back to slumber. Several sect masters of the eternal sects prayed in their hearts, knowing there were times in the past when the demon god awakened, merely glanced at the heavens and earth, then fell back into slumber. The sects hoped everything would be just like before. Sigh. Demonic qi drifted, the demon god's expression detached, gaze hollow. After scanning around, bits and pieces of information flooded its mind. Compared to other large demons, source demons, the demon god's instinct is more specific, that is to thoroughly erode the entire source world. And eroding the source world divides into two parts. One is it instinctively suppressing the source world consciousness. The other is using the demonic qi to nurture tens of thousands of demons, which erode the source world itself. One internal, one external, to erode the source world as swiftly as possible. But this time upon awakening, the demon god was startled to find that the demons it nurtured with demonic qi were already diminutive. The vast majority of demons have returned to consciousness state, re-nurturing deep within the demonic qi. As for the remaining source demons, also trembling with fear, hiding away, daring not to continue eroding the world. Boom! The demon god stepped forward, appearing above the hidden world, its hollow gaze looked down. Under the heavens, the demon god was suspended high. Within the hidden world, several sect masters and numerous high-ranking members became immediately tense. Even though the hidden world had been arranged by various eternal lords, with many strategies to handle unexpected situations. At this moment, everyone felt uncertain. After all, it was the demon god. The outbreak of demonic disaster, and even the entrapment of several eternal lords, were deeply connected to it. Don't worry. The great master of infinite has long left means. The demon god cannot break in. The sect master of the eternal infinite sect forced himself to calm down and spoke to everyone. Before the great change in heaven and earth, various eternal lords had seen a vast sea of future timelines, many of which included the demon god arriving outside the hidden world to attack. Arrangements had long been made for this. If the demon god could easily breach the hidden world and erase the arrangements left by the eternal lords, this Fang Yuan world would have already succumbed to endless demonic qi. How could it have lasted until now? Right. The future eternal lords must have foreseen this scene. We just need to wait patiently. The demon god will certainly leave after realizing it is helpless. Other sect masters from the eternal sect also nodded and said. At this moment, after the initial chaos, everyone quickly regained their composure. The demon god was undoubtedly terrifying, but the eternal lords were not so easy to deal with either. The clash between 13th Order time lives made it difficult to determine a winner in a short time. The greatest possibility was to continue the standoff, waiting for variables to appear. Lin Yuan stood nearby, not overly concerned. He was well aware of the defense capabilities of this hidden place. At least 11 defensive eternal treasures sheltered it. Even the demon god could not do anything in the short term. The next moment, the demon god beneath the heavens moved. He took 2 gentle steps, as black streams of air diffused between heaven and earth, sweeping in with a faint intent of extreme destruction and ruin, covering the hidden world. This move, Lin Yuan watched attentively. When the great change in heaven and earth occurred, the demon god relied on this move to smash several eternal sects' efforts to expel demonic qi. Those black streams appeared invisible and intangible, yet possessed strong corrosive and destructive ability, making even defensive eternal treasures retreat before them. The ominous sound echoed. A black vortex faintly formed outside the hidden world. The black vortex slowly rotated, swallowing large amounts of black streams. The eternal treasure of the master of black space? Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. That black vortex was an eternal treasure, originating from the eternal lord, master of black space. The master of black space, like the master of Wushan, was a solitary eternal lord who did not establish an eternal sect force. However, in the end, to help the beings of the Fang Yuan world resist the demonic disaster, he left numerous strategies in the hidden world. This continually devouring black vortex came from the master of black space. The black vortex, like an abyss, endlessly consumed the black streams. And protected by the black vortex, the hidden world naturally remained unmoved. If the black vortex could be used for attack, several eternal sects would not have lost so decisively in front of the demon god during the great change in heaven and earth. Under the heavens, the demon god looked down with empty eyes, feeling no disturbance towards the black vortex continually devouring black streams.
The humming sound data, only to see the demon god's aura deepen, and the horn on his forehead suddenly condensed into an extremely heavy black dot. At the moment of condensation, time and space in all directions began to crumble and annihilate.
This move, within the hidden world, several sect masters of the eternal sect showed slight unease. Among the arrangements left by various eternal lords, there were means to block this move from the demon god. But at present, this demon god first employed black streams, then profound black dots, making the sect masters feel uneasy. With a thud, the black dot from the horn of the demon god transformed into a deep black light, piercing towards the hidden world. Outside the hidden world, a blue barrier rose immediately, vast and mighty, blocking the deep black light. Under the heavens, the demon god's expression remained indifferent as the massive black tail behind him swung towards the hidden world. Though it was a simple swing, without any rules or mysteries, space-time itself shattered, for under absolute power, any rules of the great path could easily be broken. Boom! The whole hidden world slightly trembled under the demon god's massive black tail, but soon recovered. The hidden world itself was a defensive eternal treasure, capable of greatly resisting external attacks, especially since this defensive treasure was designed specifically against the demon god. First were the black streams, then the black light from the horn. Finally was the swing of the massive tail. The demon god then launched dozens of attacks. Yet all were blocked by the defensive arrangements laid by various eternal lords within the hidden world. Upon witnessing this scene, numerous high-ranking members of the eternal sect heavily sighed in relief. It seems the eternal lords were truly a step ahead, for no matter how powerful the demon god might be, he was still tightly blocked by the arrangements of the eternal lords. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom. The relentless attacks of the demon god, although unable to shake the hidden realm for the moment, caused aftershocks to spread in all directions. Such power? In a supreme saint sect, the sect master and several supreme elders watched the center of the realm in shock. Even from an infinite distance away, they could clearly feel the terrifying force spreading. It's the demon god is making a move. The sect master of the Supreme Saint sect stated with certainty. They didn't have the eternal treasure to lock onto the demon god's aura, but with the current explosion of power, there was basically no other possibility besides the demon god. Let's hope the eternal sect can withstand it. The sect master of the Supreme Saint sect silently thought, not long ago, due to the appearance of Lord Galaxy, who swept through various demons, their Supreme Saint sect only barely caught a few breaths. Lord Galaxy won't be harmed, will he? The sect master's eyes revealed worry. With the demon god's emergence, it's estimated that before long, the giant evil of this realm would still have to rely on Lord Galaxy. As for those eternal sect forces, it would be extremely fortunate if they don't command saints and fighters from their holy sect and Supreme Saint sect. Demon God. On Qingyun's sacred mountain, the sect master of the holy sect sensed the terrifying waves at the center of the realm from afar. Senior Galaxy shouldn't have gone to the center of the realm. Now that the demon god is acting, who knows if those few eternal sects can withstand it. The sect master sighed. Lin Yuan had sheltered Qingyun Saint sect for thousands of years, and the sect master had long regarded Lin Yuan as an ancestor. Now the situation at the center of the realm, due to the demon god's actions, had become extremely dangerous. If anything perilous happened to Lin Yuan, the consequences would be so severe the sect master didn't dare to think about it. The arrival and continuous action of the demon god caused a stir among the holy sect and Supreme Saint sect scattered throughout the realm. But these forces could only pray silently in their hearts, praying that the eternal sect can persevere and that the demon god returns to slumber quickly. As for anything more, there was naturally nothing more to be done. With the foundation of the holy sect and Supreme Saint sect, even if they deployed all their forces, they probably couldn't approach the center of the realm, being suppressed by the endless demonic qi along the way. Hidden Realm. The several sect masters of the eternal sect and many high-ranking members were initially quite calm. So far, all of the demon gods' attack methods had been within the predictions of the various eternal lords. And the deployment of the hidden realm also confirmed this. All the attacks of the demon god had been blocked. But as time passed, the expressions of the sect masters began to change. Because the demon god beneath the sky showed no signs of stopping, continuously launching attacks on the hidden realm, the sect masters were aware of their own situation. Although every strike from the demon god was blocked, the hidden realm itself seemed invulnerable. But every time a strike from the demon god was blocked, the consumption for the several eternal sects was terrifying. Whether it was the black hole vortex or the azure barrier, they required enormous resources to function. According to the current intensity of the demon god's attacks, just a few million years or even tens of millions of years would exhaust the several eternal sects. By then, even with the many eternal treasures, there wouldn't be enough resources to activate them. How is this possible? The great eternal lords predicted demon god vision didn't include such prolonged attacks. Right, the longest attack duration was days. Now it's been several months. Why is the demon god still attacking? The sect masters were starting to panic. Although the day of exhausting their foundation millions and tens of millions of years from now was still far off. If the demon god truly continued to attack relentlessly, the breach of the hidden realm would just be a matter of time. Lin Yuan stood quietly by, listening to the sect masters' hushed discussions. The sect masters did not avoid discussing such things with Lin Yuan present, so Lin Yuan understood the current situation. Many of the eternal lords didn't foresee the future timeline of the demon god's continuous attacks. Lin Yuan's expression showed contemplation. Did my presence lead to changes in the future timeline? Since Lin Yuan had descended over 10,000 years ago, the several eternal lords had long since been unable to interfere with the external realm, and observing the future timeline was based on before the great changes in the realm. Hence, they couldn't see traces of Lin Yuan's existence. They were even less able to observe the timeline where Lin Yuan cleared countless demons. Clearing countless demons caused the demon god to be enraged, abandoning its instinct to suppress the source world, attacking the hidden realm with full force. Lord Galaxy, deep within the hidden realm, there is a transmission array connecting the edges of the realm. You should leave first. The sect master of the eternal infinite sect turned and spoke to Lin Yuan. In many timelines seen by the eternal lords, there existed a scene of the hidden realm being breached. However, it was far in the distant future. Thus, based on this situation, some measures were taken. A transmission array was established to evacuate the sect's elites before the hidden realm was breached. Leave? Lin Yuan looked at the demon god standing beneath the sky outside, pondered for a moment, and said, "Actually, it's not like there's no way to deal with the demon god." Secret world. The sect masters and many high-level members of the sects looked at Lin Yuan with slight astonishment. Is there a way to deal with the demon god? The demon god possesses the battle power of a 13th-tier eternal lord. Only an eternal lord of the same level can confront the demon god. Even now, as the secret world withstands the demon god's frenzied attacks. Fundamentally, it's by relying on the arrangements left by an eternal lord. Essentially, it is still the eternal lord and the demon god engaged in a confrontation. And such resistance is not true confrontation. Solely relying on the arrangements left by the eternal lord can only temporarily delay. Once the resources sustaining the operation of the many eternal treasures are exhausted, the consequences are obvious. But Lin Yuan says there is another way to deal with the demon god? Lord Galaxy, please tell us, what should we do? The sect masters only hesitated for a moment, then chose to trust Lin Yuan. Over the millennia, Lin Yuan's many actions had earned the trust of the sect masters. Give me all the foundational resources that drive the eternal treasures, Lin Yuan said. Now, the infinite constant sand particle world he has been developing is already 99% complete. The remaining 0.1%, it's difficult to surpass in a short time. After all, in this Fang Yuan world, all the demons with a bit of strength have been hunted by Lin Yuan. This is also the key reason for the demon god's fury upon descending. As for absorbing and devouring demonic qi, the efficiency is too slow. And now the demon god has already descended. With a single thought controlling vast demonic qi, Lin Yuan can't manage to absorb and devour. And now Lin Yuan is trapped in the secret world, outside is the demon god. Even in the worst case, spending hundreds or thousands of years to finish the last 0.1%, it's likely very hard to do. Given Lin Yuan's strength, if he dares to step out of the secret world, he will inevitably become the demon god's primary target of attack. There is simply no time to continue hunting other demons. Thinking it over, the hope for Lin Yuan to completely develop his infinite constant sand particle world can only be placed on the foundational resources of the major eternal sects. Rather than consuming these resources in the demon god's incessant assaults, it's better to give them all to Lin Yuan, allowing him to complete the development of the infinite constant sand particle world. Once the particle world is successful, Lin Yuan's strength will soar, with full prospects of directly confronting the demon god. This could also prevent the secret world from being breached. This is also currently the most advantageous method Lin Yuan can think of for himself and the major eternal sects. Judging by the demon god's current means of attack outside, Lin Yuan is confident that once his particle world is successful, he can face the demon god head-on. Lord Galaxy wants all the foundational resources? The sect master of the Eternal Infinite sect was startled. The other sect masters also wore serious expressions. These foundational resources are currently their hope of resisting the demon god. Even though they would be exhausted in millions or even tens of millions of years, they can hold on for that long. At least they can grant enough time for the elite of the major eternal sects to retreat. And give them all to Lin Yuan? If Lin Yuan can't hold off the demon god, the breach of the secret world would occur in the blink of an eye. That's right. Lin Yuan nodded. Actually, to complete the last 0.1%, aside from the current foundational resources of the eternal sect, there are other ways. For example, utilizing the Myriad Realms Gate to transport resources over. Providing resources from start to finish for Lin Yuan to develop the infinite constant sand particle world. The cost is too great for Lin Yuan to bear, but just for the last 0.1%. Lin Yuan can grit his teeth and accept it. But concerning the world-breaking origin force, it must be saved if possible. Lord Galaxy, are you confident? The sect master of the Eternal Infinite sect asked cautiously. There should be no problem. Lin Yuan glanced at the demon god outside. If the infinite constant sand particle world is fully developed, with the strength at that time, blocking the demon god should not be any problem. The other sect masters exchanged glances. This secret world was arranged by the many eternal lords. With the methods of the eternal lords, they couldn't withstand the demon god's millions or tens of millions of years of attacks. Yet Lin Yuan says there's no problem. If that is the case, these 6 eternal sources are entrusted to Lord Galaxy. The sect master of the Eternal Infinite sect's expression fluctuated, but he finally spoke seriously. The sect masters behind him wanted to speak but stopped, ultimately saying nothing. For the Eternal sect, whether supporting for millions or tens of millions of years or for 10 and 8 years, the difference is not significant. Rather than watching the secret world be trampled by the demon god, it's better to place their hopes on Lin Yuan. After all, the current situation has already surpassed the predictions of many eternal lords before the great change of heaven and earth. No eternal lord foresaw a future timeline that included the present situation. Therefore, the sect masters are also confused, not knowing how to respond. Swoosh! An inexplicable fluctuation emerged in the secret world. Immediately, 6 eternal sources, like suns, emerged from the deepest part of the secret world. It was precisely these 6 eternal sources that supported the operation of multiple defensive eternal treasures, blocking the demon god's repeated attacks from outside. Lin Yuan watched the 6 eternal sources emanating a vast aura of fluctuations. The eternal source, condensed by the power of an eternal lord, can fully activate the power of an eternal treasure. I only need 5. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. Every time the demon god attacks, the energy within the 6 eternal sources decreases. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, 4 eternal sources would be enough for him to finish the last 0.1% progress. The reason for requesting an extra one was to ensure absolute safety. The sect master of the Eternal Infinite sect nodded. Since he plans to fully support Lin Yuan, even if Lin Yuan takes all 6 eternal sources, the sect master of the Eternal Infinite sect would not frown. Buzz! With a flip of his right hand, Lin Yuan caused 5 of the 6 floating eternal sources to silently vanish. incorporated into Lin Yuan's body. In an instant, the 5 eternal sources provided an ocean of energy, allowing Lin Yuan's remaining particles to rapidly open up new worlds. Rumble. As the 5 eternal sources disappeared, outside the secret world, several eternal treasures, which were resisting the demon god's attacks, suddenly saw their power plummet. Even though one eternal source still supplied energy, its instant supply efficiency could not compare to having all 6. Not good. The sect master's face changed dramatically. He had not anticipated this scene. Originally, he thought the 6 eternal sources could sustain the secret world for millions of years. One eternal source alone was more than enough for hundreds of thousands of years. However, losing the simultaneous supply of 6 eternal sources made it difficult for just one to maintain so many eternal treasures. Lin Yuan also noticed the change in the external eternal treasures? No need to worry. Lin Yuan glanced at the sect masters. Since he took 5 eternal sources, Lin Yuan would not take them for nothing. Even if the remaining 10% of particles were rapidly opening up, it did not affect Lin Yuan's ability to act. Leave the rest to me. Lin Yuan took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. Before the sect masters and the sect leaders could react, the world outside was filled with a colossal figure standing tall. The calm-faced Lin Yuan stood beside the secret world, which had been opened by the eternal lords, only reaching his ankles. An invisible field descended and spread, forming barriers to actively block the attacks from the demon god. What? Lord Galaxy has gone out. The sect master and others were somewhat dazed. Lin Yuan had mentioned having a way to deal with the demon god, along with requesting the eternal sources. This led the sect masters to subconsciously speculate that Lin Yuan must have obtained a powerful eternal treasure. Requesting the eternal sources was to activate this eternal treasure. This was why the sect masters ultimately decided to pin their hopes on Lin Yuan. If it were indeed an extremely powerful eternal treasure, there would be a faint hope of resisting the demon god with ample eternal sources. But now, Lin Yuan went out himself to confront the demon god? Though at this moment Lin Yuan stood tall and majestic, with an aura vast and boundless. The enemy is the demon god, on par with the 13th tier eternal lord. Hiss, black streams first struck the barrier Lin Yuan had formed. This attack method was the demon god utilizing the eroding power of demonic chi to instinctively strike. The corrosive power of the black stream was hard for even eternal treasures to withstand for long, relying only on the master of black space's methods to absorb and disintegrate through black hole vortices. Thus, Lin Yuan's cosmic barrier formed outside his body began to erode shortly after contact with the black stream, creating large holes. However, Lin Yuan's internal cosmic foundation was deep, and each hole created by the erosion was instantly repaired. This created a temporary balance between the black stream and the cosmic barrier Lin Yuan had formed. Under the sky, the previously attacking and instinctively enraged demon god suddenly paused, his hollow eyes fixed on Lin Yuan. Since the arrival of the demonic calamity, all eternal lords were trapped, and the demon god was invincible in this world, even the secret world created by the eternal lords. In the face of the demon god, it was just a hard shell, only capable of passive defense. But the towering figure before him was the first life that could withstand his attack without retreating. What? Lord Galaxy blocked it? Inside the secret world, several sect masters were astounded. They could see that Lin Yuan was directly resisting the black stream without using any eternal treasures. The cosmic barrier in contact with the black stream began to erode and form large holes shortly after. It was clearly not an eternal treasure, since while eternal treasures could be corroded by the black stream, their defense could at least hold out for some time. Corroded shortly after contact? It could only be a technique Lin Yuan used. The rapid recovery after being corroded was also in direct confrontation with the black stream. Lord Galaxy could actually directly withstand a strike from the demon god? All the strong within the secret world found it unbelievable. The demon god is on par with the 13th tier eternal lord. If Lin Yuan could withstand a blow from the demon god, wouldn't that mean he could withstand a blow from an eternal lord? Not an eternal lord, yet capable of directly withstanding a blow from one? How is this possible? The power is very strong, and I must go all out to block it. Lin Yuan looked at the constantly disappearing and recovering cosmic barrier with a slightly serious expression. Since regaining his peak strength, he hadn't really had to go all out, except for once, in the trial space opened by the master of Wu Shan, where he unleashed a chaotic Taiji Dao sword in full force. But that was just a single move in full force, not an all-out effort. Now Lin Yuan was going all out, even revealing his true form. And compared to the full force at the trial space back then, how much more powerful is Lin Yuan now?